Chapter 1. The Outbreak of the Apocalypse. Tang Mingting referenced the image. Ah, Zhao Ming. No, don't. That's the place for urination. It's filthy. You can't bite. A girl clad in a JK uniform, her legs adorned with semi-transparent white stockings, her figure flawless and features exquisite, let out a piercing scream. Startled, her entire being trembled, and her stunning visage turned pale with fright. Her boyfriend, it seemed, had succumbed to madness, presently gnawing frantically at a toilet bowl, paying no heed even as a few of his teeth were knocked out, as if that toilet were an exquisite delicacy. Upon hearing her cry, her boyfriend instantly turned, his eyes now a ghastly white, fixated upon her, which left Tang Mingting momentarily stunned. Yet Zhao Ming, with wild abandon, lunged toward her. Just as he was about to pounce upon Tang Mingting, a figure suddenly dashed over, delivering a kick that sent Zhao Ming flying, followed by a baton that struck him on the head. Zhao Ming's skull caved in, yet he still attempted to rise, prompting Lu Yang to continue striking with the baton until blood flowed freely from his head, finally ceasing his assault. Ah! You've killed him. Tang Mingting pointed at Lu Yang, her voice trembling with terror. Look closely. Is your wealthy boyfriend even human anymore? If he had bitten you just now, you would have turned into a zombie. You foolish girl, Lu Yang retorted coldly. He hastily secured all the doors and windows of the villa, locking them tight. The girl who had been rescued was Tang Mingting, a freshman at Donghai University, also the class monitor. The one who had become a zombie was her boyfriend, Zhao Ming, who served as the academic representative in their school. The savior, Lu Yang, was also a student in their class. The only distinction was that while Tang Mingting and her boyfriend Zhao Ming were owners of a villa in this community, Lu Yang worked as a part-time security guard here. Being an orphan, Lu Yang could only afford to study through part-time work, earning a meager salary of 3,000 yuan a month by guarding this luxurious community, which required him to stay on duty until midnight before he could return home to rest. Within this community resided many affluent classmates, who would often sneer derisively at Lu Yang whenever they saw him, but he had grown accustomed to it. Some are born with a silver spoon, while others are destined for servitude. This is the reality. It is unfair, yet unchangeable. Today, Lu Yang was merely performing his duties when he unexpectedly heard screams and chaos erupting within the community. He soon witnessed a blood-soaked, middle-aged man charging toward him, emitting frenzied roars reminiscent of a zombie from a film. Without hesitation, Lu Yang drew his baton and struck the man down. Upon entering the villa, he found Zhao Ming attacking Tang Mingting, and without delay, he dispatched Zhao Ming as well. Tang Mingting, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless, her face ashen and trembling, instinctively clutching Lu Yang's arm. What should we do? Lu Yang, what should we do? You must protect me. I'm so scared. It's terrifying outside. You're the security guard here. You're paid with our money. In the face of danger, you must be the first to charge forward. Huh? Charge forward? Are you out of your mind? Who told you that a security guard can ensure safety? Oh, esteemed class monitor. You wouldn't expect me to risk my life for a salary of 3,000 yuan, would you? Weren't you the one who used to mock me as a watchdog? Since I'm merely a doorkeeper, how could I possibly protect your safety? Lu Yang replied with a cold smirk. Lu Yang, Tang Mingting, and Zhao Ming were all students in the same class. Tang Mingting was the class monitor and also the belle of the class, while Zhao Ming was the academic representative. Having taken up the role of a security guard in this community, Lu Yang had often faced their scorn. Now, the class belle was finally afraid. Tang Mingting fell silent at Lu Yang's words. Lu Yang could not be bothered to engage in further conversation with this so-called aloof class monitor. He approached the refrigerator to inspect the food within, only to find it nearly empty, save for 2 solitary bottles of milk. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yang remarked, "Do you not stock food at home? We don't cook. We usually dine out at lavish restaurants. So there's no food," Tang Mingting stammered, trembling. "Well, without food, you might as well await death. The outside world is crawling with zombies. Attempting to venture out is virtually impossible. Without food, if we only drink water, we could last a maximum of 7 days before starving." Lu Yang shook his head. Most residents in the villa community were affluent, rarely cooking for themselves. The thought of scavenging for food in other villas was daunting, not to mention the zombies that would pose a significant threat on the way. The risks were far too great. Just as Lu Yong found himself at a loss, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! The apocalypse has been detected, with a drastic decline in the global human population. The host has bound to the multi-child system. By rescuing beautiful maidens and gaining their consent to become your women, you shall receive system rewards. For the continuation of human civilization, please bear many children. Chapter 2. Fighting? A single slap sends you flying. Multi-child system? Just by persuading her to become his woman, could he grow stronger? Lu Yong was momentarily taken aback, before a look of delight spread across his face. Initially, upon seeing the meager food supply in the villa, he had contemplated keeping Tang Mingting as a reserve food source. In dire straits, he would not have minded indulging in her beauty. Now, it seemed, such measures were unnecessary. With the system's assistance, survival should pose no problem. This aloof class belle had once looked down upon him, often deriding him as a watchdog. In school, she had even led the ostracism against him, while her boyfriend Zhao Ming had physically bullied Lu Yong numerous times. Lu Yong had often been a victim of school violence, as those wealthy students found amusement in tormenting him. The female classmates held him in contempt as well. This was an era where wealth reigned supreme. People often claimed that there is only one affliction in this world, the affliction of poverty. Being poor is the original sin, and Lu Yong happened to be the poorest student in the entire school. Thus, he was the one everyone scorned and looked down upon in class. After all, they all believed that someone who had to work part-time as a security guard to survive during their student years would have little potential in the future. Now, it was unlikely that this aloof class belle would accept him as her partner. Even after saving her from the zombies, she would likely remain unchanged, merely expecting him to protect her safety. The lofty young lady had yet to grasp the current predicament. How could she regard a mere security guard as anything more than a servant? Lu Yong shook his head, deciding to set aside thoughts of the system for now. The immediate concern was food. He walked back to the refrigerator and took all the milk. Tang Mingting, seeing this, immediately protested. Lu Yong, what are you doing? You've taken all the food. What will I eat? All the food in this room belongs to me. Give it back. She rushed forward, attempting to snatch it back. Slap. Lu Yong struck Tang Mingting across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Stunned, Tang Mingting's face registered shock. You dare hit me? You, a mere security guard, actually have the audacity to strike me? I am the class monitor. Do you believe I can have you expelled from school at any moment? Oh dear, esteemed class monitor. Are you all right? And school? The people there have all turned into zombies. What school are you talking about? This is the apocalypse, do you understand? Whether you can survive 3 days is still uncertain, yet you're still clinging to your petty class monitor status. People like you wouldn't last 3 episodes in a TV drama, you know? Lu Yong said, looking down at Tang Mingting. Well, you still can't take my food? Tang Mingting cried, covering her reddened face, her voice quivering. What do you mean, your food? If it weren't for me saving you, you would have been bitten by Zhao Ming and turned into a zombie. You don't even thank me, and you dare to fight me for food? Do you even deserve it? Lu Yong retorted fiercely. Oh, you jerk. You're unreasonable. This villa clearly belongs to Zhao Ming, my boyfriend. Doesn't that mean all this food is mine? Whoa. Tang Mingting burst into tears. Unreasonable? Did you consider reason when you led the ostracism against me in school? Did Zhao Ming think of reason when he had people beat me up? To hell with your reasons. Lu Yong replied angrily. Recalling the humiliation he had endured in school, his anger surged. I admit I was wrong in the past, but I'm a girl. You're a man. Can't you show some magnanimity? Being so petty. Do you have any semblance of masculinity? Setting facts aside, even if I was 99 at fault, do you not bear one of the blame? Your poverty? Isn't that your fault? Isn't it because you didn't work hard enough that you're so poor? That's why you're looked down upon. Slap. Lu Yong struck Tang Mingting on the other cheek, instantly swelling both sides of her face, leaving her resembling a pig's head, thus achieving symmetry. How dare you challenge me in a fist fight? Let me make one thing clear. Do not attempt to apply your usual tactics on me. I am not a pushover, nor will I play the role of a sycophant. I possess no moral compass that you can manipulate. If you continue to prattle on, I will unceremoniously cast you out to feed the zombies. Do you still dare to look down upon the impoverished? Without exploiting us, how could you possibly amass your wealth? Your riches do not stem from any extraordinary capabilities of yours, but rather from the fortunate circumstances of your birth. Do you comprehend this? Furthermore, all this food belongs to me. If you so much as lay a finger on it, I will not hesitate to end you. Upon witnessing Liu Yang's furious demeanor, Tang Mingting finally refrained from speaking. She had never seen Liu Yang in such a light before. She had always thought him to be a meek and timid individual, easily submissive. Little did she know that the current Liu Yang was not only capable of dispatching Zhao Ming with a single blow, but was also quick to resort to violence without a shred of tenderness. She dared not provoke him any further and could only sit on the ground, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably. Liu Yang, indifferent to her plight, simply gathered the food and retreated to a room to lie down. He secured the door, leaving Tang Mingting outside to suffer from hunger. Having been pursued by zombies earlier, Liu Yang had eliminated one of them and subsequently dealt with Zhao Ming upon entering the villa. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. As he reclined on the soft bed, he couldn't help but stretch luxuriously. The bed in this opulent villa was indeed incredibly comfortable. Previously, with a monthly salary of merely 3,000, he could scarcely have imagined sleeping on such a bed now. He found himself in this fortunate position, thanks to the apocalypse. Before long, slumber enveloped him. When Liu Yang awakened, it was already past 10 on the second day, and his stomach was growling with hunger. The first thing he did upon rising was drink a bottle of milk, and only then did he venture out to freshen up. Hearing commotion outside, Tang Mingting emerged from her room. Her face had returned to its original beauty, no longer swollen. Cradling her stomach, she gazed at Liu Yang with longing and said, "Liu Yang, we were wrong in the past. I apologize sincerely. Please, grant me something to eat. I am truly starving. It has been a full day and night since I last ate, and I feel as though my stomach may consume itself." The zombie outbreak had occurred the previous morning, and since then, Tang Mingting had not consumed a morsel. It had been a full 24 hours without food, and the gnawing hunger was becoming unbearable. "Oh, so now you recognize your mistakes?" Liu Yang scoffed. "Indeed, I truly comprehend my errors. Please forgive me. I shall no longer look down upon the impoverished or speak ill of you." Tang Mingting replied earnestly. "Very well, fetch a bowl. I shall share a bit of my milk with you." "Really? Oh, thank you so much." The light of hope shone in Tang Mingting's eyes as she hurried to the kitchen to fetch a bowl. Liu Yang poured the milk into the bowl, and as she gazed at it, Tang Mingting couldn't help but lick her lips in anticipation. Liu Yang placed the bowl on the table, and Tang Mingting eyed him curiously. With a smile, Liu Yang instructed, "Kneel down and beg me." "Liu Yang, how dare you?" Anger flushed Tang Mingting's face as she exclaimed, "You are taking this too far." "Oh, what's the matter? In the past, when you paid me a mere 3,000 a month, you treated me like a dog. Now that I have food that could save your life, I cannot expect a little servitude in return." As he spoke, Liu Yang prepared to lift the bowl from the table. Tang Mingting panicked. Wait, I never said I wouldn't kneel." She immediately dropped to her knees. Witnessing the once aloof and disdainful class beauty, who had once called him a dog, now begging on her knees, Liu Yang couldn't suppress a cold laugh. How impressive is wealth, truly? When the apocalypse descends, no matter how affluent one was, everyone ultimately finds themselves on their knees begging for sustenance. Chapter 3. Successfully obtaining system rewards. After Tang Mingting finished the contents of her bowl, a lingering sense of desire was evident on her face as she gazed longingly at Liu Yang and inquired, "Liu Yang, is there any more? I can eat like I did before. Just give me a little more food." Did I ask for her dignity? It had long been cast aside. After experiencing it for the first time, the feeling of being unable to lower herself was vanquished. What was so shameful about eating on all fours? As long as there was food to satiate her hunger, who cared about the manner of consumption? Having starved for an entire night, Tang Mingting now understood that the identity and wealth she once possessed before the apocalypse were mere illusions. Dignity was the least valuable of all. Only food truly mattered. With food one could survive. However, the response she received was disheartening. Liu Yang shook his head and replied, "There is no more food. That bottle of milk was the last of it that I planned to venture out in search of food. You should stay in this room and starve and no. I want to accompany you to find food. You must protect me, that I have already complied with your wishes. I just crawled on the ground like a dog. Begging for scraps, isn't that enough? Tang Mingting exclaimed in desperation that I in this apocalyptic world. If she were to leave Liu Yang's protection, she would either starve to death in this villa or venture out in search of food, only to be savaged by zombies. There was no third option. Thus, clinging to Liu Yang's leg was undoubtedly the wisest choice. You groveled on the ground, and I gave you food. That was my utmost kindness. If you wish to follow me and be protected, it is not impossible, Liu Yang mused, stroking his chin as he appraised Tang Mingting as the class beauty. She possessed exquisite features and a figure that could be described as stunningly exceptional, making her the object of admiration for countless wealthy suitors. Aside from her official boyfriend, Zhao Ming, she had at least a dozen devoted admirers in her social circle. Tio claimed that no one harbored intentions towards her would be a falsehood. Who in the class did not have thoughts about the class beauty? Who did not wish to possess her? Upon seeing Liu Yang's gaze, Tang Mingting immediately recognized the gluttonous hunger reflected in his eyes. A look she was all too familiar with, that a stunning beauty. She garnered a 100% rate of admiration on the streets, with lecherous men often gazing at her with such avaricious expressions. No, that's impossible. You are merely a security guard. What are you thinking? Tang Mingting retreated a few steps, covering her chest with her hand. Her boyfriend Zhao Ming was a super-rich heir with a fortune of several hundred million, arriving at school in a BMW and residing in a luxurious villa. Even so, she had never easily succumbed to Zhao Ming's advances. After dating for 6 months, they had only progressed to holding hands. Now, a mere security guard scorned by everyone at school dared to entertain such thoughts about her. Yes, impossible, right? You despise me for being a security guard, deeming me unworthy of you. Fine, then starve to death here. When the zombies break in, you will be devoured alive. That do you think those zombies will spare you simply because you are a rich girl? Hearing Liu Yang's words, fear gripped Tang Mingting. She recalled scenes of Zhao Ming transforming into a zombie, frantically gnawing at toilets. The thought was too horrifying, too terrifying to be gnawed on piece by a zombie. Was that not worse than death by 1,000 cuts? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. All right, I accept your terms, that I agree to be your woman. Tang Mingting bit her lip, as if making an immensely difficult decision in her heart. With her extraordinary beauty, she had dated numerous boyfriends, each of whom was enchanted by her allure. Showering her with precious gifts, she navigated the waters of wealth with ease, but had never succumbed to any of the wealthy heirs. Yet now, she found herself entangled with a seemingly impenetrable security guard. Feeling profoundly wronged as tears brimmed in her eyes, Liu Yang received a system notification. Detection complete. The other party has agreed to become your woman. Congratulations, host. You have successfully received the novice rewards. Rewards: 1. Future simulation ability point 2. Virus immunity ability point 3. All basic attributes 20 points. 4. Genetic enhancement. Goodness. 4 rewards at once. Liu Yang was overjoyed and quickly examined the detailed descriptions of these rewards. Point 1. Future simulation. Level 1. Allows you to simulate and predict the future within 1 hour. Usable 3 times a day. Point 2. Virus immunity. Level 1. Grants immunity to common zombie viruses. Even if bitten, you will not be infected. Point 3. Attribute enhancement. Increases all your basic attributes by 20 points. Point 4. Genetic enhancement. The system has reinforced your genetic makeup, ensuring that you can successfully procreate with your partner every time, including but not limited to ordinary humans. Note: saving a maiden and obtaining her agreement to become your woman may grant new abilities or enhance existing ones. For every 10 zombies killed, you gain 1 attribute point to enhance your own attributes. Upon reading the detailed descriptions, Liu Yang was elated. These 2 abilities were extraordinarily powerful. The future simulation capability would allow him to foresee the trajectory of events, preventing him from falling into peril. With this skill, he could steadily grow stronger. The virus immunity skill ensured that he would remain uninfected, while others who were merely scratched or bitten would turn into zombies, so long as he avoided direct fatal bites. He would be safe. In this apocalypse, such a skill was a true lifesaver. The genetic enhancement ability was particularly intriguing. It guaranteed successful reproduction every time, which was easily understood. But what did including but not limited to ordinary humans imply? Did it mean there were non-ordinary humans in this world? Never mind. Let us not dwell on that for now. After the excitement, Lu Yang checked his attribute panel. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 70. Speed, 70. Stamina, 70. Mentality, 70. Abilities, 1. Future simulation, 2. Virus immunity. With the system's enhancement of 20 basic attribute points, his attributes now stood at 70 each. This indicated that the basic attributes of an average adult male would be around 50, meaning he was already 40 points stronger than them. Excellent. Now he could at least take on 3 opponents at once. Ordinary zombies posed no threat to him, provided he was not surrounded. Chapter 4. Attributes far ahead. Beginning to scavenge for food, seeing his newfound strength, Lu Yang brimmed with confidence that on the second day of the apocalypse, he had acquired such formidable abilities and enhanced his basic attributes by 40 points. Compared to ordinary people, he was already far ahead, ensuring his survival in this harsh new world. Meanwhile, Tang Mingting lay curled up on the bed, looking utterly aggrieved. To be honest, Lu Yang was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected Tang Mingting to be so inexperienced. It turned out he was her first man. Zhao Ming had been dating her for months and frequently brought her to the villa. Did they merely play chess there? Or was Zhao Ming simply inept? This unexpected turn of events felt like a stroke of luck for Lu Yang, that he glanced at her and said, "All right, get up quickly. We need to prepare to set out in search of food." What else with the aggrieved look? You were just moaning joyfully a moment ago. With a dazed expression, Tang Mingting climbed to her feet and followed Lu Yang. Due to the recent ordeal, there was still some discomfort in her body, making her movements slightly awkward. Before setting off, Lu Yang simulated the future trajectory once more. Instantly, vivid scenes unfolded in his mind, as realistic as a film. During the simulation, they encountered no unforeseen events and successfully secured food. Thus, they could officially set off. Before departing, Lu Yang warned Tang Mingting, "From here on, follow my instructions without uttering a sound. Otherwise, we will attract zombies. While scavenging for food, prioritize items that can fill our stomachs. Do not collect unnecessary items. Do you understand?" "I understand." Tang Mingting nodded, and the two individuals each grabbed a backpack to shoulder before stepping outside. At that moment, the villa had returned to a state of tranquility, devoid of screams and sounds, resembling a desolate wasteland where not a single noise could be heard. Outside the door, there were no zombies. Only a few skeletal remains, stripped clean, lay scattered on the ground, and a foul stench wafted through the air from a distance. Lu Yang surveyed the surroundings and, finding no zombies nearby, proceeded directly toward the mini fire station. As the security guard of this community, Lu Yang was intimately familiar with the area. The mini fire station housed a fire axe, a formidable weapon capable of cleaving through a zombie's skull with a single blow. Soon, Lu Yang arrived at the fire station, retrieved the axe, and made his way to the convenience store within the community. That was the sole food shop in the villa area, stocked with a considerable amount of provisions. If they could scavenge a backpack full of food, it would last at least a week. Upon reaching the convenience store, they saw several zombies wandering outside, alongside a few corpses that had been thoroughly devoured. Lu Yang charged forward, wielding the fire axe. At that moment, his basic attributes had surged by 40. Mere zombies were nothing to him. The zombies, upon noticing Lu Yang, let out an enraged roar and lunged at him. Baring their teeth, Lu Yang swung the axe, striking the foremost zombie on the head, instantly penetrating its skull. He withdrew the axe and delivered another blow, sending yet another zombie crashing to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, he had dispatched 3 zombies. Tang Mingting watched in astonishment, utterly taken aback. Incredible. He was extraordinarily fierce. Lu Yang, slaying zombies, was even more formidable than when he was in bed. Was this fellow born to eradicate zombies? Initially feeling quite aggrieved by the notion of being protected by a mere security guard, Tang Mingting found herself reassessing her feelings upon witnessing Lu Yang's strength. That in a post-apocalyptic world, having a powerhouse like him, who could dispatch zombies without hesitation, was indeed a tremendous asset. As long as she could cling to Lu Yang's side, there was hope for survival. "Let's go scavenge for food. Don't just stand there. The sounds of battle may attract other zombies, and we must act swiftly." Lu Yang called out to Tang Mingting, who was still frozen in place, her expression dazed. "Oh right." she replied, and the two entered the convenience store. Inside, a zombie loitered at the counter. It was the shop owner. Someone Lu Yang had often encountered when buying water, but he recognized the man, only to find that he too had fallen victim to the zombie outbreak. Lu Yang swung the axe down upon him, granting him release, and began stuffing food from the convenience store into his backpack. Meanwhile, he advised Tang Mingting, only take high-calorie foods that can satisfy hunger and are easy to carry, like sugar, milk, sausages, and vacuum-packed chicken legs. Understood. Tang Mingting nodded that a minute later, both backpacks were filled to the brim. They then prepared to leave the store, but at that moment, they noticed a horde of zombies had gathered nearby. At least a dozen. Run! With so many zombies, I can't handle them even if I wanted to. Tang Mingting gasped and fried upon seeing the approaching horde, and quickly took off as the zombies pursued them. They dashed into the nearest villa and slammed the door shut behind them. The zombies, left outside and unable to see any humans, ceased their pursuit. Inside the villa, the former owner had already turned into a zombie, and Lu Yang swiftly dispatched him with his axe. Tang Mingting, curious, asked Lu Yang, "Why didn't we just hide in the convenience store and close the door? That way, we would have an endless supply of food. The survivors in this villa area aren't just the two of us. The convenience store is the only place with food, and they might be too scared to venture out due to the zombies. However, the gnawing hunger will eventually drive them out. Ultimately, they will take the risk to go to the convenience store. If we stay there, we might be discovered and eliminated by other survivors," Lu Yang explained. Though his strength had increased, he did not consider himself invincible. Remaining in a convenience store, hoarding all the food, would surely attract the attention of other survivors that are in the face of hunger. Even the weakest individuals would take risks. Lu Yang's current strength was not sufficient to make him the target of everyone's ire. So it was wiser to find a villa close to the convenience store. They could always scavenge for food multiple times, which would be safer than staying in the store, emptying the food from their backpacks. Lu Yang said to Tang Mingting, "From now on, we need to ration the food that we can only eat a set amount each day. Otherwise, we won't last long." The earlier commotion attracted a dozen zombies to surround the convenience store and our villa, making future food searches even more perilous that we must conserve our supplies. Understood. Tang Mingting nodded. Having witnessed Lu Yang's capabilities, she dared not voice any objections. P.S. Dear readers, please add this book to your shelves. I beg you. Chapter 5. Is the campus bell coming to find us? You sure reference image. Lu Yang ascended to the upper floor, opened a window, and observed the zombies outside. They stood aimlessly before the villa, waiting for their next prey to appear. These zombies, despite having seen Lu Yang and Tang Mingting enter the villa, did not continue their assault, indicating their low intelligence, as long as they were not provoked by sounds or visible movements. They would not attack. The low IQ of zombies was indeed good news. While Lu Yang was watching the zombies, he noticed some movement in the villa across from him and shifted his gaze. There, he spotted an exceedingly beautiful girl waving at him from the window. That a stunning survivor? Lu Yang squinted to get a better look. Although the distance made it difficult to discern her features, he could still make out her exquisite facial structure and fair skin. She was undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty. Upon realizing Lu Yang had noticed her, the girl's face lit up with joy. She then turned away from the window, and when she reappeared, she was holding a large drawing board. "Oh, so she's an art student. What does she want? To draw me?" Lu Yang mused, intrigued by the beautiful artist. Before long, she turned the drawing board around, and Lu Yang could see what she had written. "I'm so hungry." Lu Yang couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, "I thought she had something important to say. But it was just this, I'm hungry too." Lu Yang exaggerated his mouth movements to convey his message to the girl across. The girl quickly scribbled on the board again. "I saw you got food earlier. Can you share some with me?" Lu Yang was taken aback, realizing she had witnessed him scavenging for food at the convenience store. He shook his head in response, using exaggerated mouth movements to convey, "No." Well, a pitiful crying face appeared on the board. "Haha, this girl is quite amusing." Lu Yang was entertained by the expressive drawing she had created. That he gestured towards her, then pointed to himself, mouthing, "If you can come over, I'll give you food." Upon hearing this, the girl perked up instantly. She leaned out of the window to assess the situation outside and noticed that zombies had completely surrounded the entrance of Lu Yang's villa. Entering through the front door was impossible, but the window was a viable option. Given that the villa district was inhabited by wealthy individuals, there were no security measures like burglar bars. as they would detract from the villa's aesthetics. The window on the side of the first floor provided a direct route into Liu Yang's villa. As long as Liu Yang opened the window beforehand, she could easily slip in. There were no zombies between the two villas, so if she could quietly approach the window, she could gain entry. Upon realizing this route, the girl quickly began to write on the board again. Open the first floor window. I'll enter through it. Liu Yang read her message and leaned out to check. Indeed, both villas had windows on the first floor, approximately 50 meters apart, with no zombies obstructing the pathway between them if they maintained silence. They would not alarm the zombies at the villa's entrance. This girl was quite clever, and her swift decision-making indicated that she was calm and decisive. It was rare to find such decisiveness in a girl. Liu Yang descended to the first floor, standing beside the window, and waved at her through the glass. The girl, seeing that Liu Yang was ready, quickly made her way downstairs. Tang Mingting, observing Liu Yang's actions, asked curiously, Liu Yang, what are you doing? Waiting to welcome a fleeing lamb. Liu Yang, without turning back, chuckled as he spoke. It must be said that the actions of this artistic young woman piqued Liu Yang's interest. It is indeed commendable for a girl to make such resolute decisions in an apocalyptic world, rather than languishing in a house, awaiting death. For instance, Tang Mingting would never have the audacity to act in such a manner. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Tang Mingting leaned over to glance out the window, only to spot a girl sprinting towards them. The two villas were separated by a distance of 50 meters. Yet within mere seconds, the girl reached the window adjacent to Liu Yang, who promptly flung it open. The girl climbed through the window, and only then did Liu Yang close it. Once inside Liu Yang's villa, he was finally able to discern the girl's features. What a delicate beauty she was! This enchanting young woman surpassed Tang Mingting in attractiveness by a considerable margin. Her large, expressive eyes exuded innocence and vitality. Her high nose bridge suggested a hint of mixed heritage, and her tall, voluptuous figure boasted not only an angelic face, but also a devilish physique. She was quite simply a stunning beauty. Tang Mingting instantly recognized her, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, You are He Yushi, the goddess of Class 2, and one of the 4 school flowers, aren't you? He Yushi was indeed an art student and one of the 4 school flowers, a figure pursued by countless male students within the school. The number of boys who sent her love letters and confessed their feelings must have exceeded 4 digits. If Tang Mingting had dozens of admirers, then He Yushi had at least hundreds. Thank you, my fellow students. Yes, I am He Yushi, and I appreciate your recognition. That He Yushi panted heavily, her ample bosom rising and falling as she spoke. Although the distance she traveled was only a few dozen meters, her anxiety and fear had compelled her to exert herself to an unprecedented degree, sprinting at full speed. Merely covering that distance had seemingly drained her of all her strength, leaving her utterly exhausted. After a brief recovery, she remarked, I'm so tired and thirsty. I need to drink some water. With that, she headed straight for the kitchen, sticking her mouth under the faucet and gulping down water, completely disregarding any semblance of a goddess-like demeanor. Liu Yang observed her behavior with amusement. He had heard of He Yushi and the other 3 school flowers during his time at school, but his previous poverty and insecurity had prevented him from daring to dwell on such matters. He had merely glanced at them from a distance. Additionally, he had heard that He Yushi was exceptionally aloof, with exceedingly high standards, and that no one had ever managed to win her heart, not even the wealthiest of second-generation heirs. The male students at school had elevated her to a near-mythical status, likening her to a celestial being who could only be admired from afar, as if speaking a word to her would be akin to receiving a divine blessing. However, Liu Yang now perceived that these rumors were unfounded, that He Yushi appeared rather boisterous, seemingly unconcerned about her image, and her decisiveness stood in stark contrast to the timid hesitance of other girls. Her tone, demeanor, and personality seemed quite approachable, far from the sacred aura that surrounded her entails. Chapter 6. Can you read minds? After quenching her thirst, He Yushi approached Liu Yang and Tang Mingting. Smoothing her hair and taking a deep breath, she looked at Liu Yang and extended her fair, delicate hand. Hello, fellow security student. I am He Yushi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Did I remember you? Your name is Liu Yang, isn't it? The school says you chose to skip 30 years of struggle by becoming a security guard while still studying, thus enjoying a life of leisure ahead of time, that you've become quite the celebrity. Noticing the mischievous glint in her eyes and her cheerful demeanor, Lu Yong understood that she was attempting to bridge the gap between them with humor, and he reciprocated by shaking her hand. Holding on to it longer than necessary, that I never imagined that even one of the four school flowers, the goddess Yushur, would have heard of me. It is truly an honor that as he felt the smoothness of her skin. Lu Yong couldn't help but marvel inwardly, soft as jade, pure and flawless. So this is the touch of a goddess. Had it been before the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, merely shaking hands with such a divine figure would have been the talk of the school from freshman year all the way to graduation. Anyone who had the privilege of holding Yushur's hand would likely hesitate to wash theirs for an entire year. Feeling slightly flustered by Lu Yang's grip, Yushur quickly withdrew her hand. Her cheeks flushed. With a beaming smile, she said, "Since we are both alumni and have heard each other's names, we might as well consider ourselves friends, right? Friends could share some food with me, couldn't they?" Lu Yang's expression shifted to one of realization. This beautiful school flower had come to foster intimacy, and now her true intent was revealed. She wanted food. However, Lu Yang was not inclined to part with his provisions so readily. He shook his head. "I'm afraid it's not possible that I end this apocalyptic world. Food is scarce, and every morsel could be a matter of life and death. I cannot simply give it away, even if you were a school flower. Oh dear brother, please do me this favor. I am truly famished, and if you don't give me something to eat, I fear I might starve to death. Surely, you cannot bear to witness my demise?" Yushur pleaded, employing her most charming, coaxing tone. Her skill in this art had never failed her before. Even the most aloof of male deities could hardly resist such an endearing appeal. Yet, Lu Yang remained steadfast. "No, this is a matter of life and death. Your charming demeanor will not sway me. What must I do to earn some food from you?" Yushur asked, her eyes wide with a faux pitiful expression. "Quite simple. Take a shower, then come to my room, and I will tell you," Lu Yang said with a mischievous grin, his gaze surveying Yushur from head to toe. She not only possessed a breathtaking beauty reminiscent of a mixed heritage goddess, but also a figure that could only be described as devilishly stunning. Long, slender legs, a perfectly proportioned waist, and a voluptuous silhouette that was the epitome of allure. I end the world before the apocalypse. Any man fortunate enough to experience the touch of Yushur would surely feel as if he had struck gold. Upon hearing Lu Yang's proposition, Yushur's face registered disbelief. How could he speak of such matters so casually? How shameless! Isn't this a bit inappropriate? We've only just met, and weren't you generous enough to share food with her? She pointed at Tang Mingting. "That's because she became my woman yesterday," Lu Yang replied calmly. "What?" Yushur's expression shifted to one of shock. Tang Mingting was the class leader and the flower of Class 1. How could she so quickly submit to becoming this little security guard's woman? Yushur found it hard to believe that I'll be waiting in my room. "Think it over," Lu Yang said, turning and heading upstairs to rest on his bed. Lying there, Lu Yang began to speculate about the future. Half an hour later, he heard a knock at his door that, as anticipated, she had come, but a smile spread across Lu Yang's face at the thought of Yushur's celestial beauty and stunning physique. A surge of excitement coursed through him, as if a flame were igniting within his heart. "Come in." Lu Yang composed his breathing, suppressing the inner turmoil, and called out to the door. Yushur gently pushed the door open, her expression still tinged with nervousness. Clearly, she had just finished showering. Her long, dark hair glistened with moisture, cascading over her fair shoulders, creating an irresistible allure. "Lu Yang, can we discuss this?" She hesitated, her voice wavering. "Since we're both students at the same university, why not be a bit more lenient? If you give me some food, I could draw for you. My artwork is quite lovely. I could create a portrait of you, making you appear handsome." Yushur's stomach was indeed growling. But the thought of compromising her dignity for mere food was unpalatable to her. In the past, she had been revered as a goddess. Numerous exceptional men had sought her affection, and she had turned down many, including top scholars, handsome suitors, and wealthy heirs. The idea of lowering herself to appease a mere security guard was utterly unacceptable. "That simply won't do. You are stunning, one of the four school flowers, a goddess admired by all. Any normal man would desire to claim you for himself. If I didn't have such thoughts, how could I consider myself a man? Only a eunuch would lack such desires," Lu Yang chuckled. "But actions devoid of emotion lack soul," Yushur insisted earnestly. Lu Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You make a fair point. Indeed so, perhaps you should accept my offer to draw for you. He Yusher's eyes sparkled with hope. Yet Lu Yang continued, then you simply need to develop some feelings for me. That He Yusher fell silent, utterly speechless. She had never anticipated that Lu Yang would be so brazen, spouting such absurd reasoning. Was it truly possible to cultivate feelings in such a short span of time? Moreover, it is indeed quite challenging for me to develop feelings for a mere security guard. That I ask this not an unreasonable predicament. He Yusher is on the brink of a breakdown. Observing the expression on the other's face, Lu Yang squeezed his throat and spoke in a falsetto, saying, however, it is truly too difficult to develop feelings for a small security guard. He Yusher widened her eyes. Lu Yang continued, exaggerating his expressions. In the past, how many rich heirs, handsome fellows, and top scholars pursued me, and I did not acquiesce. How could I possibly agree to a security guard? He Yusher was left dumbfounded in astonishment. She exclaimed, do you possess mind-reading abilities? How can you know what I am thinking? Lu Yang smirked with pride. Not only can I read minds, but I also possess X-ray vision. On the left side of your chest, there is a faintly red birthmark shaped like a heart. He Yusher's eyes widened in horror, revealing an expression of disbelief, and she quickly covered her chest with her hands. Chapter 7. The Art of Flirting, the Strategy for the Campus Flower. He Yusher gazed at Lu Yang as if she had seen a ghost. She could hardly comprehend how Lu Yang could discern her innermost thoughts and even the existence of her birthmark. That particular area was exceedingly private, known only to her parents. So how could Lu Yang be aware of it? Observing the bewildered expression on her face, Lu Yang's features were painted with a sense of triumph. Before He Yusher entered this room, he had already simulated future events. In that simulation, he had forcibly engaged in indescribable activities with He Yusher, and afterward, she had completely submitted. Consequently, they had conversed extensively, and he had thus acquired a wealth of information. Now, by revealing this information, it was only natural for her to believe he possessed mind-reading abilities, the ability to foresee the future, aside from helping to evade imminent dangers. Was also remarkably effective for courting women. With a self-assured demeanor, he spoke to He Yusher. Since yesterday, I have eliminated several zombies that I can even read your psychological thoughts and see your personal secrets. Do you still consider me merely an ordinary person? He Yusher remained in shock. After hearing Lu Yang's words, her perception of him undeniably shifted from the very first day of the zombie outbreak. He had exhibited remarkable bravery, confronting zombies face-to-face. On the second day, he was the first to venture into a convenience store to search for food, indicating he was far braver and more strategic than other survivors. Now, he not only could perceive her innermost thoughts, but also unveil the secrets of her body. All of this suggested that although Lu Yang had previously been just a small security guard, in this apocalyptic world, he was undoubtedly an exceptionally reliable man, much more so than those so-called top scholars or wealthy heirs. Even He Yusher found herself unable to resist viewing Lu Yang in a new light. Women are inherently attracted to strength, and Lu Yang's current demeanor embodied that of a true warrior. That if seen in this light, it didn't seem so difficult to accept after all. Her heart wavered. They were merely a step away from a breakthrough. Lu Yang was acutely aware of this as well. Was there an ability more formidable than mind-reading and X-ray vision? Just how many secrets did this fellow harbor? It was as if the small security guard was a riddle waiting for her to unravel, each utterance sparking new anticipation within her. Her interest in Lu Yang was steadily growing. Lu Yang asked, "Now, do you agree to be my girlfriend?" She nodded in affirmation. Lu Yang received a system notification. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully convinced the other party to agree to be your girlfriend, and you have acquired a new power, ice control." Upon seeing this notification, Lu Yang was filled with joy. Had he awakened an ice attribute ability? Lu Yang had watched enough movies to know that even in mutant films, ice manipulators were incredibly powerful beings. Thus, this ice attribute ability must be at least an A-level skill. He hurriedly examined the description. Ice control, level 1. The host can condense water into ice and control ice shards to attack enemies. Lu Yang tested this ability. With a mere thought, moisture in the air instantly crystallized into an ice needle, which he subsequently launched to crack. A deep pit appeared on the wall by the window, witnessing this scene. Lu Yang was astonished. What tremendous power! If it could create a deep pit in a concrete wall, Would it not explode a person's head upon impact? He continued experimenting and discovered he could condense up to 5 ice needles at once. However, his mental energy was nearly depleted, resulting in a 15-minute cooldown period. It was as if he had 5 bullets to fire. With a 15-minute loading time, it seemed this skill could not be used indefinitely and should be reserved for critical moments. Nevertheless, even with a 15-minute cooldown, it was already quite formidable, an assured headshot skill that would prove invaluable against both zombies and other humans alike. After reviewing the skill description, Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to He Yushi, who lay beside him, deciding to reward her handsomely today. An hour later, after the storm had settled, cradling the exquisite campus flower, Liu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment in times of peace, even exchanging a single word with one of the top 4 campus beauties. Such as He Yushi was a dream for many boys. Yet now, this goddess in others' eyes lay in his embrace like a docile kitten, having uttered the words of consent to become his woman. Liu Yang found this sensation utterly delightful, so pleasurable it felt like a dream that could awaken him with laughter. Chapter 8. Rescuing a woman today marked the 3rd day since the apocalypse began. Liu Yang checked the remaining food supplies. 15 bottles of 250 milliliters of milk, 70 sausages weighing 20 grams each, 12 loaves of bread, and 8 vacuum-sealed chicken legs that if consumed sparingly, these provisions should suffice for the 3 of them for 7 days. However, Liu Yang was a man filled with a sense of crisis. Although the food could last for 7 days, it was imperative to continue gathering supplies without delay. The longer time passed, the hungrier other survivors would become, increasing the likelihood of them daring to venture into the convenience store. This convenience store was the sole source of food for the entire community, that if he did not act quickly, others might seize the opportunity first. However, before he could continue gathering food, the 10 or so zombies at the entrance posed a necessary obstacle that needed to be dealt with first. Liu Yang stood at the window on the 3rd floor, observing the zombies from a higher vantage point. With a mere thought, an ice needle formed in midair. He then aimed for the head of one of the zombies and launched it to his dismay. The zombie appeared unscathed. Liu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? Although this ice needle attack is powerful, the effective range is far too short. That zombie was merely 20 meters away. Yet I couldn't reach it. Liu Yang concluded that, with his current mental energy and the level 1 ice attribute ability, his ice needle's attack range was approximately 10 meters. Beyond that distance, he could not maintain control. Moreover, unlike bullets, the ice needle was too light. Once it lost its controlled force, its inertia could not inflict damage. It appeared this skill was not invincible. He would have to take the risk of opening the door and attacking through a narrow gap. Shaking his head, Liu Yang was relieved that zombies possessed relatively low intelligence, that if he opened a slight gap in the door to attack stealthily, perhaps they would remain unaware. Liu Yang calculated that he could eliminate 5 zombies with his 5 ice needles, with each round requiring a 15-minute cooldown. There were 15 zombies outside, meaning he would need to reload twice, taking half an hour in total. Thus, he only needed half an hour to eliminate all the zombies outside and then safely gather food from the convenience store. After planning the timing, Liu Yang began his simulation. In the simulation, he approached the back door of the villa, opened a small gap, and stealthily observed outside. The zombies had yet to detect him, continuing their aimless wandering at the door. Liu Yang hesitated not to launch an ice needle. Crack. The ice needle accurately struck one of the zombies, exploding into countless ice crystals within its skull, resulting in an instant headshot. Witnessing this, Liu Yang felt exhilarated. The power of the ice needle was indeed as he had anticipated. He then launched a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th ice needle. 5 zombies collapsed to the ground, all having met their end by headshots. The remaining zombies, oblivious to the fate of their companions, stood still, completely unaware of what had transpired. The zombies' intelligence truly was lacking. At that moment, Liu Yang found himself in a 15-minute cooldown period, hiding behind the door. A smug expression adorned his face. With this ice ability, dealing with zombies became significantly safer and more efficient. There was no need for close combat. Otherwise, even with enhanced attributes, facing off against a dozen zombies simultaneously could result in injury. Furthermore, if zombies spotted a living human, they would become agitated, howling and attracting more zombies. In contrast, using ice needles for stealthy attacks allowed him to eliminate them silently. As Liu Yang found himself in a state of cooldown, Preparing to regain his mental fortitude before re-engaging, an unexpected event unfolded not far from a convenience store that a woman stealthily emerged from a nearby villa. Clearly, on the third day of the apocalypse. She could no longer withstand the gnawing hunger and ventured out in search of fortune. Observing that the entrance to the convenience store was devoid of zombies, she crouched low and cautiously made her way forward. However, midway through her approach, a zombie lurking by the villa's entrance suddenly spotted her. With a ferocious roar, it lunged toward her, prompting others to follow suit at the sound. Startled, the woman let out a piercing scream and attempted to retreat back to the villa. Alas, a woman who had been starved for 3 days stood no chance against the frenzied undead. Before long, the first zombie caught up to her, bringing her to the ground and relentlessly tearing at her flesh. Her anguished cries echoed throughout the neighborhood, drawing countless zombies from afar. In a matter of moments, she was devoured, leaving nothing but a pile of bones. Meanwhile, dozens of zombies had gathered at the entrance of the convenience store. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Lu Yang could not help but curse under his breath. That foolish woman, in such dire circumstances, how could she scream and attract so many zombies? Not even I dare to seek food now. Originally, there had only been 15 zombies at his villa's entrance, 5 of which he had already dispatched. Had he waited just another half hour, the remaining zombies would have also been eliminated, allowing him to venture out for sustenance. Now, however, thanks to that woman, dozens of zombies congregated at the convenience store's entrance. Lu Yang's ice needle skill had a mere 10-meter attack range, and hiding inside the villa, he was unable to reach the zombies far off at the convenience store. This left him with no option but to confront the zombies head-on, a perilous endeavor. Even Lu Yang did not hold 100% certainty of survival when facing so many zombies. Should he be overwhelmed, his demise would be all but assured. All of this was the fault of that foolish woman. Lu Yang concluded the simulation and immediately initiated a second one, the second simulation. After eliminating 5 zombies while hiding behind the door, he did not wait for the cooldown period to expire. Instead, he brandished a fire axe and charged out that moment. His strength and speed had increased. And with the immunity to the zombie virus, he felt confident even against 10 zombies. By employing a hit-and-run strategy, his odds of success remained high. Even if he sustained minor injuries, it mattered little, for he would not turn into a zombie. Thus, wielding the fire axe like a warrior, he swung it at the zombies under a minute. He had dispatched 10 of them. However, the noise from the battle risked attracting more zombies from a distance. So Lu Yang quickly rushed toward the woman who had been seeking food at the convenience store. Upon seeing a robust man covered in dark zombie blood charging toward her with an axe, the woman froze in terror. Trembling, she asked Lu Yang, "Who are you? What do you want?" "I am your father. Hurry up and follow me, you foolish woman." Lu Yang retorted fiercely, "If I were not worried about you screaming and drawing zombies, would I have to engage in close combat with those 10 zombies? Now I'm covered in this foul zombie blood. It's utterly disgusting." The woman, silenced by Lu Yang's rebuke, was swiftly pulled back to his villa. Meanwhile, the commotion attracted 20 more zombies, encircling the entrance of Lu Yang's villa. Chapter 9. Experiencing the joy of direction, the second simulation was a success, preventing the woman from causing a major disaster. However, it ultimately resulted in 20 zombies gathering at the entrance, complicating the next outing. Yet it was far better than having 50 zombies at the convenience store. Lu Yang then proceeded according to the second simulation's plan. Upon successfully bringing the woman back to the villa, she immediately wrenched her wrist free from Lu Yang's grasp. "Get your filthy hands off me! How disgusting!" she exclaimed, repeatedly wiping the zombie blood from her wrist. Her face contorted in disgust. With a cold smile, Lu Yang replied, "How dare you complain about being dirty? Do you not realize that if I had not saved you, you would have been devoured alive by zombies? Reduced to nothing but bones, with not a scrap of flesh left on you. Who are you trying to fool? I don't believe you. If you dragged me away, I would have found food in the convenience store already. What do you want, you perverted security guard? I remember you. Every time I pass through the gate, you look at me with those lecherous eyes. Don't think I don't notice. Men like you, the bottom dwellers, are the most despicable. Maybe at night, you fantasize about me and do something inappropriate." The woman shouted, her expression rife with disdain. Hearing her words and observing her haughty demeanor, Lu Yang finally recognized her. Wasn't she the third-rate actress named Su Xiao, who lived in Building 12? Every time he passed her, he would greet her as per company policy, yet she would always respond with a look of disdain, dismissively snorting at him. Lu Yong had to admit, this actress was indeed beautiful. In terms of looks, she rivaled He Yushur and, in some aspects, even surpassed her. She exuded a mature charm and an air of superiority, suggesting that her expressions, demeanor, smiles, and even her walking style were likely the results of rigorous training, hallmarks of a starlet. While Lu Yong occasionally stole glances at beautiful women, he never stooped to the level of lewdness. Yet, he never imagined that in the eyes of this actress, he was perceived as such a lowly figure. Nevertheless, Lu Yong was indifferent to her opinion. This was an apocalypse, not a time of peace. What did it matter if she was a star? Did celebrities not experience hunger? What is the matter? Did my words strike a nerve? He taunted her. Lowly security guard. Hurry up and bring me something to eat. I am a resident of this community. Is this how you treat the owners? Su Xiao retorted aggressively. Lu Yong furrowed his brow and replied coldly, What gives you the audacity to speak to me like that? I saved you, and instead of gratitude, you regard me with contempt. Now you come asking for food as if issuing a command. Who do you think you are? I am your god. Your salary comes from us residents. Don't you understand? Is your brain flooded? Su Xiao exclaimed, not expecting Lu Yong to dare to retort. Her anger flared as she pointed an accusing finger at him. Daha. Tang Mingting, who stood by, let out a cold snicker, fully aware of what would transpire next as she had experienced it herself. Sure enough, with a sharp crack, Lu Yong wasted no time and swiftly slapped Su Xiao across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Her face instantly flushed a deep crimson, swollen from the blow. Tang Mingting's smirk deepened, puzzled as to why she felt such satisfaction witnessing another suffer the same fate as herself. How dare you hit me? You, a mere security guard, dare to lay a hand on me? Do you not know who I am? I am a resident of this community, a star. I have millions of fans, and you dare strike me? Su Xiao screamed, her face stinging painfully, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could hardly fathom that a mere security guard would have the audacity to strike her as a star. She was used to being treated like royalty, adored by countless fans willing to spend exorbitant sums just for a photo with her. Her appearance fees for events were in the hundreds of thousands. Wherever she went, she was revered like a goddess. Yet, who would have imagined that a lowly security guard would dare to hit her? Star. This is the apocalypse. Who cares if you're a star? What of it? So what if I saved you? You better listen to me, or I'll throw you out to the 20 zombies waiting outside for a taste of your flesh. Lu Yang's words, coupled with his fierce expression, caused Su Xiao to tremble in fear. She had indeed witnessed how terrifying those pursuing zombies were when she fled with Lu Yong back to this villa, that if they were to catch her, she would be reduced to mere scraps. Then at least give me some food. I'm starving. I can pay you. How much do you want? 100,000? 200,000? I can manage it. Money is no object for me. Su Xiao, accepting her reality, attempted to bribe the security guard with her status, but it was evidently futile. That Su Xiao felt that this amount was quite substantial for a security guard. Money is not an issue for me. In this apocalyptic world, what good is money? One cannot even buy a loaf of bread. It is merely a pile of worthless paper. Miss Celebrity, are you still oblivious to the situation? If you continue to act so mindlessly, your life will be in grave danger. Lu Yong remarked with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, the celebrity Su Xiao completely broke down. I don't want to die. I am so hungry. If it weren't for my hunger, I would never have risk coming out of the villa. I truly cannot bear this hunger any longer. It's all my assistant's fault for saying I've gained a few pounds and look unattractive on camera, urging me to lose weight, that I hadn't eaten anything the day before the zombie outbreak, which means I've been starving for a whole extra day compared to others. Well, I am really going to starve to death. What do you need to do to get me food? If you don't want money, that's fine. Once this calamity passes, I can introduce you to directors and help you become a star. You could act in films and portray a hero. What do you think? Lu Yong shook his head. Don't be foolish. Over 70% of the global population has turned into zombies. How could this disaster possibly end? This is an apocalypse. Don't you understand? If you want food, you could take a bath, clean yourself up, and then come to my room to find me. You are a celebrity. Such actions should be quite normal for you, don't you think? For a star, isn't being aware of the unspoken rules just part of the territory, no matter how beautiful a star is. To become the leading lady, she must go through relentless efforts, climbing into the beds of one director after another to finally achieve her dreams of becoming a dazzling superstar. I imagine Su Xiao has probably climbed into the beds of many directors before. So what is the problem with her climbing into the bed of a mere security guard now? This star is exceptionally beautiful. Although Liu Yang has had relationships with class beauties, he has yet to experience a relationship with a celebrity. He is curious to see what exactly sets these stars apart from ordinary girls. Su Xiao was taken aback, then quickly regained her composure, revealing an expression of anger. You want to exploit me? No way. I am a star, and you are just a lowly security guard. In the past, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. And for a mere morsel of food, would I sell my body? Don't even think about it. Liu Yang smirked coldly. You're quite impressive that I look forward to your performance. Think about it here. However, I will only give you this opportunity tonight that if you miss it, even if you beg me later, I won't relent. At that point, don't expect to receive any food. Every woman says that, yet in the end, they all come knocking on their own doors. Don't they? This celebrity looks down on me, a mere security guard, which doesn't surprise Liu Yang. However, he is confident that this celebrity will soon yield. Chapter 10. Has someone entered the convenience store? Liu Yang then ignored the so-called star and joined Tang Mingting and He Yushi at the dining table, where they began distributing food. Each received a sausage, a bottle of milk, and a loaf of bread. This constituted their lunch for the day. Given the current food shortage, they had to eat sparingly. Nevertheless, despite the limited provisions, both Tang Mingting and He Yushi wore expressions of immense anticipation. Yes, they carefully unwrapped the bread and took a bite of the soft loaf. Satisfaction washed over their faces. Delicious. It truly is exquisite. In this apocalypse, even a simple loaf of bread seems like a rare delicacy. The aroma of the bread wafted through the air and reached Su Xiao's nose. She couldn't help but inhale deeply. How fragrant. I want to eat it so badly, gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach could not help but grumble that as a celebrity, she had always adhered to strict dietary control and planning. Especially since she had recently taken on a new role, she was focused on controlling her weight and dieting. This had led to her being hungrier than others, with even less fat reserves. Now, upon catching a whiff of the bread as scent, she felt she could no longer resist, that felt as though countless ants were biting her insides, causing unbearable pain. She gazed longingly at the group enjoying their meal, only to find that none of them paid her any attention, that a prominent star, utterly neglected. Su Xiao could not accept such a disparity, and tears welled in her eyes. Liu Yang, however, paid no mind to the tearful star. After finishing his meal, he began his final simulation for the day, that he had to make the most of this opportunity. Once the simulation succeeded, he would search for food. Otherwise, if the simulation failed, he wouldn't be able to seek food for the entire day. Liu Yang was a cautious individual. Without having run a simulation, he would never step out of the villa. After all, he now possessed a system that would eventually lead him to greatness, becoming a superpower. With several beautiful women by his side, he had yet to fully enjoy their company, that if something were to go awry and he were to perish prematurely, he would undoubtedly suffer great loss. The simulation began. Liu Yang once again arrived at the villa's entrance, cautiously opening a crack in the door that he then used an ice needle to eliminate 5 zombies. After a 15-minute cooldown period, he dispatched another 5 that by the time he had dealt with all 20 zombies, 45 minutes had passed. Since the simulation could only predict 1 hour into the future, Liu Yang had only 15 minutes left to gather food and return to the villa. Fortunately, the convenience store was quite close to the villa. Under normal circumstances, as long as there were no mishaps, 15 minutes would be more than sufficient. He could even accomplish it in under 5 minutes. Liu Yang dashed out of the villa, crouching low as he sped toward the convenience store. No incidents occurred along the way, and he successfully entered the store. However, upon entering, Liu Yang sensed something was amiss. Clearly, the food in the convenience store had diminished considerably, that he and Tang Mingting had previously visited the store, and at that time the shelves were full, untouched by any other survivors, that he remembered how much food they had taken. Now, with so much food missing, it indicated that other survivors had also come to the convenience store. The thought made Liu Yang furrow his brow. It seemed that, driven by hunger, some individuals had begun to take risks to search for food. This convenience store would likely be frequented by more and more survivors, so he had to find a way to gather more food. Lu Yong immediately started stuffing food from the shelves into his backpack. He focused on items that were easy to grab and high in calories. After a minute of collecting, his backpack was filled to the brim, the zipper barely able to close. Only then did he exit. A dozen meters away from the store, he turned back, picked up a stone from the ground, and hurled it at the convenience store's glass. Crack! The sharp sound instantly attracted the attention of nearby zombies. And 3 zombies rushed toward the store. Satisfied, Lu Yong returned to his villa. With 3 zombies guarding the store, other survivors would likely hesitate to enter and grab food. The 3 zombies were not a challenge for him. With his current strength, he could easily dispatch them. This was merely an obstacle for other survivors. The food in the convenience store belongs to me. If they want it, they'll have to deal with those 3 zombies first. Lu Yong thought to himself. After successfully obtaining the food, Lu Yong concluded this simulation that he then began to execute his plan according to the simulation's outcome. Once he completed his search for food at the convenience store and returned to the villa, he dumped the contents of his backpack onto the table. He Yusher and the other's eyes lit up upon seeing the abundance of food. He Yusher exclaimed incredulously. Ah, Lu Yong, did you go looking for food again? Aren't there a dozen zombies outside? How did you manage to go out? Shouldn't you have taken care of them first? Lu Yong replied nonchalantly. Take care of them? Those were a dozen zombies. Tang Mingting and Yusher stared at him wide-eyed. Even the celebrity Su Xiao beside them displayed a look of disbelief. Was it really that difficult? Lu Yong affirmed, then ignored the astonished and admiring gazes of the women as he began to count the food. Once he finished, he addressed the group. I collected a total of 12 loaves of bread, 58 sausages, and 21 packets of beef jerky that in the future, for every meal, I can give you 2 + 1 packet of beef jerky. Wow! Extra rations. That is fantastic. Yusher's face brightened with joy and surprise. Thank you, Lu Yong. You are so kind to us. Tang Mingting chimed in happily. Previously, she had looked down on Lu Yong as the class monitor. But now she realized he was entirely different from her previous perceptions, that he was a superpower, possessing meticulous thought and a brave heart. In this apocalypse, he was undeniably a remarkable man. Thus, the disdain she once held gradually transformed into admiration and infatuation. In the distance, Su Xiao gazed with a complex expression, her heart in turmoil. Could it be that I truly have to submit to this mere security guard? No, he is just a guard. I am a celebrated star. Yet if I continue to endure this hunger, I will eventually perish. Sigh. What am I to do? Woe is me. Su Xiao began to stifle her sobs once more. Chapter 11. The starlet compromises and gains a new ability after taking stock of the supplies. Lu Yong once again returned everything to his room, that he then took a shower and began to rest. He had conducted 3 simulations that day and had even engaged in close combat with 10 zombies to save a useless starlet, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Lying on the bed, he soon drifted into slumber. When he awoke, the night had fallen to that moment. He heard a knock on the door. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Yong couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. A high-end mighty starlet. Is she really so fragile? Just a few hours have passed, and she can't bear the hunger. Come in. Lu Yong called out to the person outside the door. That Su Xiao slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Her eyes red-rimmed, clearly having cried for a long time. The sight of Lu Yong lying on the bed caused her tears to flow anew. At the age of 25, she had been in the entertainment industry for a full 7 years. Blessed with exceptional beauty, she rivaled even the top-tier stars. The reason she had only been cast in low-budget dramas and had not ascended to the ranks of leading ladies was due to her unwillingness to compromise. As she had yet to accept the unspoken rules of the industry, in terms of acting skills, looks, and figure, she had already met, if not surpassed, the standards of first-rate actresses. Yet, what good was that? If she refused to climb into the director's bed, she would forever remain a third-rate star, relegated to supporting roles. However, Su Xiao was unwilling to yield. She believed that with her talent, success was merely a matter of time. Who said that in this murky entertainment industry, a pure and unblemished lotus could not emerge? Su Xiao aspired to be that singular flower. Despite enduring immense pressure and the temptations of the entertainment world, she had not succumbed to the director's advances. Yet now, she found herself unable to withstand her hunger and was compelled to knock on the door of this small security guard, Lu Yong. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Lu Yong furrowed his brow and addressed the starlet. What is the matter? Have you come to lament? If you haven't thought it through, then continue pondering. Just remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Become my woman, and I will provide you with food. This is only natural. Otherwise, why would I share precious supplies with a stranger? Startled by Lu Yang's words, Su Xiao immediately ceased her crying. I understand. I have thought it through, which is why I knocked and came in. She choked out, though still feeling a sense of reluctance. After years of struggling in the entertainment industry to become a star, how could she now submit to a security guard earning a mere 3,000 a month? The disparity was too great for her to accept all at once. Lu Yang, observing her stunning beauty and admirable figure, particularly her unique aura as a star, couldn't help but lick his lips. Although Su Xiao was merely a third-tier star, she boasted millions of fans. Countless men idolized her, willing to do anything for a night with her. At that moment, the starlet had taken the initiative to enter his room, and Lu Yang felt a surge of excitement that don't just stand there. Come here quickly. Afterward, I will provide you with food. Moreover, once you become my woman, you will never have to worry about food again, Lu Yang confidently stated. Armed with formidable abilities and exceptional foundational attributes, he would not face shortages in the apocalypse. Furthermore, his strength would continue to grow. Reaching the pinnacle of life was merely a matter of time. All right, I understand that I agree to be your woman. Su Xiao gritted her teeth, ultimately making her decision. Lu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully gaining the agreement of the other party to become your woman. You have acquired a new ability, Dark Space. Due to the host's 3 consecutive successes, you have gained the title of Branching Expert, with all attribute points increased by 30 and all ability levels raised by 1. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yang was filled with exhilaration. Not only had he obtained a new ability, but he had also earned a title, increased his attribute points, and elevated his ability levels. This was absolutely delightful. Lu Yang quickly checked his attributes. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 cm weight, 80 kg. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Stamina, 100. Spirit, 100. Abilities, 1. Future Simulation Level 2, 2. Virus Immunity Level 2, 3. Ice Control Level 2, 4. Dark Space Level 2. Seeing this attribute panel, Lu Yang was utterly thrilled. His base attributes had reached 100 points, effectively doubling those of an average person. The enhancements in strength and speed provided him with greater prowess in combat against zombies. Now, his speed was twice that of an ordinary person. While a normal person would take around 12 seconds to run 100 meters, Lu Yang could accomplish it in only 6 seconds. Such speed surpassed even world records. Not only could zombies not catch him, but even sprint champions would struggle to keep up. The increase in strength was even more crucial. Without a weapon, Lu Yang could now send a zombie flying with a single punch. The elevation in ability levels was also significant. Lu Yang hurriedly examined the descriptions of each ability. Future Simulation, Level 2. You can simulate the future within 2 hours, with 4 simulations available each day. Excellent. The duration has doubled, and the number of simulations has increased by 1, granting Lu Yang more opportunities to experiment. Virus Immunity, Level 2. You can be immune to the viruses of Level 2 zombies. Lu Yang paused at this revelation. Level 2 zombies. What are those? Could it be that zombies can level up? He shook his head, setting aside his confusion, and turned his attention to the third skill. Ice Control, Level 2. You can more quickly condense moisture into ice and control ice blocks to attack enemies. Seeing this description, Lu Yang shook his head. There was no special effect, only that the ability to create ice blocks had become faster. He tested it and discovered that while he could previously create 5 ice needles, he could now create 10 after the upgrade. Furthermore, the speed of condensation had increased, meaning he now had 10 bullets in his magazine. With an attack range extended to 20 meters, delighted by this newfound strength, Lu Yang was overjoyed. The upgrade of this ice skill was indeed the most valuable, with both the quantity and range of attacks doubling. Finally, Lu Yang turned to the last skill, the most recently acquired. Dark Space, Level 2. You possess a cubic space measuring 20 meters within your body, allowing you to freely take and place any item. This skill is incredibly powerful. It is a space-based ability, likely among the top tier, even within the realm of powers. Eagerly, Lu Yang pulled out a sausage to test it. With a mere thought, the sausage vanished from his hand, entering the dark space. Moments later, with another thought, the sausage reappeared in his grasp. Overjoyed by the convenience and strength of this ability, Lu Yang exclaimed, "How powerful! With this ability, I will no longer need to carry a backpack when scavenging for food. I can clear out an entire convenience store in one go." Chapter 12. Scavenging for food and encountering survivors. Lu Yang never expected that succeeding in branching out for 3 consecutive days would yield additional rewards. Was this a reward for his triple kill? What if he achieved 4 or 5 kills? Would there be rewards then? If he managed 7 kills consecutively, would he ascend to godhood? Would the rewards be even greater? With these thoughts, Lu Yang felt a rush of excitement. It appeared that the system was encouraging him to continuously branch out, ideally achieving success each day without interruption. To maintain a streak of kills, he would need to persistently seek out female survivors. Lu Yang resolved in his heart that the next day he would venture out not only to scavenge all the food from the convenience store, but also to explore if there were any other women in the villa area to rescue. After all, branching out with female survivors was the quickest path to his own empowerment. Lu Yang retracted his thoughts, contemplating rewarding the female celebrity. After more than an hour, a satisfied smile graced Lu Yang's face. At that moment, the female star, Su Xiao, lay on the bed with a vacant expression. Having already gone several days without food, and now having been worn out by Lu Yang's antics, she was on the verge of collapse. Noticing her state, Lu Yang quickly produced a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread, offering them to her with the words, "Have something to eat. I truly fear you might perish on the bed." "Oh, thank you. Thank you," Su Xiao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of food, the previous emptiness in her gaze seemingly replaced by a spark. She eagerly seized the bread and began to devour it. "Take your time. No one is competing with you, and since you are with me, there will be an abundance of food," Lu Yang remarked, finding her ravenousness somewhat amusing. Once she finished eating, Su Xiao regained some strength, and the two embraced and drifted off to sleep. Holding an exquisite female celebrity in his arms, Lu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Previously, such stars would scarcely spare him a glance. Yet now she had willingly climbed into his bed, peacefully resting in his embrace, that he finally experienced the sensation of being a major director, and it was utterly exhilarating. The next day, Lu Yang awoke feeling refreshed. He decided to visit the convenience store to procure every morsel of food available. Having awakened his spatial abilities, he realized that even if he cleared out the entire store, his dark space could accommodate it all. After washing up, Lu Yang approached the dining table, where Tang Mingting and others were already gathered. Lu Yang possessed the authority to distribute food, and no matter how ravenous they felt, they had to wait for his allocation. This time, Lu Yang provided each person with a bottle of milk, 2 sausages, a loaf of bread, and a packet of beef jerky. Upon witnessing this, Yusher's face lit up with delight. "Dada, another sausage? Our rations are increasing," she exclaimed. "Lu Yang, you are amazing and so generous." Tang Mingting echoed her gratitude. "Indeed, you've added another sausage for us, Lu Yang. You are truly wonderful. Eat up. I told you, with me, food scarcity will never be an issue. There will always be an abundance." Lu Yang confidently stated that he was about to raid the entire convenience store for food, ensuring they would no longer need to ration their meals. "Thank you. Following you is incredibly reassuring." Yusher eagerly nodded, and both Tang Mingting and Su Xiao displayed expressions of gratitude. After their meal, Lu Yang commenced his plans for the day, preparing to thoroughly scavenge supplies and empty the convenience store before seeking out survivors. Female survivors could be brought back, while male ones would be expelled from the community. As the simulation began, Lu Yang utilized ice needles, swiftly eliminating the 20 zombies at the entrance in just 15 minutes. With his magazine now holding 10 rounds, he only needed to reload once to dispatch all 20. After clearing the zombies, Lu Yang brandished a fire axe and charged towards the convenience store. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lu Yang was taken aback. The 3 zombies he had previously attracted were now dealt with, their skulls crushed, undoubtedly the work of the fire axe. Lu Yang frowned, realizing that those coming for food had not been deterred by the presence of the zombies. They evidently possessed strength and courage, likely one or several adult males. This raised his alertness, as they were potential competitors at the same time. Lu Yang felt a sense of relief that he had acquired his dark space ability early. Otherwise, the convenience store might have been completely cleaned out by others. He entered the store and immediately began collecting resources. Previously, with a limited backpack, he could only select a few high-nutrition items that would satisfy hunger. But now it was different. He could clear out the entire store of bread, milk, sausages, bottled water. All taken. Snacks, candies, cigarettes, fine liquor. All taken. Pots, pans, and daily necessities. All taken. Rice, noodles, cooking oil. All taken. Kitchen knives and utensils. All taken. What's this? Condoms? I'll pass on those. Before long, Lu Yang had completely cleared the convenience store. Just as he prepared to leave, he unexpectedly encountered 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, approaching him, each bearing a large backpack. The leader, a man, wielded a fire axe identical to Lu Yang's. Upon seeing Lu Yang, their expressions morphed into astonishment. Lu Yang, you're still alive. Are you here for food too? Recognizing them, Lu Yang was equally surprised to find it was their security team leader, Zhang Jinfeng, accompanied by 2 other security personnel and a beautiful female resident. We came to search for food, but everything has already been cleared out. I didn't find anything, Lu Yang casually replied, not wanting them to realize he was the one who had emptied the store, lest they grow envious. Although Lu Yang was not afraid of them, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, despite his casual demeanor, the security personnel did not believe him. Team leader Zhang Jinfeng entered the store for a quick look and emerged with an expression of disbelief. His gaze fixated on Lu Yang as he remarked, "The store is completely empty. When we were here yesterday, there was still so much food. How could it disappear so suddenly? Speak up, did you have a hand in this?" "Kid, I'm your superior, so you better not lie to me." Zhang Jinfeng was uneducated, having served as the security team leader for 5 years. That he had always looked down upon Lu Yang, believing him to be a mere child with no future for working as a security guard. Lu Yang's status as a university student only fueled Zhang Jinfeng's disdain. Now, amidst the apocalypse, Zhang Jinfeng dared to employ his usual condescension towards Lu Yang, prompting him to frown that he coldly addressed the group. "Your disbelief is your issue. The food from the convenience store has vanished. You can search as you please, just don't bother me." Hearing this, Zhang Jinfeng's expression darkened. How dare this young guard speak to him in such a manner? He was the leader of the security team, an authoritative figure in the community. Especially now, during the apocalypse, he had reunited with fellow guards and found a beautiful resident, Xiao Dan, with whom he hoped to develop a relationship. Lu Yang's arrival not only disrupted his plans for food, but also dared to challenge him in front of Xiao Dan. This was a direct affront to his pride. Zhang Jinfeng's anger flared as he stepped forward, pointing at Lu Yang. "How dare you speak to me like that? I'm the security team leader. I have every right to manage you. The food was here just yesterday. Now it's gone. And you're here. Who else could it be but you? Take me to your place. If I don't find the food there, we'll settle this matter." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Regarding Zhang Jinfeng, as if he were a fool. "Zhang Jinfeng, have you lost your mind? Do you truly think you're someone important? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Upon realizing this, Tang Mingting glanced at He Yushi. Among the 3, only He Yushi had not been struck to AT that moment. A hint of barely concealed triumph flickered across He Yushi's face. Upon witnessing this expression of pride, Tang Mingting instantly comprehended the situation. It was indeed this campus beauty. In terms of both appearance and intellect, she had been thoroughly overshadowed. At this juncture, Lu Yang also noticed He Yushi and inquired of the campus beauty, "Why don't you say a few words?" "Me?" He Yushi, surprised, pointed at herself, and then broke into a sweet smile, playfully saying, "I have time tonight? Oh, I brought back a new woman. You don't mind, do you?" Lu Yang asked curiously. "What could I possibly mind? This secure villa is yours. The food is yours. Everything here belongs to you. ISNT at your prerogative to bring whoever you wish." He Yushi replied with an air of nonchalance. She had never considered herself Lu Yang's girlfriend, nor had she imagined she could monopolize him. To end this apocalypse, what room was there for romance? Everything was merely a transaction of interests. Women like them were but vassals to Lu Yang. They should not harbor illusions of becoming the mistress. He Yushi was astute enough to have grasped this truth long ago. Seeing He Yushi respond this way, even Lu Yang was taken aback. He remarked to her, "You are indeed a clever campus beauty." "Clever? So clever. Yet I was ensnared by your schemes. HMPF. He Yushi pouted, her cherry lips forming a frown. "Ah, that means I am smarter than you." Lu Yang chuckled, affectionately ruffling the hair of the campus beauty. It was undeniable that conversing with intelligent individuals was a source of great delight, particularly with someone like Yusher, whose emotional and intellectual quotients were unparalleled among the three women that at this moment. Lu Yang turned his attention to the newly brought-back female occupant, Chindan, saying, "You need not be so frightened that I will not harm you. You have not provoked me. The reason I eliminated those 3 security guards was solely because they intended to kill me. Therefore, I shall ensure your safety and provide you with sustenance. All you need to do is submit to me and become my woman. Absolutely. I will do whatever you say as long as you don't kill me." The female occupant, Xiaodan, quickly replied. Chapter 15. The female occupant is a ballet teacher. After finishing her shower, Xiaodan entered Lu Yang's room, where he had been waiting. The reason Xiaodan had been able to attract Zhang Jingfeng, the devoted admirer, was her striking beauty and perfect figure. She was reputed to be a ballet instructor. Just the thought of her graceful form sent waves of excitement through Lu Yang. Moreover, while Zhang Jingfeng had pined for so long without success, Xiaodan had sought out Lu Yang within a day. This was proof that devoted admirers often met a bitter end, especially in an apocalypse. To be a devoted admirer was the epitome of foolishness. At this moment, Xiaodan was exceedingly anxious. Lu Yang found her demeanor rather amusing. "Why are you so nervous? You haven't had a boyfriend before, have you?" To his surprise, she nodded. "Yes, I've indeed never had a boyfriend and have no idea how such things work." "What? Is that true? How old are you, and you've never had a boyfriend?" Lu Yang exclaimed incredulously. Xiaodan was fair-skinned and beautiful, tall and graceful, exuding the charm typical of a dance instructor. Those who studied dance walked with a unique allure. Such a stunning woman had captivated even the head of security, Zhang Jingfeng, who willingly played the devoted admirer. How could she possibly have never had a boyfriend? Truly, I have been so engrossed in my dance career over the years that I've had no time for relationships. And I have not encountered a man who has truly moved my heart. Xiaodan shyly confessed that, "You are quite fortunate. Today you have met me, and I am certainly not an ordinary man. When we first met, your heart must have raced quite rapidly, wouldn't you say? Does that count as being moved?" Lu Yang teased with a mischievous grin that as Chindan recalled the scene of Lu Yang killing. Her heart raced at least 250 beats per minute. Not only was it a matter of being moved, her heart felt as though it might leap from her chest. She found herself laughing at Lu Yang's words. Seeing her reaction, Lu Yang smiled in satisfaction. "That's more like it, that don't be too tense. Although you have never had a boyfriend, I have had many girlfriends that I possess considerable experience and can guide you. Especially with someone like you who has never been in a relationship. I have even more experience. Rest assured, I will be gentle, that's so. Do you agree to be my woman?" Saying this, Lu Yang placed his hand on Chindan's body, gently caressing her to ease her anxiety. Chindan nodded. Lu Yang received a system notification. "Ding, congratulations, the host has successfully convinced the other party to agree to be your woman. Reward granted. All basic attributes enhanced by 10. Another reward?" Lu Yang was overjoyed. This time, the reward was not a supernatural ability or an upgrade, but a direct enhancement of all attributes by 10 points. This was still quite beneficial. Originally, Lu Yang's 4 basic attributes had reached 100 points. Adding 10 more brought them to 110 points, surpassing that of an ordinary person at 120. Even without supernatural abilities, he could easily contend with 30 or 50 burly men, and dealing with ordinary zombies was a trivial matter. The speed of this attribute enhancement was astonishing. It seemed that rescuing female survivors was indeed a wise decision. Tomorrow, he would continue the search for survivors. Today, Lu Yang's gains were considerable. Not only had he gathered all the food from the convenience store into his dark space, but he also acquired Chindan as a survivor, increasing his basic attributes by another 10 points. Lu Yang was thoroughly satisfied and prepared to take a rest before resuming his actions the next day. Before resting, he glanced at Chindan, who lay beside him, her eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Observing her expression, Lu Yang felt a sense of accomplishment that he took out some food and offered it to her. "Here, eat something to regain your strength. I will take a nap." Upon seeing the food, Chindan regained some vitality and hurriedly began to eat. After finishing everything, she looked at the peacefully sleeping Lu Yang. Her heart filled with complex emotions. She never imagined that her first man would turn out to be a mere security guard. Yet, this guard was entirely different from the rest, that he was decisive, powerful, and even in the apocalypse, he managed to gather so much food. showing no mercy to his enemies. Setting aside his identity as a guard, it seemed that following him was not such a difficult prospect after all. With these thoughts in mind, the female occupant, Xiao Dan, gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 16. The dance teacher can also cook. When the two awoke, night had fallen. Lu Yang stretched and felt a pang of hunger. Preparing to get up for a meal, that moment, the female occupant, Xiao Dan, also stirred awake, and they both stepped outside. Tang Mingting, He Yushi, and Su Xiao had long been waiting on the first floor. Lu Yang had distributed all the food, and the women had not eaten dinner until Lu Yang awoke. Upon seeing Lu Yang come downstairs, He Yushi quickly greeted him with a smile. Lu Yang, you reawake? We are quite hungry. It's time for dinner, isn't it? Yes, I overslept at my apologies. Lu Yang replied with a smile that He Yushi wore a mischievous expression as she joked with Lu Yang. You seem to have grown stronger again. Did the intimate time with this female occupant last even longer than with me? Does she have something special about her that excites you more than I do? Upon hearing this, Xiao Dan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, feeling so shy that she wished to disappear into the ground. Lu Yang was aware that He Yushi and the others on the first floor had overheard their conversation. Yet he paid it no mind. Instead, he affectionately ruffled He Yushi's hair and boasted, "She is a ballet teacher. What do you think makes her special? She can rest her knees on her shoulders like a pillow. What is wrong? Feeling a bit jealous? Don't worry. Next time we engage in that, I'll aim for 2 hours. What? Last time I nearly died on the bed. You think 2 hours is feasible? Forget it, forget it." He Yushi hastily retreated, recalling the terror she felt that night under Lu Yang's control. Even pleading for mercy had been in vain. Seeing her flee, Lu Yang chuckled and began to prepare dinner. This time he brought out a packet of noodles, a bag of rice, a gallon of cooking oil, along with chicken essence, MSG, salt, and other seasonings, even some fresh vegetables. All of these had been scavenged from the convenience store. Everyone was astonished as Lu Yang produced such an abundance of supplies. Lu Yang, where did you get all those things? Where do you hide those things? On He Yushi's face, disbelief was evident. Clearly, when Lu Yang returned initially, he only brought back a female property owner, without carrying anything at all. So why is he now able to produce so many items? Moreover, from where did he retrieve them? He possesses no apparent space to store such belongings. Especially that bag of rice, which must weigh at least 100 pounds. There's no way it could fit. This is simply astonishing. Of course, there is a place, but as for where it is concealed, that is not for you to inquire. He smiled, then turned to the ladies and asked, is anyone able to cook? Tang Mingting and He Yushi shook their heads. Like Lu Yang, they were all freshmen. And being daughters of affluent families, they had been indulged and had excellent living conditions. Cooking was not within their repertoire. Su Xiao also shook her head. Is a celebrity, albeit a third-tier one. Cooking was far removed from her domain. Usually, her assistant handled all food-related matters. Not only did she not know how to cook, but she had never even set foot in the kitchen. That moment, Chindan nodded. I can cook. Though I'm uncertain if it will suit everyone's taste, He Yushi's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, Sister Dan, you actually know how to cook. That's quite impressive. We've been living off bread and sausages since the apocalypse began, and our taste buds are practically withering away. It's wonderful that you can cook. Regardless of how it turns out, we will surely appreciate it. At least it must be better than sausage and bread. Right? Indeed, Sister Dan, we can assist you. Just tell us what you need us to do. Tang Mingting chimed in eagerly. Even the prominent Su Xiao added, I can also try to help, although I may not be very skilled. Eating sausages, bread, and vacuum-packed chicken legs was tolerable as snacks, but having them as the main course every day was utterly unpalatable. After a few days of such fare, they were thoroughly fed up. If they could enjoy freshly cooked rice, paired with any dish, it would be a culinary delight. All right, then let us begin. Yushi, you wash the vegetables. Su Xiao and Mingting, you two can chop them. Today, I will prepare stir-fried noodles for you. Chindan instructed the three women. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement, rolling up their sleeves to begin. Initially, they felt quite bored due to the zombie apocalypse, confined within the villa, with little to do aside from playing cards. Now, helping to cook was a welcome distraction, and it was their first experience in the kitchen, sparking curiosity and excitement. Before long, the kitchen was abuzz with activity. Soon after, Su Xiao began frying the noodles, and the delightful aroma wafted into the living room. Lu Yang couldn't help but inhale deeply. It smells wonderful. Today marked the 5th day since the apocalypse erupted, and the prospect of enjoying a long-missed home-cooked meal was immensely satisfying. No longer would they have to consume sausages and vacuum-packed chicken legs. Those processed foods left a lingering taste of preservatives in their mouths. Quickly, Chindan brought out the first bowl of stir-fried noodles and placed it in front of Lu Yong. Her face adorned with a pleasing smile as she said, "Lu Yong, give it a try." "All right," Lu Yong replied, picking up his chopsticks for a taste. The delightful flavor made his eyes widen in surprise. He had not expected his first meal in the apocalypse to be so delicious. Lu Yong praised Chindan, saying, "This tastes fantastic. Chindan, were you not just a dance teacher, but also a chef?" "Oh no, I merely enjoy cooking," Chindan responded, a hint of bashfulness creeping into her demeanor. "I will prepare something else for you tomorrow." Feeling flattered by Lu Yang's compliment, she lowered her gaze, realizing that perhaps she wasn't entirely useless after all. "You can make other dishes? That's splendid. From now on, you'll be in charge of food matters," Lu Yang declared cheerfully. "I end this era. Finding a girl who loves to cook is quite rare." Chindan not only possesses beauty and grace, but also culinary skills. A remarkable combination of virtues. No wonder Zhang Jinfeng was so infatuated with her. How unfortunate that the one who now holds her heart is Lu Yang. That wouldn't Zhang Jinfeng be furious if he learned about this? As the three girls savored the stir-fried noodles, expressions of pure enjoyment lit up their faces. After consuming so many processed foods, they had grown weary of the taste of preservatives that a simple bowl of noodles, which they might have previously overlooked in peacetime, now surpassed any delicacy they had ever tasted. The three beauties couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious! It's truly exquisite. Who would have thought we could enjoy steaming stir-fried noodles in the apocalypse? I'm so touched. I've never tasted anything so delightful." "Thank you, Sister Dan," one exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. Seeing everyone relish the noodles she had cooked, Chen Dan's face radiated joy. It was wonderful that they all enjoyed it, affirming her sense of worth in this grim situation. Once they finished their meal, Yusher and the others eagerly rushed to wash the dishes, feeling a sense of obligation to contribute after enjoying Chen Dan's cooking. Simultaneously, each of them harbored their own thoughts. Chen Dan, the property owner, was the fourth person to arrive at the villa, and yet she had managed to whip up a dish that even Lu Yang praised highly. This made the newcomers feel somewhat overshadowed, igniting a sense of urgency within them that if this continued, would they not become obsolete? It seemed imperative to devise a plan and make a meaningful contribution. Before long, they had finished washing the dishes and tidying up the dining area. Lu Yang sat contentedly, digesting his meal, and then addressed the group. "Now that we are all well fed, we can rest. Who will join me upstairs for some relaxation? Is anyone willing to volunteer?" Lu Yang's room was upstairs while all four women had their rooms downstairs. The following day, when Lu Yang awoke, the sun had already risen high in the sky, and he noted that it was past 10 in the morning. That Yusher lay beside him, still fast asleep. Gazing at her flawless figure and adorable face, Lu Yang couldn't resist pinching her delicate, flawless cheek, which still bore a hint of baby fat, and said, "Hey, Yusher, it's time to wake up." Yusher murmured, still with her eyes closed. She was utterly exhausted and naturally craved more sleep, in a muffled tone. She replied, "I haven't had enough rest. I don't want to get up. Last night nearly wore me out. Let me sleep a little longer." "Haha, you're so amusing," Lu Yang chuckled, entertained by the beauty before him. His objective for the day was to search the entire community as thoroughly as possible, to rescue any survivors while simultaneously eliminating zombies. Ideally, he hoped to clear the entire area, transforming it into a safe zone. Once the gates were secured, the zombies outside would be unable to enter, allowing all residents within to move freely, thus establishing their first safe base. Thus, the plan began to unfold. Lu Yang took the initiative to explore the entire community. The neighborhood comprised 45 villas and 10 high-rise buildings. Among the villas, which were widely spaced apart, there were unlikely to be many survivors or zombies. However, in the 10 high-rise buildings, there were likely hundreds of households, housing at least 1,000 residents. Of those, a minimum of 700 had turned into zombies. Even the survivors might have lost many to the undead. The likelihood of infection and transformation into a zombie was alarmingly high, surpassing 23. This meant that in a family of 3, 2 members could easily become zombies, leaving only one as a normal human. It was improbable that a lone individual could confront 2 zombies. The ultimate outcome is merely a feast for the undead. Thus, within the high-rise apartments, the number of survivors is likely to be scant. Consequently, Liu Yang has set his primary focus on the villa area. A villa consists of 4 stories, and even if 2 members of a family of 3 have succumbed to the zombie plague, as long as they are not on the same floor, the remaining individual upstairs would be spared from being consumed, thereby increasing the likelihood of survival. Liu Yang's decision is to locate the survivors within the villa district and subsequently lock the main entrance of the high-rise apartments, effectively trapping the zombies inside to perish. Liu Yang commenced his search at the first villa. His endeavor was not solely to rescue individuals, but rather to ascertain which villa harbored survivors and which ones were infested with zombies. Allowing for a comprehensive tally, when the time for action arrived, his objectives would be clear and efficient. The first villa was devoid of any inhabitants. The doors stood ajar, suggesting it had not been closed during the apocalypse or that the survivors had fled as the zombies emerged. Thus, the villa lay empty. No zombies, no survivors, and no provisions. Proceeding to the second villa, Liu Yang discovered 2 zombies. Alongside a disfigured corpse on the ground, it was evident that this villa had once housed a family of 3. 2 had transformed into zombies, and the remaining member had been devoured by the other 2. The mangled body appeared to belong to a young girl, likely the victim of her parents' transformation into zombies. Tragically, she had not succumbed to the infection, but ultimately met a grisly fate at the hands of her own progenitors. Witnessing this harrowing scene stirred Liu Yang's emotions. Parents are meant to cherish and protect their children. Yet upon becoming zombies, they lose all semblance of humanity, even to the point of slaughtering their own flesh and blood. This virus transforms individuals into mindless monstrosities, devoid of thought and emotion. The moment they are infected, they are, in essence, already dead. Liu Yang raised his fire axe and dispatched the 2 zombies, granting them a merciful release before advancing to the next villa. The third villa yielded no survivors or zombies. He then proceeded to the 4th villa, which similarly presented no signs of life. However, en route to the 5th villa, he encountered 2 zombies, which he swiftly eliminated with ice needles, wishing to avoid close combat that might attract further undead. The 5th villa also revealed no survivors, leading Liu Yang to the 6th villa. The door was firmly bolted from the inside, piquing Liu Yang's curiosity that he adeptly scaled a 3-meter-high wall and entered the premises. Upon crossing the threshold, he was met with a pungent metallic scent, a stark contrast to the fetid odor of zombies, unmistakably the fresh blood of humans. Furrowing his brow, Liu Yang pondered if there were still zombies within. Perhaps having just feasted on human flesh, as he ventured further, he stumbled upon the remains of 2 zombies, a man and a woman, whose skulls had been crushed, likely by a blunt object. The dried blood suggested they had perished long ago, possibly at the onset of the apocalypse. Liu Yang continued onward and detected movement from the kitchen. Approaching cautiously, he was taken aback by the sight before him. 2 men were mercilessly hacking at a woman restrained on the floor. Her hands and feet bound, blood pooling around her as she emitted weak cries for help. They were truly butchering a living being. Even someone as hardened as Liu Yang found himself momentarily stunned. The woman pleaded desperately, "Help, please don't kill me. I'll do anything you say. Why are you doing this to me?" The 2 men bore manic expressions, responding, "Just hold on. You've drained us for days. It's time you repay us." Their madness was palpable as they continued their gruesome task. "We haven't eaten in days. We're on the brink of starvation. Since you belong to me, I can do as I please." The woman's cries of agony pierced the air as Liu Yang could no longer stand idly by. Brandishing his fire axe, he called out, "Hey, what on earth are you doing?" Startled, the 2 men turned to face Liu Yang. One of them recognizing him. "You're that security guard, Liu Yang, from our school?" The other scowled menacingly. "Kid, I suggest you mind your own business and get lost, or you'll end up like her. Don't you think we'll go easy on you just because we're from the same school?" "Oh, you think you could take me down? I remember you. You're Li Zihao and Zhou Zixuan from Class 3, aren't you?" Liu Yang's eyes glinted with coldness. Li Zihao, sensing the murderous intent, felt his bravado wane, turning to fear. Zhou Zixuan quickly interjected, "Liu Yang, we're all classmates here. Let us keep the peace. How about we share?" He gestured toward the barely conscious girl, seeing her merely as an object of possession rather than a human being. In their minds, she was but a toy, an item to be exploited in this villa. A party had once been held with 3 men and 3 women. But as the apocalypse unfolded, 1 man and 2 women had succumbed to the infection. After dispatching the zombies, they faced starvation, yet feared venturing out for supplies, thus turning their depraved desires toward the woman. With their sordid behavior now exposed, they sought to placate Lu Yang, believing his apparent vigor rendered him an easy target. Lu Yang gazed at the frail woman, then back at the 2 sycophantic men, expressing a tinge of regret. It's a pity. A girl as beautiful as her, wasted by you two. She could have been a wonderful companion. The 2 men, perceiving Lu Yang's faux sympathy, quickly attempted to appease him. Hey man, you like her? No worries, she is just a plaything for me. Since she is still breathing, why don't we leave, and you can have her. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the woman, who realized her life was in the hands of these monsters. Rather than being saved, did I end this world? All she felt was anguish. Each passing second was a torment she wished to escape. Lu Yang, taken aback by the depravity of the 2 men, found himself surprised by his own sense of morality. He had always believed himself to be cold-hearted, as the world had never shown him kindness. Yet these 2 were an affront to humanity. To them, life was a mere amusement, a commodity to be discarded or tortured at will. Lu Yang, though ruthless, had not descended into such twisted depravity. Addressing the 2, he stated coldly, frankly, you 2 do not deserve to exist in this world, and I am here to send you on your way. Their expressions shifted as fear overtook them, but before they could react, Lu Yang's fire axe cleaved into 1 man's skull. The other, attempting to retaliate with a knife, met a swift demise as his head exploded in less than 2 seconds. Lu Yang had dispatched both assailants. Turning to the gasping woman, he noticed a flicker of hope rekindling in her eyes, believing Lu Yang to be her savior. Though she had been on the verge of despair, the demise of her tormentors sparked a glimmer of hope. He appeared to be a savior, as a woman before him seemed to clutch at a lifeline, her voice frail as she implored, "Save me, please, I beg you." Lu Yang regarded her with an unyielding gaze, devoid of emotion, only calmness emanating from him, but he replied, "Your legs have been severed. Under the dire medical conditions of this apocalypse, you stand no chance of survival. What remains is merely a struggle for existence. And soon you will feel your life ebb away, while I am powerless to change your fate. All I can offer is a merciful end." Upon hearing Lu Yang's words and witnessing his icy demeanor, the woman regained her composure. Indeed, without legs and with significant blood loss, even in peacetime, a delay in reaching the hospital could lead to death. How could she be saved now that the world had fallen into chaos? She closed her eyes, and Lu Yang unleashed an ice needle, bringing an end to the suffering of this tragic woman. After this, Lu Yang began to search for the next villa. Along the way, he dispatched numerous zombies, yet no survivors were found within the villas. It wasn't until he reached the final villa that he noticed something unusual. A zombie was relentlessly attacking a bedroom door. This piqued Lu Yang's curiosity. Ordinarily, zombies cease their assault when they detect no survivors, wandering aimlessly instead. However, this particular zombie seemed driven by a singular purpose, persistently battering the door, its head already dented from repeated impacts. Had zombies begun to exhibit intelligence? Lu Yang raised his axe and called out, "Hey!" The zombie turned sharply upon hearing his voice, its face, smeared with black blood, contorting into a grotesque expression, and it charged at Lu Yang. He swiftly retreated into a room and closed the door behind him. As expected, the zombie commenced a frenzied assault on the door. Lu Yang concluded that the aggression of zombies had indeed intensified, and it was not due to any peculiarities of the door itself. Now, on the 6th day of the outbreak, the zombies' desire to attack had escalated significantly, that if this continued, they might even evolve to possess intelligence. The experiment concluded, Lu Yang opened the door and swiftly dispatched the zombie with a single swing of his axe. He then approached the door that had been under assault and slowly opened it, revealing 2 female survivors within. Upon seeing Lu Yang enter, the women's pale, weakened faces registered surprise, and they eagerly inquired, "Are you the security guard from outside? Have you come to rescue us? Has the apocalypse ended?" Lu Yang shook his head. "No, the apocalypse has not ended, and I am no longer a security guard. I am here to search for survivors. You may speak freely. I can provide you with food. But you must submit to me to this. The glimmers of hope in the two girls' eyes dimmed visibly. So, the catastrophe had not yet concluded, and this security guard was not merely a savior, but sought their submission? Hesitation flickered across their faces, but it lasted less than a second. Liu Yang's next words ignited their interest further. He could offer them food. They had gone 5 full days without sustenance. If food could be secured, what did submission matter? Thus, they resolutely chose to accompany Liu Yang. After rescuing these last 2 survivors, Liu Yang concluded his search for the day. He had no intention of scouring the high-rise buildings. The density of inhabitants there was too great, often comprising whole families. Unlike the villas, which housed predominantly young elites, in family units, if one member turned into a zombie, the rest would hardly stand a chance. Liu Yang planned to seal the doors and let the zombies perish within. With the deductions made, Liu Yang set his plan into motion. Following the strategy he had devised, he successfully brought back the 2 girls. Upon their return to the villa, Tang Mingting, Su Xiao, and others dared not voice their opinions any longer, resorting instead to whispers. Tang Mingting turned to He Yushi and remarked, "I can't be mistaken. One of those girls seems to be Zhao Lina, the top scholar among the 4 campus beauties." He Yushi nodded. "Indeed, it is Zhao Lina." Being one of the 4 campus beauties, He Yushi was well aware of the other 3, that the girl Liu Yang had just rescued was none other than the esteemed scholar Zhao Lina. A mischievous smile crept across Tang Mingting's face as she proposed to He Yushi, "Shall we make a wager? Let's bet on whether Zhao Lina will be slapped by Liu Yang." Among all the women present, Tang Mingting had been slapped by Liu Yang 3 times, more than anyone else, and she had long harbored resentment about it. Now, she secretly hoped that Zhao Lina would maintain her aloof demeanor from before the disaster and would be promptly subdued by Liu Yang. He Yushi's expression changed as she hastily shook her head. "Bet? I won't gamble with you." Having been tricked by Liu Yang once, she had developed an aversion to betting. She added, "Well, I won't bet with you. I can make a conclusion. Zhao Lina will not be slapped, as a top scholar and campus beauty. She is not foolish. I refuse to believe that. Surely she must be slapped at least once." Zhao Lina was frequently the top student in her class. Her demeanor was exceedingly haughty, and countless wealthy heirs pursued her to no avail. "That I refuse to believe she will simply submit," Tang Mingting asserted confidently. Chapter 20. Is she the top scholar? Liu Yang ignored the whispers of the women and directly addressed Zhao Lina and her friend, Zhou Qiuping. "You both should take a shower, that if you seek food. You may come to my room later." The 2 lowered their heads in silence, merely nodding before finding an empty room to settle in and head for the shower. After bathing, they lay on the bed. Zhou Qiuping's face reflected dissatisfaction. Who does this little security guard think he is, acting so high and mighty? He used to rely on our wages, and now he dares to order us around and demand our submission. It's infuriating. "Enough, don't say too much. Be cautious of being overheard." Zhao Lina advised Zhou Qiuping. "Oh, what if they overhear? What is the big deal?" Zhou Qiuping scoffed, her face a mask of disdain. "Oh, so you prefer to return to being trapped in that bedroom, starving to the point of desperation?" Zhao Lina retorted. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiuping shivered. They had been confined in that room for 5 long days, and from the 3rd day onward, the zombie had relentlessly pounded on the door for 2 whole days. During that time, they had no food and could hardly sleep, suffering a dual torment of body and spirit. Just the thought of it made her tremble. "See? Are you afraid now? If we hadn't come to this villa, do you think we could have slept peacefully? Though he is a security guard, we must cast aside our previous roles and identities, for we now live in an apocalypse, and everything has changed. We are no longer wealthy young ladies. Our homes are gone, so what does wealth matter now? You must understand this," Zhao Lina stated calmly. Having been trapped for so long, Zhao Lina's mind had been racing with thoughts each day. While confined, she had contemplated how to escape, where to flee, and how to survive. Ultimately, she concluded that even if they managed to escape the room, as 2 fragile women, their chances of survival were grim. If they encountered malevolent survivors, they could be raped, killed, or even consumed as food. Zhao Lina had long prepared for the worst-case scenario. Now, Liu Yang presented himself as someone not overly coercive, which far exceeded Zhao Lina's expectations. In a world devoid of moral or legal constraints, one could easily imagine what a strong man might do to delicate women. After listening to Zhao Lina's words, Zhou Qiuping's expression grew even more resigned. "I understand that, but I just can't wrap my head around it. Just a few days ago, we were living like wealthy young ladies, having everything handed to us, and were well liked at school. Even I had dozens of suitors. Not to mention you, with over 1,000 admirers. Anything we wanted, we could simply post on social media and be inundated with admirers. But now, sigh. The disparity is overwhelming. Zhou Qiuping couldn't comprehend how her family background, appearance, and even academic performance fell short of Zhao Lina's. Yet she had enjoyed the adulation of many suitors. Now, being threatened by a mere security guard to submit was something she found difficult to accept. And it was only natural for her to feel resentful. What puzzled her most was why Zhao Lina, who faced an even greater fall from grace, seemed so composed and devoid of complaints. Lina, do you truly wish to submit like this? In the past, there were affluent second-generation heirs who offered you luxury sports cars worth millions, yet you never acquiesced. Now, however, you are considering accepting the advances of a mere security guard? Zhou Qiuping gazed at Zhao Lina with a look of perplexity. That was in the past. The present is different. Previously, I had my own plans for life and aspirations I wished to fulfill. So I was naturally unshaken by the allure of those wealthy heirs. Gifts, handbags, and sports cars are merely superfluous material possessions that do not aid in my ambitions or plans. Hence I remained impervious to their charms. But now, without sustenance, we face death. This is a stark reality. Once we perish, everything ceases to exist. From a biological standpoint, even the humblest of organisms, like a bacterium, resist death. All living beings strive for survival, that I am no different. First, we must ensure our survival, and only then can we discuss ideals and the future, Zhao Lina articulated with calmness. Zhou Qiuping, upon hearing Zhao Lina's words, displayed a look of astonishment. Such awareness was beyond her imagination. Ultimately, she shook her head and sincerely remarked, Lina, I truly admire you. Regardless of the circumstances, you maintain the most composed mind, never allowing emotions to dictate your thoughts. Perhaps this is the hallmark of a truly exceptional individual. Zhao Lina's tranquility inspired her admiration. Perhaps this was the rationality possessed by a science prodigy. Your emotions are merely those of an ordinary person. There is no need to dwell on them. After one more night of hunger, you will come to understand. Zhao Lina consoled Zhou Qiuping. However, that single phrase felt rather awkward to Zhou Qiuping. One more night of hunger will lead to understanding. Can I choose not to go hungry? Yet before she could voice her thoughts, Zhao Lina had already exited the room and ascended to the second floor. Zhou Qiuping opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. It seemed she was destined to endure hunger tonight, having been preempted by Zhao Lina. This academic prodigy, indeed, always seemed to be a step ahead. Meanwhile, Lu Yang lay resting on his bed upstairs, after emptying an entire villa district today. He was utterly exhausted. However, saving 2 female survivors made it all worthwhile. Soon, a knock echoed on his door. "Oh, have you come to a decision so swiftly? It appears hunger indeed sharpens the mind, that I wonder which of the two it is." "Come in." Lu Yang called out to the person outside. As the door swung open to reveal the newcomer, his eyes lit up with delight. "Oh, beautiful. Truly stunning." Lu Yang had never anticipated that the survivor he casually rescued would possess such exquisite beauty. In terms of looks and figure, she could rival He Yu sure. Lu Yang scrutinized her, feeling a sense of familiarity. Upon closer examination, he finally recalled her identity and exclaimed, "You are the one known as the academic goddess." "Zhao, what was it again?" "It's Zhao Lina," the academic goddess replied, her cheeks flushed. Yes. "Zhao Lina, I remember you well. Not only are you exceptionally beautiful, but you also frequently rank first in your grade. Students at school often extol you to the heavens, claiming you are the most unattainable girl in the entire institution. I can't believe the person I rescued is you." Chapter 21. The prodigy is truly exceptional. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhao Lina had more admirers at school than even He Yu sure and the other 3 school beauties combined. This was not merely due to her beauty, which was indeed exceptional, but also because of her identity as an academic goddess. Frequently ranking first in her grade, she was not only stunning, but also possessed an impressive figure. How many wealthy heirs sought to win her favor to prove their own worth? The affluent often lack something and thus strive to demonstrate their superiority. While these heirs might be wealthy, their academic performance typically lagged, as their focus lay in indulgence rather than study. However, the poorer their grades, the more they desired a girlfriend with exceptional academic prowess. Just imagine. If one could win the heart of the academic goddess Zhao Lina, it would not only confer the title of the top school beauty, but also that of the academic champion. With these two titles, one could undoubtedly enjoy great prestige. Thus, Zhao Lina became the goddess with the most admirers in the school, surpassing all others. Even the other three school beauties could hardly hold a candle to her. Yet now, this illustrious academic goddess had voluntarily opened her room's door and entered Liu Yang's chamber. An exhilarating sensation for him. Those wealthy heirs looked down upon him, a mere security guard. Yet here he was, a security guard who had secured the affections of two of the most sought-after school beauties. Not only He Yushur, but also the most elusive Zhao Lina. This thrilled Liu Yang immensely. "Come, allow me to witness what sets you apart from other women, academic goddess," Liu Yang said as he patted his bed. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Lina's cheeks flushed crimson. This fellow, how brazen! To speak of such things so nonchalantly. How embarrassing. Slowly, she settled onto the bed and addressed Liu Yang. "Liu Yang, I need food. I've been hungry for several days. And now I lack any strength. Please provide me with some food. Only after I am nourished can I better serve you." This was Zhao Lina's subtle strategy. Upon arriving at the villa, she had noticed several women surrounding Liu Yang. Given the scarce resources in this post-apocalyptic world, sustaining so many women was no simple task. Her request for food before any business was a means to discreetly gauge Liu Yang's food supply. If his provisions were ample, she might consider yielding to him. However, if his resources were limited, then even if she submitted to him, her survival would be short-lived. What significance lay in living a few more days? Thus, she saw no need to barter her body. Liu Yang was taken aback by her request. It was the first time a woman had asked to eat before any business commenced. Nonetheless, he certainly would not refuse. Hadn't the academic goddess stated that eating was merely to restore strength for better service, ultimately benefiting himself? With a subtle thought, he retrieved a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread from the dark space. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Lina was utterly astonished. "How did you do that? My heavens! Can you perform magic? Conjuring food out of thin air? No, that contradicts the law of conservation of mass." As a prodigy, Zhao Lina held a firm belief in science. And Liu Yang's display was beyond any scientific explanation. How had he achieved this? Could he truly possess magical abilities? Even you, the academic prodigy, find it challenging to fathom the underlying principles, don't you? Indeed, using the laws of physics. Such a feat seems implausible. Yet I revel in defying conventions, Liu Yang stated with a hint of pride as he observed her astonishment. The dark space is a manifestation of spatial abilities. It defies ordinary physical laws. Suddenly, Zhao Lina appeared to have an epiphany, her eyes sparkling as she inquired, "Could it be that you possess supernatural abilities akin to those depicted in films? Or are you a mutant? Perhaps even a superhuman?" "Indeed, one might say so," Liu Yang nodded. Upon hearing Liu Yang's confirmation, the light in Zhao Lina's eyes intensified. "How wonderful! Absolutely splendid. Rest assured, I will serve you well from now on. I will be your woman. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply, so long as you protect me." Zhao Lina exclaimed joyfully. If Liu Yang were merely an ordinary survivor, the odds of surviving alongside him would not be promising. However, if he were a superhuman, the situation would be entirely different. In a post-apocalyptic world, possessing such formidable abilities would ensure a prosperous existence. As long as she clung to this powerful ally, her safety would be assured. You, the academic goddess, certainly responds swiftly. "I thought you were known for your aloofness. Why the sudden warmth?" Liu Yang inquired curiously. Aloofness is reserved for those foolish wealthy heirs who, lacking any real talent, believe that their family's wealth entitles them to the affections of every girl. How absurd! They ought to take a good look in the mirror. I, Zhao Lina, not only possess unparalleled beauty, but am also an academic prodigy. The man I seek need not be the pinnacle of the world, but he should at least excel in some domain that if those wealthy heirs were the world's richest, I might consider them. Alas, they merely flaunt their wealth in our city, far from being true elite," Zhao Lina remarked, munching on the bread, her cheeks adorably puffed. Liu Yang asked, "And what about me?" "But you are the strongest man in the world. You are a superhuman. Perhaps you are the only superpower wielder in the entire world. Does that not signify your status as the pinnacle of excellence?" The impoverished student is merely a remnant of your past. Do not feel inferior, for you are now a noble superpower bearer. Do not merely consider yourself an ordinary girl. You are even worthy of a queen. Zhao Lina exclaimed in admiration. Hearing her words and witnessing the awe in her eyes, Lu Yong shyly rubbed his chin. No one had ever praised him so profusely. It made him feel a tad embarrassed. This academically gifted school beauty was indeed unlike the others. Her discourse was exceptionally sophisticated, each word a profound truth. Lu Yong had a penchant for such candidly outspoken beauties. Tonight, he must engage in a deep and meaningful exchange with her. Chapter 22. Quintuple Kill. Attributes enhanced once more. This brilliant school beauty, aside from her excellent academic performance, was also extraordinarily beautiful. Her skin was as fair and delicate as porcelain, and her tall figure boasted strikingly white, straight legs that captivated the eye. Her waist, slim enough to be grasped by a single hand, instilled a desire for conquest. Lu Yong inquired, "Would you be willing to be my woman?" Zhao Lina nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lu Yong received a system notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully persuading the other party to agree to be your girlfriend. New ability acquired. Zombie Control. Base attributes increased by 50 points. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yong was elated. The quintuple kill indeed came with additional rewards. His base attributes had now risen to an impressive 160, surpassing the ordinary by threefold. His strength was now greater than that of 3 robust men combined. Furthermore, his speed had significantly increased, allowing him to sprint 100 meters in just 4 seconds. Lu Yong clenched his fists, feeling his strength surging. Setting aside the extraordinary abilities, this enhancement to his base attributes alone could transform him into a minor superhero. Would the rewards from the septuple kill be even more bountiful? Lu Yong was filled with anticipation that he glanced at his new ability. Zombie Control, Level 1. Allowing the host to manipulate ordinary Level 1 zombies, controlling their actions and gaining their perspective. This attribute was remarkable. Lu Yong was astounded. To directly control zombies, capturing their vision and directing their movements, could he not send zombies ahead to scout and even search for survivors and food? With this skill, many perilous tasks could be delegated to the zombies, sparing him from direct confrontation. Coupled with future predictions, it constituted 2 life-saving techniques that if Lu Yong wished, he could exploit such a divine talent to have zombies forage for food while he remained safely tucked away in the Villa District, surviving until the end as long as no large-scale indiscriminate weapons emerged. He had no cause for concern regarding his safety. Simultaneously, Lu Yong reviewed his current attributes. During his quest to locate survivors, he had eliminated 120 zombies, yielding 12 attribute points. While these points were fewer than those awarded by the system, every little bit counted. Thus, he resolved that he would clear the entire Villa District of zombies starting tomorrow, aiming to eliminate as many as possible to accrue more attribute points. After all, rescuing survivors in this apocalyptic world was a noble deed, contributing to the survival of humanity by helping female survivors and facilitating the continuation of the human race. In a parallel world devoid of legal constraints, who would concern themselves with such matters? Hence, he must continue his quest for supplies and survivors, ideally female ones. Having reviewed his rewards, it was time to reward Zhao Lina. After an hour, Lu Yong wore a satisfied expression, then embraced the school beauty Zhao Lina and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, after breakfast, Lu Yong returned to his room to strategize the task of clearing the zombies. Zhao Lina joined them for breakfast, but he had intentionally saved a sausage and half a bread roll for her. Lu Yong noticed, but did not intervene. When Lu Yong retreated to his room to plan, Zhao Lina took her leftover food and stealthily returned to her room with Zhou Qiuping. Upon seeing Zhao Lina, Zhou Qiuping's face lit up with excitement. "Lina, you're finally back." Zhao Lina produced the food. "Qiuping, this is the food I saved for you." Witnessing this, Zhou Qiuping's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Ah, food? Lina, you saved food for me. You are truly wonderful. You are indeed my best friend. Thank you so much." Zhou Qiuping, having endured days of hunger, immediately devoured the food voraciously. Chapter 23. Clearing the Community. Upon hearing Zhao Lina's words, Zhou Qiuping's face displayed a mixture of fear and anticipation. Meanwhile, Lu Yong was strategizing the events that would unfold. Today, he intended to clear the entire villa district of zombies. Having already vanquished a significant number during his search for survivors yesterday, his task now was to eliminate the scattered zombies lingering in various corners of the villa district. Once accomplished, the entire area would be rendered a safe zone, allowing his woman to roam freely. The villa district boasted exceptional facilities, including a stadium, swimming pool, gymnasium, and various sports equipment, with a massive artificial lake nestled in the center. Perfect for boating and fishing. Once the area was cleared, he could fully enjoy the conveniences the villa district offered, indulging in whatever he pleased, after wandering around the villa district for a while. Liu Yang had yet to encounter any zombies. After all, it was a sparsely populated area. Moreover, Liu Yang had eliminated a large portion of zombies during his rescue mission, leaving only a few stragglers. The zombies in the 10 high-rise residential buildings were locked inside, unable to escape. After a few minutes, the first zombie finally appeared. Liu Yang's physical attributes had now exceeded twice that of an average person. He charged at the zombie wielding his axe, easily dispatching it. The fire axe cleaved into the creature's skull, wedged within its cranium. Liu Yang stepped on the zombie's head and forcefully extracted the axe. Shaking his head, Liu Yang remarked, "While the fire axe delivers powerful blows, capable of penetrating armor, it lacks sharpness. The blade is too thick and easily gets stuck in bone, requiring time to extract, significantly reducing my efficiency." Liu Yang's base attributes now surpassed twice that of an ordinary human, greatly enhancing his melee combat abilities. Even without using his powers, he could single-handedly defeat dozens of zombies. However, the weapon's inadequacy hindered continuous strikes. As each blow could become lodged in a zombie's head, necessitating effort to dislodge it, and if confronted by multiple zombies, this delay could potentially place him in peril that if only I had a good weapon. Liu Yang thought, even being surrounded by 100 zombies would not faze me. Despite these thoughts, Liu Yang remained undeterred, continuing to fell zombies with his axe. Within an hour, he had eradicated all the zombies in the villa district. His swift success was due in part to his prior experience as a security guard in the area, as well as the sparse population of the villa district. The 10 high-rise residential buildings were secured, trapping the zombies inside. After clearing all the zombies, as Liu Yang passed by the high-rise residential area, he heard loud banging from one of the doors. Approaching, he discovered a zombie repeatedly ramming its head against the iron door. The tremendous noise attracted other zombies, and dozens gathered around, blocking the door entirely. As the zombies caught sight of Liu Yang through the perforated iron gate, they became even more frenzied, relentlessly battering the door while emitting furious growls. Some zombies even bit the iron door, breaking their teeth in the process, yet they persisted. The scene was utterly chaotic. However, Liu Yang remained calm and collected. These ordinary zombies posed no threat to him. Even if the dozens trapped inside broke free, he had no reason to fear. Liu Yang could effortlessly eliminate them all. However, this phenomenon prompted him to reflect deeply. Under normal circumstances, when I close the iron gate, these zombies, unable to see any living beings, should refrain from attacking. Yet now some zombies have inexplicably begun to assault the iron gate, indicating that one of them has discerned that this gate is the key to escape. Their level of intelligence is evidently on the rise. Initially, Liu Yang had no intention of concerning himself with the high-rise residential buildings. His original plan was to lock all the doors of the 10 high-rise buildings, allowing the zombies inside to perish on their own. Yet this strategy now appears to be somewhat ineffective. As the zombies' intelligence grows, the likelihood of the gate being breached increases, potentially leading to a surge of zombies flooding out. This would indeed spell trouble. While the villa area is sparsely populated, the high-rise residential zone is densely packed. Each high-rise accommodates at least 100 households, and collectively, the 10 buildings house nearly 10,000 people. With several thousand having already turned into zombies, that if these thousands of zombies were to emerge all at once, despite Liu Yang's enhanced capabilities, he doubted he could vanquish them all. Therefore, he needed to devise a method to thoroughly eliminate the zombies in the high-rises. At that moment, a robust zombie suddenly collided with the iron gate, roaring in fury at Liu Yang. Its eyes filled with madness, as if it desperately wished to burst forth and devour him. Unfortunately, their intelligence was still insufficient. They could not even perform the simple action of opening the door. However, in a few days, this might change. "Damn it, you startled me," Liu Yang cursed, swiftly dispatching the formidable zombie with a well-aimed ice needle that shattered its skull. He then approached a luxury car parked outside the villa, retrieving a basin from his dark space that he drained the gasoline from the vehicle's tank into the basin. Once filled, Liu Yang carried the basin of gasoline and, from behind the gate, doused the zombies, instantly covering them in the flammable liquid. Liu Yang produced a lighter and ignited the gasoline that in an instant, a fierce blaze erupted. The zombies, oblivious to pain, continued their relentless assault on the iron gate. Their faces still twisted in frenzied expressions. The flames rapidly engulfed them, spreading upwards through the building, and soon the structure was ablaze. The effect was promising. Within a day, the entire building would likely be consumed by fire. Reducing the zombies within to charred remains, it appeared imperative to incinerate all 10 buildings to eradicate the zombies contained within. Otherwise, as their intelligence continued to evolve, they might eventually breach the Iron Gate. Chapter 24. Unexpected Gains. Subsequently, Liu Yang employed this method to ignite the other 9 buildings. Flames roared, crackling as the 10 high-rises succumbed to the inferno that moment from the top of one of the buildings. A survivor leapt from a great height, crashing to the ground with a loud thud, instantly splattering brains upon impact. Liu Yang was taken aback by the sight that he had not anticipated that there were still survivors within the high-rises. Had they endured days of confinement by the zombies only to ultimately take their own lives due to the fire? Liu Yang felt neither moved nor guilty. Once they were trapped within the building, their lives had already begun a countdown, merely prolonging their suffering. Starvation was an inevitable fate. They could not escape. The final outcome was merely a slow death by hunger or being torn apart by zombies while seeking food. By igniting the fire and forcing them to leap to their demise, he had inadvertently granted them an early release, a true act of benevolence. As the flames raged, Liu Yang received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. You have killed a total of 6,600 zombies, earning 660 attribute points. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang was filled with delight that he had already dispatched over 6,000 zombies. In the villa area, he had eliminated fewer than 300. By incinerating the residential buildings, he had directly achieved 600. This meant that the number of zombies within the residential buildings exceeded 6,000. The 660 attribute points could be evenly distributed among the 4 basic attributes, yielding an increase of 165 points each. This effectively doubled his attribute points. To put it into perspective, he had only gained an additional 30 points for a triple kill and 50 points for a quintuple kill. Various rewards combined had only increased his attribute points to 160. Yet, by burning down 10 residential buildings, he had gained an astonishing 165 points. Once fully allocated, his 4-dimensional attributes would reach 325. This was already 5 times that of an average human's 50 points. What did this mean? A normal person could run 100 meters in 12 seconds, while Liu Yang would require less than 2 seconds. He was truly a superhuman. Without hesitation, he chose to allocate his attribute points. Notification. Congratulations, host. Attribute points successfully allocated. Current attributes. Strength 325, Speed 325, Stamina 325, Spirit 325. Seeing this notification, Liu Yang clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming surge of power that he believed that with his current strength, he could crush a zombie's skull with a single punch, even without relying on his abilities. Merely setting a fire had granted him such an abundance of attribute points. What a delightful reward. Liu Yang mused, it seems I must eliminate even more zombies. Killing 10 zombies for a single attribute point is an incredibly tempting incentive. The university was in close proximity to the villa area. Separated by only a wall, a simple leap over the barrier would suffice to gain entry. This proximity explained why many affluent second-generation individuals resided in this villa area. It seemed that his next step would be to scale the wall and infiltrate the school, seeking to ignite a few more fires while also raiding the school's convenience store and cafeteria to claim all the food as his own. The 10 high-rise residential buildings had allowed Liu Yang to eliminate over 6,000 zombies, which thrilled him immensely. The university housed approximately 30,000 students. Aside from those wealthy enough to rent accommodations off campus, the majority remained within the school. The disaster had struck precisely during the weekend morning, meaning many students might still be sleeping in the dormitories and had yet to rise. This indicated that the zombies in the school were predominantly concentrated within the 10 dormitory buildings, 5 male dormitories and 5 female dormitories. If he were to incinerate these 10 dormitories, he might very well eliminate 20,000 zombies. The prospect of acquiring 2,000 attribute points was exhilarating. With this thought in mind, Liu Yang could hardly contain his excitement. He began his next predictive simulation. Within the simulation, he found himself next to the wall, only a barrier away from the school. Liu Yang crouched down and leapt with all his might, effortlessly clearing the 3-meter-high wall and landing smoothly inside the school grounds. Nearby, several zombies, upon seeing Liu Yang touch down, displayed expressions of wild excitement, lunging at him in a frenzy. Liu Yang wielded a fire axe, dispatching zombies with swift precision, eliminating them in mere seconds. He then charged towards the school cafeteria. Arriving there, he discovered that, due to the outbreak occurring outside regular meal times, the cafeteria was largely empty, save for a few staff members who had succumbed to zombification. Their numbers were few, perhaps only dozens. And Liu Yang quickly dispatched all the zombies with his axe, that he then made his way to the pantry in the cafeteria's kitchen. Upon witnessing the abundance of food stocked within, Liu Yang was filled with exhilaration. To his astonishment, there were over 50 bags each of 50 kilograms of rice and flour. He collected them all. There were also a dozen 10-liter barrels of cooking oil. He gathered them all. Fresh fruits and vegetables were plentiful. He took them all. Various fresh meats and prepared dishes. He seized them all. Electric stoves, and gas canisters. He took them all. In times of necessity, a gas canister could even be used to blow up zombies. Liu Yang ransacked the school cafeteria, filling his vast dark space with everything useful or seemingly useless, for one could never be certain what might come in handy later. After clearing out the cafeteria, he proceeded to the convenience store, which was stocked with a plethora of packaged foods, bread, sausages, biscuits, vacuum-packed chicken legs, and milk beverages. Liu Yang collected everything and stored it within his space. Such an abundance of food would suffice to sustain him and Su Xiao for several years. After completing all of this, he departed from this place, preparing to head towards the dormitory building with the intent to set ablaze all 10 dormitories. Prior to entering the school, he had filled several bottles with gasoline, stashing them in his own space. All he needed to do was arrive at the dormitory and pour the gasoline. Just as Liu Yang was about to make his way to the dormitory, he passed by the infirmary, only to discover several zombies wandering outside. One particularly persistent zombie was repeatedly ramming its head against the infirmary door. Liu Yang furrowed his brow. Something was clearly amiss. Zombies typically only exhibit such behavior when they intend to attack survivors, and it was only the more cunning ones that would resort to headbutting. The wooden door of the infirmary was already showing signs of cracking. If the assault continued, it might very well be breached. Upon noticing Liu Yang's presence, the zombies instantly fixed their gaze upon him and charged forward. Without hesitation, Liu Yang wielded his axe, swiftly dispatching 5 zombies. He approached the window of the infirmary to take a look, and as expected, inside was a terrified female student, trembling uncontrollably. Liu Yang opened the door and stepped inside. The moment the woman saw Liu Yang, fear etched across her face as she recoiled into a corner. Liu Yang reassured her, saying, "Do not be afraid. I am not a zombie, that I can take you to safety. Just follow me. Are you from the rescue team? Are you here to save us?" the girl inquired, her face lighting up with hope upon seeing Liu Yang. "That no, I am merely here to scavenge for food. However, I do not mind rescuing you in the process." Liu Yang replied. The spark of hope in the girl's eyes dimmed instantly at his words. Noticing her disappointment, Liu Yang added, "I do have food, you know." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope returned to her gaze. Liu Yang considered himself fortunate. He had initially come to the school to set the dormitories ablaze and gain attribute points, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a beautiful woman. It was indeed a serendipitous encounter. "I still have matters to attend to, so just stay close behind me and remain silent. Otherwise, you may attract the zombies that I trust you do not wish to be besieged by them," Liu Yang warned the woman. He took a moment to appraise her, noting her tall, voluptuous figure and graceful curves. Despite her pale and haggard appearance, her exquisite features revealed undeniable beauty. She was undoubtedly a stunning woman. Particularly, her long, captivating legs were perfectly proportioned, surpassing any other woman Liu Yang had encountered. They were truly a pair of exquisitely proportioned beauties. "Understood," the woman nodded. For days, she had been hiding in the infirmary, petrified as the zombies relentlessly battered the door. "Very well, let us proceed to the dormitory," Liu Yang stated. Wait to the dormitory. It is likely teeming with zombies now. Perhaps we should reconsider, the woman exclaimed, startled. During the outbreak, it was the weekend, and nearly all students and teachers were in their dorms. Consequently, both student and faculty accommodations were now heavily infested with zombies, numbering in the tens of thousands. Wasn't venturing into the dormitory akin to courting death? I am precisely seeking zombies. Rest assured, you will be safe with me. Come on, Liu Yang said confidently. Seeing the assurance on Liu Yang's face, the woman ultimately acquiesced. The 5 zombies at the entrance had fallen to Liu Yang's prowess, a testament to his strength. He was unafraid of zombies and capable of dispatching 5 simultaneously. Thus, all she could do was trust Liu Yang. All right, she nodded. Following Liu Yang as they made their way towards the dormitory on their journey, the woman introduced herself. Hello, I do not yet know your name. I am Zhao Yuding. I am Liu Yang, a student of this school. Liu Yang replied, a student. She responded, surprised that I am Zhao Yuding, a teacher at this school. Teachers are supposed to protect students. Who would have thought you would be the one protecting me? How embarrassing. Upon hearing her words, Liu Yang scrutinized her anew. This female teacher appeared remarkably youthful. Initially, he had assumed she was a student. Now, observing her attire, a white blouse and a fitted pencil skirt paired with semi-transparent black stockings, which had become torn in the chaos of the outbreak, revealed a unique allure. Her appearance was quintessentially that of an office lady, and now that he knew she was a teacher, it all made sense. I did not realize you were a teacher. You look incredibly young, Liu Yang remarked. Thank you, Zhao Yuding said, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze. 23 years old, she had only recently begun her career, and her flawless, porcelain skin often led others to mistake her for a student. Each time someone assumed her to be a student, it filled her with delight, a testament to her youth, that as they walked and conversed. Suddenly, a group of muscular men emerged from nowhere, blocking their path. These individuals brandished baseball bats, spears, and makeshift long weapons. Liu Yang narrowed his eyes at these men. Their dark skin and robust physiques indicated they were athletes from the school. During the outbreak, these athletes had been practicing on the playground rather than hiding in the dorms, which explained their survival. While some athletes had indeed turned into zombies, they had dispatched them. The open space of the playground allowed for maneuverability. Encountering zombies in the dormitory would have been dire, leaving no room for escape. Upon spotting Liu Yang and the beautiful woman behind him, the athletes exchanged wicked grins and called out, Hey, aren't you that guy? What's his name? The one who became a security guard while still in college. Liu Yang, right? Who would have thought a stinky security guard like you would still be alive? Haha, this is what we call a scourge that endures for 1,000 years. This poor loser, still hanging on. They mocked Liu Yang, in peacetime. Liu Yang had become the laughingstock of the school due to his part-time security job. Almost everyone recognized him, and some had even posted photos of him standing guard at the community entrance on the school forum for ridicule. Liu Yang could not comprehend why he was being derided for working hard to support himself while studying. Was he not better than those wealthy second-generation individuals who relied solely on their family's money? Was there any shame in being a security guard? Wasn't he earning a living through his own efforts? Must professions be ranked in terms of superiority and inferiority? Watching the scornful smiles on their faces, Liu Yang's expression darkened. He warned them, You fools, are you tired of living? These men were merely schoolmates. Had they encountered him in his own neighborhood, Liu Yang would have dealt with them without hesitation. However, he had no intention of developing a conflict at school, so he chose to ignore them. But Liu Yang's words instantly ignited their fury. 4 robust athletes, armed and dangerous, could not believe that a mere security guard would dare speak to them in such a manner. It was tantamount to courting death. What did you just say? I must have misheard you. You want us to die. Huh? Have you lost your mind? One of them scoffed. A worthless punk like you dares to talk back. You must be seeking death. This is the apocalypse. There are no laws to bind us. We could kill you without consequence. You know, kneel and apologize to us. Hand over all your food. Leave your weapon with us. And that woman too. Then you may leave, the leader of the athletes said menacingly to Ha. Indeed, in this lawless world, killing you would pose no issue. Liu Yang let out a cold laugh, since they were seeking their own demise. He saw no reason to hold back. That it was the perfect opportunity. After enhancing his attributes, he had only fought zombies. He had yet to engage with humans. Now, he could assess how long these 4 slightly stronger than average individuals could withstand him. What do you want? Can't we just talk? Why escalate to violence? You shouldn't bully someone just because you have the numbers. Just then, the female teacher stepped in front of Lu Yang, shielding him, in her eyes. These athletes were merely taking advantage of their numbers to intimidate Lu Yang, and as a teacher, she felt compelled to protect him, though fear coursed through her, causing her to tremble. She resolutely stood her ground behind Lu Yang. Seeing the teacher's brave stance moved Lu Yang. The athletes, hearing Zhao Yuding's words, sneered, "Haha, in this apocalypse, what does being classmates even mean? You are rather naive." Zhao teacher, I have heard of you. You are the youngest and most beautiful teacher in our school, my friends and I have had our share of fun with female students, but we have yet to experience a teacher. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Lu Yang spoke as he strode out of the equipment room. Although Zhao Yuding felt disheartened, she obediently followed closely behind him. After this incident, she came to realize that this apocalyptic world was fraught with peril, not only from the zombies but also from humanity itself. Initially, she had believed that everyone was just a classmate. When Lu Yang mentioned that he would not kill that so-called athlete, she found it hard to believe that the athlete would kill him instead. However, after witnessing the gruesome scene within the sports equipment room, Zhao Yuding was completely convinced. Had it not been for Lu Yang's actions against those athletes, it could very well have been Lu Yang who met his demise at their hands, with her falling victim to them as well. The next fate might have been even more pitiful than that of the female student. She finally recognized the brutal reality of this world. Surviving in such a merciless environment was exceedingly difficult, and Lu Yang was now her sole support for survival. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of the dormitory building. What do you plan to do next? Zhao Yuding inquired with curiosity. There are tens of thousands of zombies within these dormitories, so I intend to set all 10 of them ablaze. Lu Yang replied calmly, "Da." Zhao Yuding exclaimed in surprise. But there might still be student survivors inside those dormitories that if you burn them down, wouldn't that mean incinerating them as well? Lu Yang answered steadily. Whether in the male or female dormitories, most consist of 4 or 6-person rooms, with approximately a 70% likelihood of transformation into zombies that at least half of the individuals in each dormitory have become zombies that you think the remaining ones can still survive. Even if they can, that is not my concern. You must have already witnessed the harshness of this apocalypse, that if we do not eradicate these tens of thousands of zombies, once they evolve to possess intelligence, it is likely that even more survivors will perish at their hands. Zhao Yuding wanted to say more, but upon recalling the horrific scene in the equipment room, she ultimately chose to remain silent. Even if there were survivors, what of it? Perhaps those survivors were just as brutal as those athletes, preying upon their own kind. Thus, she retracted her compassion. Meanwhile, Lu Yang had already reached the entrance of the dormitory. The zombies inside, upon seeing Lu Yang, became instantly excited, relentlessly banging against the door. Lu Yang pulled out gasoline from the shadows and began dousing them in it. He then ignited a flame. The roaring fire engulfed the zombies, yet they remained oblivious to the pain, continuing to batter the door. The flames ravaged their bodies, but they remained unyielding. Lu Yang paid them no further mind and proceeded to the next dormitory, continuing to pour gasoline. Soon enough, all 10 dormitory buildings were ablaze. Watching the flames consume the structures, Lu Yang felt a sense of satisfaction and turned to Zhao Yuding, saying, "Let's go. The school dormitories are vast. It will likely take a whole day and night for them to burn completely, that we should return to a safe place, Where might that be? Can there truly be a safe haven in this apocalypse?" Zhao Yuding asked, astonished. After witnessing the grim reality of the sports equipment room, she could not help but question the state of the entire world. Was this still the world she once knew? In this desolate realm, could there truly still be a sanctuary? Where could there be refuge for fragile survivors like them? Lu Yang replied confidently, "The place I reside is a safe haven." After saying this, he took Zhao Yuding's hand and began walking towards the villa district. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words and seeing the confidence radiating from him, Zhao Yuding was momentarily taken aback. How could he be so self-assured? It was as if he emanated a brilliance that was difficult to gaze upon directly, in this apocalyptic world. He shone like a guiding beacon, dazzling and resplendent, in that moment. Zhao Yuding even thought Lu Yang to be the most exceptional and handsome man she had ever encountered. He was so reliable, exuding an undeniable sense of security. Lu Yong successfully brought Zhao Yuding back to the villa, completing their mission without any unforeseen incidents that he had effectively set the school dormitories ablaze and safely returned Zhao Yuding. As Zhao Yuding entered Lu Yang's villa, He Yushi hurried over, and upon seeing Zhao Yuding's face, she was taken aback. Zhao, teacher? Zhao Yuding was indeed their mathematics teacher. To encounter teacher Zhao in such a dire time was beyond He Yushi's expectations. And she was overjoyed. She excitedly took Zhao Yuding's hand, exclaiming, "It really is you, teacher Zhao. Meeting you here is simply wonderful." Lu Yang, where did you find teacher Zhao? I was hiding in the school's infirmary when Lu Yang rescued me. Yushi, I never expected to see you here. I am truly so happy. This apocalypse is just too terrifying that I thought I would never see you students again. Zhao Yuding began to weep once more. The horrific scene in the equipment room etched deeply in her heart. She had been concerned about whether her students would face similar fates. Just the thought made her feel nauseous and distressed. Now, seeing He Yushi alive and jumping joyfully before her, Zhao Yuding felt immensely touched and elated. Chapter 28. How inappropriate. When Lu Yang returned with Zhao Yuding, it was precisely mealtime. The table was set with delicious dishes prepared by Xiao Dan, the aroma wafting tantalizingly through the air. Zhao Yuding had gone several days without proper sustenance in the infirmary, surviving solely on glucose water. Now, the enticing scent of freshly cooked food made her stomach growl uncontrollably. Gurgle, gurgle. Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, covering her rebellious belly. Lu Yang said, "Teacher Zhao, please go ahead and eat and I'll give you my portion. I need to return to my room for a shower since I'm covered in zombie blood. It's quite filthy." Ah, Zhao Yuding was taken aback and then shyly replied, "That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? What's inappropriate about it? Aren't you hungry? If you're hungry, just eat." Lu Yang insisted that I told you, the place I reside is safe, and you need not worry about food. With that, Lu Yang ascended the stairs that He Yushi then pulled Zhao Yuding to sit at the dining table, cheerfully introducing her to everyone. "This is Su Xiao, a big star. This is Sister Xiao Dan, the best cook. All the delicious meals we have are made by her. This is Tang Mingting, the class leader of Class 1. And this is Zhao Lina. There is also Zhou Qiuping, but she hasn't come out of her room yet. I didn't realize so many people lived here. How did you all come to be here?" Zhao Yuding inquired with curiosity. "Like you, we were all rescued by Lu Yang," He Yushi replied with a smile, serving Zhao Yuding a bowl of rice. They had originally prepared a meal for Lu Yang and had been waiting for him to return. But since he had gone to shower instead, they took the opportunity to serve Zhao Yuding. Seeing the fragrant bowl of rice before her, Zhao Yuding felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, nearly bringing her to tears. Just before she began to eat, she asked, "You mentioned there was a Zhou Qiuping. Why isn't she out to eat?" "Oh, she hasn't, done that with Lu Yang yet. So how could she possibly eat?" He Yushi replied matter-of-factly. "Done that." Zhao Yuding was taken aback that, "Oh dear, teacher, why act so surprised? It's just that, besides, you're impressive, teacher Zhao, before Lu Yang even brought you back. He couldn't help but want you to be his woman, right? Truly worthy of being teacher Zhao." He Yushi gave Zhao Yuding a thumbs up. "Wow, teacher Zhao is amazing." "What?" Zhao Yuding's mouth fell open, observing He Yushi's tone and her mischievous grin. She realized they were referring to something quite scandalous. Tang Mingting, Su Xiao, Chen Dan, and the others looked at Zhao Yuding with curiosity, appraising her from head to toe. Tall and curvaceous, with fair skin, Zhao Yuding suddenly felt self-conscious as everyone's gaze fixated upon her. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, resembling a cute apple, as she lowered her head, unable to meet their eyes. Having only recently graduated and started working, she had never had a boyfriend, let alone engaged in any intimate encounters. Now these students were directly probing into her personal life. Oh my heavens, aren't you all college students? How can you be so inappropriate? The expressions on their faces suggested that asking such intimate questions was as commonplace as inquiring about lunch. "No way. How can you talk about such a private matter so casually? Help, someone save me. I'm about to die of embarrassment." He Yushi, noticing Zhao Yuding's blushing countenance, chimed in, "Oh, teacher, don't be shy. Everyone here has had that experience with Lu Yang. Otherwise, we wouldn't be dining together. For instance, Zhou Qiuping isn't made it to Lu Yang's room yet, so she has nothing to eat. We're all in the same boat. So why are you feeling shy?" Just share with us. Yes, yes. Teacher Zhao, do tell us. Huh? He, you sure, and the others laughed without restraint, while Zhao Yuting felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Tang Ming, Ting exclaimed. Oh my goodness, Teacher Zhao, you are truly amazing. Zhao Lina added, could it be that Lu Yang prefers someone more mature? The starlet Su Xiao chimed in, absolutely not. Am I not mature enough? Zhao Yuting, her face flushed with shyness, listened to the incessant chatter of her peers, lowering her head and busily eating her meal. How terrifying it is when girls gossip. After finishing her meal, Zhao Yuting hurriedly concocted an excuse to take a shower, rushing into the bathroom. Once she finished, she quickly sought refuge in a room, feeling that if she continued to converse with this group of girls, she might become increasingly sullied. Despite never having dated anyone, she felt as though rumors had transformed her into someone who had battled alongside Lu Yang for hours. It was all too embarrassing. Chapter 29. The first time as a war correspondent at this moment. Lu Yang lay in his room, having just finished showering, that he reclined on his bed, feeling fatigued after dispatching a significant number of zombies and several athletic students that day, that he retrieved some bread and milk from the dark space, munching on his food while contemplating his next plan. The food from the community convenience store and the school cafeteria would sustain a few of them for quite some time, but in this apocalyptic world, one must maintain a sense of crisis. What if he were to stumble upon hundreds of female survivors? This amount of food would be insufficient. Moreover, the dark space, measuring 20/20/20, felt rather empty, only filled to about 1/3 capacity, which was quite unsatisfactory. He needed to fill it to the brim. Thus, he resolved to venture outside the community to scavenge for supplies. More than a kilometer away, there was a large supermarket, which would undoubtedly have more food than the cafeteria and convenience store combined, that if he could gather everything, it should fill his dark space completely with his current strength. Even if he encountered dozens of zombies outside, he would be capable of defending himself. Even against hundreds or thousands, his enhanced speed, 6 times that of an ordinary person, would allow him to escape. Those zombies would never catch him. With this determination in mind, Lu Yang decided that tomorrow he would begin scavenging at the large supermarket, that by then, he would truly have more food than he could consume. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lu Yang was lost in thought, a sudden knock echoed at his door. He paused, wondering who it could be. Was it perhaps Zhao Yuting? Yet he had not hinted to her that she could come to his room. After all, during the simulation, Zhao Yuting had shielded him even when surrounded and beaten, which deeply touched him. This teacher had shown him considerable kindness, and he intended to reciprocate that kindness wholeheartedly. Those with pure and benevolent hearts deserve to be treated kindly by the world. Hence, he had encouraged Zhao Yuting to join Su Xiao and he Yushur for meals, without ever forcing her to do anything against her will. Come in. Lu Yang called out to the door. If it was Zhao Yuting, he could clarify matters with her. However, the person who entered was not Zhao Yuting, but rather Zhou Qiuping. Someone Lu Yang had entirely forgotten. Oh, it's you, Lu Yang remarked, his expression one of realization. Zhou Qiuping, who had been rescued alongside Zhao Lina, was indeed a beauty in her own right, fair-skinned and tall. She was the object of affection for many boys at school. Yet compared to the academic star Zhao Lina, Zhou Qiuping's looks paled slightly. Consequently, after his encounter with Zhao Lina, Lu Yang had completely overlooked Zhou Qiuping. Now, seeing her at the door, he realized she must have been starving for days, likely unable to bear it any longer. It must be said that Zhao Lina was undoubtedly intelligent. She had knocked on his door on the very first day, thus avoiding prolonged hunger. In contrast, Zhou Qiuping had been less astute, suffering an unnecessary day of hunger. The disparity in intellect between individuals was clearly illustrated here. With a smile, Lu Yang addressed Zhou Qiuping. So, have you finally come to your senses? Do you wish to be my woman? I do. Zhou Qiuping's cheeks flushed as she shyly nodded her head. Chapter 30. You are truly impressive. 2 hours later, Lu Yang received a notification from the system. Congratulations. The host has successfully convinced the other party to agree to be your girlfriend. Dark space ability level has increased by 1. What a fortunate turn of events. His spatial skills had risen yet again. Lu Yang examined the skill description. Dark space, level 3, that your body possesses a 30-30-30 dark space. Originally, it had measured 20-20-20, equating to 8,000. But now it had transformed into 30-30-30, yielding 27,000, that the size had nearly quadrupled. Having scavenged from a convenience store and the school cafeteria, his previous supplies had barely filled 1/13 of the space. Now, with the capacity increased fourfold, those supplies would occupy even less room, leaving only a meager 112 units of space. Quite pitiful indeed. The area felt starkly empty. Zhou Qiuping was already exhausted, having fallen asleep with her eyes closed. When the two awoke, night had fallen. After washing up, Lu Yang and Zhou Qiuping made their way to the living room, where Chen Dan and He Yushe had begun preparing dinner. Even the newly arrived teacher Zhao Yuting was lending a hand, washing vegetables in the kitchen. Upon Lu Yang's entrance, their faces lit up with joy, and they cheerfully urged Lu Yang, "Please take a seat and relax. Dinner will be ready shortly, but I'll take a look at what you're cooking," Lu Yang replied, making his way to the kitchen. The women were busily working in an organized fashion. Lu Yang noticed that the rice and dishes from the convenience store were nearly gone. Their meals had been quite simple these days, as there had been no fresh meat available. Thus, he retrieved 2 bags of 100 pounds of rice and some fresh meat he had gathered from the school cafeteria's kitchen. Placing them in the refrigerator, "Let me add some ingredients. Don't hold back on the portions, and just let me know when you finish." The women were taken aback by Lu Yang's actions. He Yushe exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, am I seeing this correctly? Is that beef?" Tang Mingting added, "The apocalypse has been ongoing for so many days. Where on earth did you find beef?" The celebrity Su Xiao remarked. "It seems there are even pork ribs. Tomorrow we can enjoy braised ribs. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." Chen Dan said, "Lu Yang, you are truly incredible. Where did you manage to procure all this food?" Zhao Lina expressed her astonishment. To be able to have fresh meat in this apocalypse is simply touching. It feels like we have returned to a peaceful era, living in a villa and enjoying delicious food. "It is absolutely splendid. Thank you, Lu Yang." The group conveyed their heartfelt gratitude to Lu Yang, and he smiled in response, saying, "No need for thanks. I've always said that as long as you follow me, food will no longer be an issue. Additionally, I have cleared all the zombies from the entire villa community, and the main gate is locked. This means the whole villa area is now a safe zone. From today onward, you may move about freely within the community, but do be cautious and avoid approaching the gate or walls. Otherwise, if the zombies outside spot you, they may launch an attack." "What? The entire community has become a safe zone, and we can move freely? Oh my goodness. There must be thousands of zombies in the community. How did you manage that?" The women's faces displayed disbelief, their gazes toward Lu Yang filled with admiration. In just one day, he had not only found fresh meat, but also eliminated all the zombies. How extraordinary! Was he even human? Lu Yang wore a proud smile. "I'm quite remarkable in this regard." "Haven't you already experienced that? In any case, you no longer need to be confined to this villa." But He Yushe was the first to express her joy, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. I can hardly believe how quickly we can escape this villa. I'm so thrilled." Amidst their laughter and excitement, dinner was finally ready. Everyone gathered at the dining table to eat. Zhao Yuting, initially calm, found herself unable to look Lu Yang in the eye ever since the students had mistakenly assumed she had an indescribable relationship with him. While everyone else chatted and laughed, she kept her head down, her face flushed, constantly focused on her meal. Chapter 31. How the plants also mutated? On the second day, when Lu Yang awakened, it was already past 10 in the morning, and the sun had risen high in the sky. Lu Yang stretched his back lazily, relishing the bliss of waking up naturally each day that I ended school days. He had to rise early for classes. And even on weekends, he was compelled to get up early to stand guard as a security officer in the community that he had scarcely enjoyed a few lazy mornings throughout the entire year. Unlike now, when he could indulge in sleep every day. Moreover, there were several stunning beauties residing downstairs, a delight surpassing that of ancient emperors selecting their favored concubines. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, Lu Yang commenced his plans for the day. Unexpectedly, at that moment, he received a system notification. "Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a total of 22,000 zombies and received 2,200 attribute points." Lu Yang was taken aback. "What? 2,200 attribute points?" He quickly realized it must be that the 10 dormitory buildings at school were set ablaze overnight, directly incinerating over 20,000 zombies. How exhilarating! At that moment, Lu Yang's foundational attributes totaled 325 points. Dividing 2,200 by 4, Each foundational attribute could be enhanced by 550 points, culminating in an impressive increase of 875 attribute points. Liu Yang's foundational attributes had now reached a staggering 16.5 times that of an ordinary person, undeniably making him a superhuman among superhumans. The dark space had also leveled up. Such vast potential should not go to waste, that he needed to seize the opportunity to gather food from the large supermarket. As time passed, the survivors were becoming increasingly famished, and they might soon be scouring for food that if he delayed, the supermarket could very well be stripped bare, with a foundational attribute 16.5 times greater than that of an ordinary person. It was time for Liu Yang to test his combat prowess outside the community. Thus, he embarked on his first expedition of the day. This was his inaugural venture beyond the confines of the villa area and into the streets, necessitating utmost caution. After all, he had nearly met his demise at the hands of 5 athletic students back at school. The streets could prove even more perilous as the expedition commenced. Liu Yang leaped effortlessly over the 3-meter-high villa gate. The road outside was choked with vehicles, effectively blocking the thoroughfare. Some cars had even collided with the roadside, having ignited and been reduced to charred remains, their owners transformed into mere blackened skeletons. In some instances, vehicle occupants had been unable to escape, succumbing to the ravenous zombies within. Observing the grim scene, Liu Yang felt a pang of melancholy. Hundreds of thousands of luxury cars, symbols of wealth that many could never afford, had now become mobile coffins, the final resting places for their erstwhile owners. Continuing forward, Liu Yang noted that the supermarket lay merely a kilometer from the villa area. That on his way, he encountered no zombies initially. But as he approached the supermarket, the number of corpses littering the roadside began to multiply. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these zombies had all been severed in half. Some had their heads cleaved off, while others were bisected at the waist, with their upper halves crawling desperately on the ground. Some had even been sliced vertically, their bodies evenly divided in two. Staring at this shocking tableau, Liu Yang was utterly astonished. Who could have done this? Is it another ability user? Having scarcely traveled far, he had already stumbled upon dozens of zombie corpses. The individual responsible for this carnage was undeniably formidable. What astonished Liu Yang most was the weapon wielded by this mysterious figure. Each zombie had been cleaved as though it were mere tofu, regardless of whether the cuts were horizontal, vertical, or diagonal. Liu Yang glanced at his own battle-worn fire axe and felt a pang of inadequacy. Although his axe possessed the capability to penetrate armor, it often got stuck when striking a zombie's skull, unlike the weapon he had just witnessed, which could easily sever its prey in a single stroke. Vigilance surged within Liu Yang. If this individual truly was an ability user, it would mark his first encounter with one, but the extent of their powers remained a mystery. Thus he must proceed with utmost caution. As Liu Yang continued onward, the number of zombie corpses increased as he neared the supermarket. Eventually, he arrived at a large tree before the supermarket, beneath which lay several decapitated zombies, that a pitch-black katana was embedded in the ground nearby. Liu Yang stood there, dumbfounded. What is happening here? The zombie corpses end here, while the weapon, stained with their blood, must have been used to slay them. Yet, why is it abandoned on the ground? Did something unforeseen occur? Approaching the scene, Liu Yang sought to retrieve the exquisite blade, for it was a weapon of remarkable sharpness. Too good to pass up. Just then, he heard a faint cry for help. "Help me." Startled, Liu Yang scanned his surroundings but saw no survivors. "Help." The weak voice echoed again. Guiding him towards its source, he looked up in shock to see a woman bound by her hands and feet. Suspended in midair, beside her lay an unconscious man. Surrounding them were dozens of zombies, similarly bound in the air. Some had become desiccated corpses, while others writhed in futile struggles, indicating varying lengths of captivity. Instantly alert, Liu Yang stepped closer and inquired of the woman, "Who has bound you up there?" However, before she could respond, a vine shot forth, ensnaring his foot and flinging him into the air. Liu Yang felt a dizzying spin, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself bound and suspended as well. Alarm coursed through him. What a formidable enemy! I didn't even sense their presence before being ensnared. This must be an extraordinarily powerful ability user. Unexpectedly, the woman beside him spoke in a weak tone. This tree has mutated and learned to ensnare prey with its vines to absorb nutrients. I am sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't called for help, you wouldn't have been caught at a tree. Lu Yang was taken aback. He had believed that only humans would transform into zombies amidst the apocalypse, never considering that even plants could mutate. This tree not only ensnared humans, but also captured zombies. How astonishing! Just as Lu Yang pondered this, another delicate vine, resembling a tentacle, reached toward his heart, aiming to pierce him. In an instant, the vine lunged toward Lu Yang's chest. However, he had already enveloped himself in a layer of icy armor, preventing the vine from penetrating. Instead, it collided against the thick, sturdy ice wall, causing the entire tree to shudder in response. Its leaves cascading to the ground, the dark red, delicate vine recoiled, no longer daring to attack Lu Yang. The 4 vines that had ensnared him began to freeze and stiffen, rendered fragile. With a powerful tug, Lu Yang snapped the 4 vines effortlessly. Then, executing a perfect backflip, he landed gracefully. Upon witnessing Lu Yang break free, the female survivor's eyes widened in astonishment. You did it? Quickly, save us. You must save him first. He is fading fast, understood. Having landed, Lu Yang swiftly grasped the katana embedded in the ground, leaping up to sever the vines restraining the man, that he fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Yang then leapt again, slicing through the vines binding the woman. She plummeted but was caught securely in Lu Yang's arms. The woman was incredibly beautiful. Cradling her, Lu Yang could feel her slender waist. Devoid of any excess flesh, her figure perfect. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her flawless skin and exquisite features, unmarred by any blemish, rivaling even the beauty of Zhao Lina. She was undoubtedly a rare, stunning beauty. Having rescued both individuals, Lu Yang swung the katana, cleaving through the tree trunk, which was as thick as 2 people embracing. With a resounding crash, the colossal mutated tree toppled, dark blood oozing from the smooth cut. Lu Yang was astonished. This blade was exceptional. He had anticipated needing a dozen strikes to sever the trunk, but found it as effortless as slicing through tofu. Truly, this was a remarkable sword. Worthy of a hero. In ancient times, it would surely have been wielded by a great general to unleash its full potential, but he is not going to make it. Please, you must save him. The woman, upon landing, looked at the unconscious man, tears welling in her eyes. Her words snapped Lu Yang from his reverie, redirecting his focus from the sword to the matter at hand. Who is he? Lu Yang pondered. If this woman has a boyfriend, then surely he would not come to her aid. How could he claim to be a hero if he saved himself? He is my brother. Woe is me. We relied on each other in this apocalyptic world, only to be ensnared by this monstrous tree. The young woman immediately burst into tears, her sorrow akin to rain-soaked blossoms. Oh, it turns out to be my brother. You should have said so earlier. Lu Yang hurriedly rushed to the man's side, discovering that he had descended from the tree and had regained some consciousness, his eyes fluttering open. Yet a dark red vine had already pierced his heart. And as Lu Yang severed it, crimson blood gushed forth from the severed end. That I cannot hold on much longer, brother. Take care of my sister. This knife is my last and most precious possession. I bestow it upon you. You must protect her, brother. Brother. No, please don't go. The woman cried out, her anguish palpable. Jinyu, do not weep that I end this world of chaos. I had long anticipated this day, that I fear not death. My only regret is that I can no longer shield you, he coughed, expelling a torrent of blood. Ultimately, his hand fell heavily, and he succumbed to silence. Brother, brother. Zhang Jingyu clutched her brother's hand, calling out desperately. Yet there was no response. He had departed to Dio not grieve too deeply. The most crucial thing now is to survive. Lu Yang consoled Zhang Jingyu. Woe is me. He was my last remaining kin. He was my brother. My true brother. Zhang Jingyu sobbed, her eyes brimming with tears. Witnessing her despair, Lu Yang enveloped her in a comforting embrace, gently patting her back. Soon, however, Lu Yang's gaze fell upon the dark red vine protruding from Zhang Jingyu's chest. A look of confusion crossed his face. How curious. Your brother was pierced by this dark red vine, and even being rescued from the tree proved futile. Yet you too were stabbed by the vine. And yet you appear unharmed? Ami. Zhang Jingyu finally realized, noticing a vine dangling from her chest, though it had already been severed and now lay limp. She pulled aside her clothing to inspect it, inadvertently revealing more than she intended, which caught Lu Yang's attention. Goodness, far more splendid than Zhao Lina. he exclaimed. If she were to become a mother, her children would never go hungry. She could easily nourish quintuplets. Oblivious to Lu Yang's gaze, Zhang Jingyu discovered that although the vine had pierced her outer garment, it had been thwarted by her thick bra, preventing it from penetrating further, just as she was about to be ensnared. Lu Yang had intervened. Lu Yang found himself somewhat speechless at the scene, that if only her brother had worn a bra, might he have escaped death. Hail to the cross-dressing champions! Zhang Jingyu, now aware of Lu Yang's stare, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Grasping the vine, she swiftly pulled it out and hastily secured her clothing. Following this brief interlude, her sorrow had lessened. Hello, I am Zhang Jingyu. Thank you for saving me. What is your name? I am Lu Yang, that I ventured out in search of provisions and happened upon you. It was merely a trivial act. Now, let us bury your brother's body to prevent it from being discovered by zombies. Ensuring he has a proper resting place, Lu Yang suggested. Though heartbroken, Zhang Jingyu could only nod through her tears. The two found a spot, dug a grave, and laid her brother to rest, despite her grief. Zhang Jingyu understood that time for mourning was scarce in this world of despair. Now, you shall accompany me. Since your brother entrusted this splendid knife to me, I shall take it upon myself to care for you. Let us seek sustenance first, and then I shall escort you to safety, Lu Yang declared, wielding the katana as he addressed Zhang Jingyu. All right, she nodded, falling in step behind Lu Yang as they made their way to the supermarket. As they walked, their conversation flowed. Lu Yang inquired, Where do you hail from? And what was your intended destination? My brother and I emerged from the Black Tiger survivor base, seeking a new refuge. Who could have foreseen such calamity befalling us? Zhang Jingyu replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. The Black Tiger base? Is it far from here? What were your and your brother's roles there? And how did he acquire such formidable weaponry? Lu Yang furrowed his brow. If the Black Tiger base produced survivors of such caliber, it would be formidable indeed. Moreover, the weapon her brother wielded was evidently no ordinary blade. Even in the peaceful 21st century, few could forge such a sharp instrument, let alone in this apocalyptic age. The Black Tiger base lies over 20 kilometers away, not an insignificant distance that we traversed 3 days to reach this point. I am a first-year student at the police academy. While my brother is a retired Special Forces soldier, that we were originally survivors within the Black Tiger base, but due to my circumstances, we had to depart. Zhang Jingyu explained, that a police academy student. Such a beautiful future officer. Surely you will become a captivating police flower upon graduation, Lu Yang remarked, a smile brightening his face. Though he had encountered several beautiful women, he had yet to meet a breathtaking police officer. And no, it's not like that. Zhang Jingyu blushed profusely at Lu Yang's compliment. What necessitated your departure from the base? Were you not safe there? Lu Yang pressed further. It's all my fault. The leader of the Black Tiger base, Heihu, took a liking to me and demanded my submission. Yet he is dark, old, and ugly, with 13 wives. I could never comply, and my brother was even angrier and had a falling out with them. Thus we left the Black Tiger base. If it weren't for me, my brother would not be in this predicament. Zhang Jingyu lamented, tears welling anew. Who is stronger, your brother or the leader of the Black Tiger base? Lu Yang sought clarity on the critical point. The leader is likely stronger. He ranks higher than my brother on the yellow list. However, in a life-and-death struggle, even if my brother were to fall, the leader would not emerge unscathed, at the very least. He would sustain severe injuries that if he were wounded, others would surely seek to usurp him, resulting in a greater loss for him. Hence, when we fled the base, he did not dare hinder us, Zhang Jingyu recounted. The yellow list? What is that? Lu Yang inquired, perplexed that it is a ranking of ability users. Only those who have passed the test of the stone tablet can be listed. That I am not an ability user and lack detailed knowledge. But I understand that each time someone passes the test, they receive rewards. This knife is a reward my brother earned through testing, Zhang Jingyu clarified. Lu Yang was taken aback by her revelations. He had never previously encountered such concepts. To think that mere days after the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, an ability user ranking had already emerged. Furthermore, rewards for passing tests. No wonder he sensed that the knife was no ordinary weapon. It was a product of this so-called stone tablet. Where can one find this stone tablet? Lu Yang continued his inquiry. If rewards awaited those who passed the test, he too wished to partake in it. Reports suggest that stone tablets have appeared globally. The Black Tiger base was established around one, located at its center. However, I advise against venturing there. The people within the base are treacherous and powerful. It would be wiser to seek a new stone tablet and establish your own base, Zhang Jingyu cautioned. Lu Yang nodded in understanding. Very well. Let us set aside those matters for now. We must focus on gathering supplies. As they conversed, they arrived at the supermarket entrance. Before entering, Lu Yang cautioned Zhang Jingyu. During the disaster's onset, many were likely shopping inside, so there may be numerous zombies. Once we enter, remain calm and refrain from screaming. Understood? No problem. My brother and I have encountered many zombies in recent days. I am no longer as fearful, Zhang Jingyu assured him. That's good to hear. Satisfied with her response, Lu Yang stepped forward, katana in hand, and entered the supermarket. Inside, they were indeed met with a throng of zombies. Yet Lu Yang had transformed. His strength and speed now surpassed that of an ordinary human by several times. Armed with an exceptional blade, he charged into the horde with the ferocity of an invincible deity. With a swift motion, the dark katana cleaved through the nearest zombie, slicing it in two. What a remarkable weapon, capable of cutting through steel. Lu Yang felt exhilarated, dispatching dozens of zombies within minutes. His speed and strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. All he had lacked was a weapon of unparalleled excellence. Now, with this weapon in hand, he felt invincible, incredible, more powerful than my brother. Zhang Jingyu stood nearby, watching Lu Yang's actions, her eyes widening in astonishment. That it is worth noting that Zhang Jingyu's older brother is a retired Special Forces soldier, possessing a formidable foundation far superior to that of an ordinary person. After the apocalypse erupted, he awakened as a supernatural being, further amplifying his prowess. Yet, even with such prowess, he pales in comparison to Lu Yang at this moment. Although Zhang Jingyu is an ordinary person, she can clearly discern who possesses greater strength and swifter speed. That it is evident that Lu Yang utterly outmatches her brother in both attributes. After merely a few minutes, Lu Yang had dispatched over 300 zombies, effectively clearing out the entire supermarket. But he felt a lingering sense of unfulfilled desire. Wielding this exquisite blade against the zombies was as effortless as slicing through fruit. Akin to a game of Fruit Ninja, there simply weren't enough zombies for him to slay. Once he had eliminated them, he could begin gathering resources. With a mere thought, Lu Yang instantly transferred the food from the shelves before him into his dark space. So much chocolate, countless candies, an abundance of biscuits and other delectable treats. All collected. Milk, beverages, cigarettes, fine wines. All taken. Bulk rice, green beans, yellow beans, black beans, potatoes. All gathered. Packaged foods, various breads, assorted vacuum-sealed items. All acquired. Fresh meats, fresh vegetables, fresh fruits. All seized. Various dried goods. Cured meats, dried fish, all secured. Before long, Lu Yang had nearly emptied the supermarket of its contents. Zhang Jingyu, witnessing Lu Yang's actions, stared in disbelief. How on earth are you doing this? All the food seemed to vanish at a mere wave of his hand. As if by magic. Where was he placing all this food? That's my secret, Lu Yang replied with a smile. Though Zhang Jingyu could not fathom how Lu Yang accomplished such feats, her conviction grew stronger that he was undoubtedly a powerful supernatural being, far more formidable than her own brother. Soon, Lu Yang had cleared nearly all the items from the supermarket shelves, not sparing even toilet paper, clothing, towels, tableware, utensils, and other necessities. After all, his dark space was a colossal 30-30-30-27. 000 cubic meters that if filled entirely with water, it could hold 27,000 tons. If dedicated solely to rice, it could also accommodate a similar weight that if he were to possess 27,000 tons of rice, even if Lu Yang rescued 1,000 surviving women, it would last them at least a century. Even after filling his space with everything from the supermarket, he would still not reach its limits. Moreover, placing items into his dark space required no organization or neat arrangement. Simply piling them together sufficed. When he needed something, a mere thought would allow him to retrieve it. Unlike the real world where one must rummage through items one by one, thus, he merely needed to stack everything high inside. Quickly, Lu Yang had nearly scavenged all the items from the supermarket shelves, and next, he turned his attention to the supermarket's warehouse. The warehouse undoubtedly contained even more resources than the shelves. However, he was unsure of its location and needed to search for it. Let us proceed to locate the supermarket's warehouse, Lu Yang said to the future police flower. Zhang Jingyudong. Zhang Jingyu nodded obediently, trailing behind Lu Yang. After witnessing Lu Yang's immense strength, she was resolute in her decision to follow him. It was the only way to survive better, so she complied with whatever Lu Yang commanded, being exceptionally obedient. Chapter 34. Have the supernatural beings arrived? The two explored the supermarket together, during which Lu Yang dispatched a few stray zombies. With the enhancement of this splendid blade, slaying zombies became an utter delight that, of course, for the zombies, it was a catastrophe. Lu Yang's speed rendered their movements slow as molasses in his eyes. Before they could even approach him, they were severed in twain. The sensation was as smooth as cutting through tofu, a tremendous stress reliever. This blade, even if Lu Yang had to trade half of his current resources for it, he would readily do so. Simultaneously, he felt increasingly determined to test himself at the monument. Zhang Jingyu's brother had obtained such a powerful blade after a single test. Perhaps he could secure even better rewards. With this thought in mind, Lu Yang felt a surge of anticipation. Yes, they continued their exploration of the supermarket. After half an hour of searching, they finally located the warehouse hidden in a rear passage. Inside the supermarket warehouse lay an abundance of resources, divided into sections for clothing, fresh produce, grains, and frozen goods. The clothing section boasted a variety of garments for both men and women, along with an assortment of undergarments, sleepwear, and swimwear, all of which Lu Yang unhesitatingly collected into the darkness. The fresh produce section was overflowing with fruits and vegetables, all of which Lu Yang also gathered. However, what thrilled Lu Yang the most was the grains section. Neatly stacked, there were at least 1,000 bags of rice, each bag weighing 100 pounds, that equated to 100,000 pounds, a staggering 50 tons. 50 tons of food would suffice for him, and Su Xiao and others for a decade. Not to mention the various beans included, which collectively weighed several tons. Wealth had come. Wealth had come. Such a plethora of resources would be sufficient to sustain an entire survivor base. Lu Yang's face beamed with excitement. In the apocalypse, food is of paramount importance. And this was merely one large supermarket. If he were to scour a few more, he could potentially hoard thousands of tons of food. Food is capital. It is the crucial element for his development in this post-apocalyptic world. That it is not an exaggeration to say that in a world ravaged by zombies, 100 pounds of food could be exchanged for 10 beautiful maidens. If he were to successfully propagate with those 10 maidens, the rewards obtained would eclipse even 10 tons of food. This establishes a transformation of resources and explosive growth. With a face full of excitement, Lu Yang began to place all the items into his dark space. As he watched it fill to the brim, now occupying a space of 15, he was overjoyed. However, outside the supermarket, near the mutated tree Lu Yang had felled, a group of over a dozen individuals had appeared. They were travel-worn and menacing, their eyes filled with malice. Unmistakably bad news. This appears to be a mutated tree, with a smooth cut, cleaved cleanly in two. Likely the work of that fellow. One of the men, sporting a prominent nose and a red tip, remarked as he sniffed the air, seemingly filtering the scents around him. The blood here is his. Having spilled so much, it seems he engaged in quite the battle with the mutated tree. He must be severely injured. This is advantageous for us. Following the trail of blood, he continued to inhale deeply, carefully analyzing the scents in the air. After several attempts, he directed a towering, bear-like man beside him. Brother Giant Bear, that fellow is hiding over there. The group followed his lead to a mound of dirt, glancing at each other in confusion. The man nodded and whispered, based on the scent, he is indeed inside. The strong man wore a grave expression, questioning, what could that fellow be doing buried in the mud? Nevertheless, he commanded his subordinates to begin digging. Soon, the corpse of Zhang Jingyu's brother was unearthed, dead. The strong man's rugged face displayed shock. Zhang Jinglin's strength ranked among the top in the Black Tiger survivor base. At least within the top 3, that it was astonishing that he had perished at the hands of the mutated tree. Another person rummaged through Zhang Jinglin's belongings. Where has his blade gone? I've coveted that fine weapon for ages. Probably taken by his sister, another scar-faced individual speculated. Could it be that his sister buried him here? That shouldn't be the case. Zhang Jinglin was a supernatural being. How could his sister, an ordinary person, possibly escape? Another added that it is likely he sacrificed himself to protect her. Otherwise, given his strength, he should have been able to escape. That is for the best. With Zhang Jinglin dead and Zhang Jingyu gone, we merely need to capture Zhang Jingyu to fulfill our obligations, thus avoiding a fierce battle, the prominent nose man said, sounding relieved. Let us hope Zhang Jingyu is still alive. The Black Tiger leader personally instructed us to bring her back. The strong man voiced his concerns. With Zhang Jinglin dead, Zhang Jingyu no longer possesses the means to protect herself. She is likely to fall prey to zombies. If Zhang Jingyu were to be killed by zombies, we would be unable to report back to the Black Tiger. The strong man turned to the prominent nose man and commanded. Huanggo, quickly, sniff out Zhang Jingyu's location. Understood, understood. No need to rush. I am in the process of sniffing, Huanggo replied, inhaling deeply. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of gravity. There are many scents of the sea. Besides Zhang Jingyu, another man has been here, and there seems to be a woman's scent as well, or perhaps that man carries the scent of other women. The expression of bewilderment was evident on the face of the yellow dog. Regardless of gender, the objective was clear. Locate their positions, eliminate the males outright, and for the females, engage in a brief skirmish before dispatching them. The robust man spoke with impatience, declaring that he bore full responsibility for this operation. Wishing to avoid any complications, his sole desire was to swiftly find Zhang Jingyu and return to report to Heihu. Thus, they proceeded in that direction. Following the scent, the yellow dog trailed behind until they finally reached the entrance of the supermarket. Upon entering, the yellow dog gestured towards the grand entrance and declared, "All right, we shall enter as well. Yellow dog, lead the way. Scarred rat, stay vigilant behind, monitoring any movements within. The rest, follow me closely," commanded the robust man. Understood, Brother Zhu Xiong. The others nodded in agreement. As the yellow dog advanced alone, he was immediately assaulted by the foul odor of decay upon entering the supermarket. The scent of zombie blood filled his nostrils. The sight before him was startling and instilled a sense of fear. The supermarket was littered with the corpses of the undead, each one gruesomely cleaved in half. He inhaled sharply, recognizing the methodical brutality reminiscent of Zhang Jinglin's attacks. But hadn't that individual already met his demise? Zhu Xiong furrowed his brow. No, there are other skilled fighters involved. Someone must have acquired Zhang Jinglin's blade, brought his sister Zhang Jingyu to the supermarket, and slaughtered hundreds of zombies. This individual is likely even stronger than Zhang Jinglin. Everyone, proceed with caution. Chapter 35. Eliminate them all. Upon witnessing the scene inside the supermarket, astonishment gripped the group, their faces betraying a heightened sense of alertness. The supermarket resembled a veritable battlefield, strewn with the remains of zombies. Originally, the dozen or so of them believed they could handle Zhang Jinglin alone. But now, this wielder of Zhang Jinglin's katana seemed to pose a far greater threat. This warranted serious consideration. As they ventured deeper, they found the supermarket's shelves utterly barren. Leaving them perplexed, the yellow dog spoke first. What in the world is happening? The entire supermarket is emptied. This is impossible. Even everyday items like clothing and utensils have been taken. How many survivors are in the vicinity? To scavenge an entire supermarket, even with a large backpack, one could hardly carry enough for a week. How many survivors must have banded together to clear this place? Moreover, the blood of the zombies is still fresh, indicating they were slain not long ago. Could it be that someone looted while the zombies were still alive? This is utterly bizarre. Zhu Xiong shook his head. Let's not dwell on that. Our priority is to locate Zhang Jingyu. His primary mission was to assist Heihu in finding Zhang Jingyu, and he wished to concern himself with nothing else. The yellow dog nodded, continuing to sniff the air, and eventually followed the scent to the supermarket storage area. That moment, Lu Yang's keen hearing detected someone approaching. He furrowed his brow, recognizing that he had eliminated all the zombies outside. Could it be that someone had ventured out to search for supplies upon seeing the supermarket devoid of zombies? He had no intention of sharing his provisions. Fortunately, he had already collected everything from the warehouse and was prepared to confront these survivors. Lu Yang, wielding the katana, stepped out of the storage room alongside Zhang Jingyu, and the two parties immediately crossed paths. Upon seeing Zhang Jingyu, Zhu Xiong's eyes widened, followed by an expression of elation. Zhang Jingyu? How splendid! You're still alive. Now I can return with good news. Zhang Jingyu instinctively exclaimed, her face paling in terror. What is happening? Who are they? Lu Yang, alert, scrutinized the individuals before him while quietly inquiring of Zhang Jingyu. They are from the Heihu survivor base. That robust man is the third in command, known as Zhu Xiong, a powerful ability user, only slightly weaker than my brother. The two beside him are Yellow Dog and Scarred Rat. Also ability users. The others are formidable members of the Heihu base. Before the disaster struck, some were mercenaries, others were professional killers, each possessing great strength that I never expected the Heihu survivor base to mobilize 3 ability users along with a dozen elites to capture us. Fear was evident on Zhang Jingyu's face. Even if her brother were alive, he would certainly not stand a chance against such formidable opponents. 3 ability users. Lu Yang tightened his grip on the katana. This was his first encounter with ability users. However, judging by their demeanor, they did not seem overly powerful. A few ice needles should suffice to eliminate them. Yet, Lu Yang was not eager to dispatch them swiftly. Rather, he sought to gauge his strength against that of ordinary ability users, which would allow him to estimate his ranking in the Stone Tablet trials. Thus, he resolved not to employ his abilities, relying solely on his martial prowess to overcome them. While Lu Yang observed Zhu Xiong and his group, they too scrutinized him, both parties remaining cautious due to their lack of knowledge about one another. Yellow Dog noticed the katana in Lu Yang's hands. Kid, we are from the Heihu survivor base. Which base do you belong to? It's ill-advised to casually wield another's weapon. Hand over that woman and the sword, and perhaps we might spare your life. Oh, what if I refuse? Lu Yang replied with a sardonic smile. Then don't blame us for being rude. Yellow Dog's expression turned grim as he revealed a gleaming large machete from behind him. Let us see how you plan to be rude. As Lu Yang's words fell, he swiftly charged at Yellow Dog, executing a sudden slash with the katana before the latter could react. With a swift motion, Yellow Dog's grimace remained on his face, yet his head was already severed from his body, blood spraying forth like a fountain. Lu Yang followed up with a series of swift strikes, dispatching the nearby hulking figures with alarming speed. Such velocity! Zhu Xiong's face betrayed astonishment as they quickly recoiled, their eyes filled with dread as they regarded Lu Yang. Why are you running? I haven't even had my fill of fun yet. Lu Yang taunted, his bloodied katana dripping with carnage. The supermarket was steeped in the metallic scent of blood, and on the floor lay 4 headless corpses. After a brief encounter, Lu Yang gleaned a rough understanding of the abilities of these users. Their foundational attributes of strength and speed were approximately double that of ordinary humans. In contrast, Lu Yang's strength and speed were 16 times that of an average person. The disparity was monumental. To Lu Yang, their movements appeared sluggish, as for the nature of their abilities. He remained uncertain, but surmised they were likely not formidable, considering they had not even had the chance to utilize them before being vanquished. Cold sweat broke out on Zhu Xiong's brow, while terror was palpable on the faces of his comrades. This man was extraordinarily powerful, strong enough that they could not even discern his movements. It was evident that even Heihu's leader, Heihu himself, would not stand a chance against this man. Zhu Xiong felt a surge of panic. If his combat power was rated at 800, Heihu's at 1,000. Then this man before him must possess a power level of at least 5,000. They were in entirely different leagues. How could they possibly contend with this, unless the entire Heihu base mobilized? They had no hope of victory. With a wary expression, Zhu Xiong addressed Lu Yang. Brother, let us discuss this amicably. It's all just a misunderstanding. You can take the woman and the weapon. We'll leave now. How does that sound? If you let us go, we'll never cross paths with you again. That won't do. I'm not finished having my fun yet, Lu Yang replied. Charging once more towards Zhu Xiong and the others, Zhu Xiong bellowed. Run back to the base and fetch reinforcements. I'll hold them off. With a roar, Zhu Xiong's body suddenly swelled, sprouting copious amounts of fur, transforming him into a true grizzly bear. Oh, your ability allows you to turn into a bear. How dreadfully weak, Lu Yang remarked. Why be a beast when you could be human? With that, Lu Yang advanced, swiftly severing Zhu Xiong's head before he even had a chance to react. He then plunged into the fleeing crowd, reveling in the slaughter. These mercenaries and professional killers were no more than lambs to the slaughter before Lu Yang's might. In less than a minute, he had cut them all down. Chapter 36. Return to the villa. The overwhelming stench of blood caused Zhang Jingyu to retch uncontrollably. The ground was littered with the corpses of the Heihu base survivors. Simultaneously, she was astounded by Liu Yang's prowess. The third in command, Zhu Xiong, had been dispatched before he could even react. Was this man a reincarnation of a war god? Not only was Liu Yang her savior, but his formidable strength instilled a profound sense of security in her. He was undeniably powerful and striking. Zhang Jingyu resolved in her heart to follow Liu Yang closely, hoping to become his companion. As Liu Yang surveyed the scene, confirming there were no living souls remaining, he wiped the blood from his katana and turned to Zhang Jingyu, saying, "Let us go. We've gathered all the supplies, and it's time to return to MM." Zhang Jingyu nodded obediently, trailing behind Liu Yang as they exited the supermarket, oblivious to the significant hole on the ground behind a shelf. Upon returning to the villa at school, the simulation concluded. This time, Liu Yang reaped tremendous rewards. Not only did he acquire a close combat artifact, a katana, but he also amassed resources from an entire large supermarket. Most importantly, he gained the attention of a stunning policewoman with fair skin, enchanting beauty, long legs, and a bosom that rivaled Zhao Lina's. One could say his gains were substantial. To be frank, Zhang Jingyu's appearance perfectly aligned with Liu Yang's aesthetic preferences from the very first glance. He was smitten. He genuinely adored this type and resolutely decided to swiftly seduce this goddess of the police academy and ensure their lineage flourished. Liu Yang promptly began to act according to the simulation's progression, and everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. When he returned from the supermarket to the villa, he had indeed acquired not only a treasured sword, but also the mesmerizing Zhang Jingyu. Liu Yang was elated. It seemed he could soon experience the thrill of a future police flower. Contemplating her angelic visage and devilish figure, he could hardly wait for the delights to come. "Liu Yang, you're back. Come and have dinner." Chen Dan and the others greeted him with cheerful smiles, inviting him to the dining room. Liu Yang nodded, turning to Zhang Jingyu. "Let's grab a bite together. I believe you're hungry too." "All right," Zhang Jingyu replied, somewhat shyly, gazing at Chen Dan and the others inside the villa, her expression revealing a mixture of emotions. Initially, she had presumed Liu Yang was alone and had resolved in her heart to become his woman. However, she now discovered he seemed to have multiple female companions, each strikingly beautiful in her own right. While she was confident in her looks, the thought of becoming one of Liu Yang's several women left her feeling somewhat awkward. Would these earlier arrivals accept her? Would they target her? Would they make things difficult for her? Zhang Jingyu silently consumed her meal, her thoughts tumultuous, filled with anxiety and fear. Meanwhile, Chen Dan, Tang Mingting, Zhao Yuding, and Zhao Lina observed her intently. Tang Mingting's heart simmered with envy. What a stunning girl! In terms of looks, she could even rival the four school beauties, He Yushi and Zhao Lina. Where did Liu Yang find yet another breathtaking beauty? In this sanctuary, there were now 4 women more beautiful than herself. The big star Su Xiao, the long-legged teacher Zhao Yuding, the aloof school beauty He Yushi, and the scholarly Zhao Lina, along with this newly arrived voluptuous lady. With such stunning beauty and a figure surpassing even Chen Dan's, it felt utterly unbearable. Tang Mingting was on the verge of a breakdown. She could not compete in looks or voluptuousness. What was the point? Despite her internal turmoil, she dared not show it on her face. This beauty had just been brought back to the villa and was already dining with them, indicating Liu Yang's special regard for her. Even Zhao Lina, as a top scholar in beauty, had to serve Liu Yang before she could eat. Yet Zhang Jingyu required no such efforts to dine. That was not something just anyone could achieve. Chen Dan, aware of this distinction, beamed as she served Zhang Jingyu a piece of meat, saying, "Dear sister, please eat more. You see how slender you are. Apart from your ample bosom, everything else is petite that I prepared these dishes. Let me know if they suit your taste, da-da." "Oh, it's delicious. Thank you," Zhang Jingyu replied, somewhat nervous. She hadn't anticipated such warmth from them. Back at the Black Tiger base, relationships among survivors were hardly so harmonious. They were always on guard against one another, as they were competitors for survival resources and could turn against each other if necessary. "Please eat more. I'm delighted my cooking suits your palate. What is your name? Where do you come from?" Chen Dan inquired with a warm smile, her tone approachable. "I'm Zhang Jingyu, a former student of the police academy that I encountered Liu Yang on the road. He saved me, and I am very grateful to him." Zhang Jingyu responded candidly, "Oh, so you're a student from the police academy. Actually, we all owe our safety to Lu Yang. We are all very thankful to him. You'll be joining our family, and I assure you, we'll all get along splendidly. Chindan nodded affirmatively. Done all right. Thank you, Chindan, Zhang Jingyu said with a smile, feeling a bit happier. She found Chindan very approachable, exuding a warm and gentle aura. Watching Chindan converse with Zhang Jingyu, Tang Mingting and the others displayed complex expressions. Inwardly, they thought, indeed, Chindan knows how to handle relationships with just a few words. She has drawn this newcomer Zhang Jingyu onto the same side, experienced triumphs over youth. Thus, Tang Mingting and Zhao Lina also donned enthusiastic smiles, addressing Zhang Jingyu. Yes, yes, dear sister. Eat more. Don't be polite with us. Everyone here is easy to get along with. You can treat this place like your own home. Relax and feel at ease. Okay, thank you all. I'm really happy that everyone has accepted me so quickly. Zhang Jingyu sincerely expressed. Lu Yang felt gratified seeing everyone enjoying such amiable interactions. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuding, the long-legged teacher, sat nearby with a complex expression, having spent the day grappling with her own inner turmoil. She had resolved to visit Lu Yang's room that night, hoping to engage in a more intimate relationship, ideally as the rumors suggested, lasting for several hours. But now, Lu Yang had returned with yet another beauty, likely meaning he would spend the night with her. It seemed her plans were postponed again. When would it be her turn? Sigh. She felt like a fragile blade of grass in the desert, nearly withering away, in dire need of the refreshing rain, that if she continued to wait, she would surely deteriorate. After dinner, the newly arrived policewoman Zhang Jingyu found a room on the first floor to settle in. Lu Yang returned to his own room, took a shower, and lay on his bed, gazing lovingly at the long, dark katana he had acquired, unable to put it down. His foundational strength had been enhanced, and his close combat skills had dramatically improved. He had been in need of a melee weapon, and who would have thought that after expressing this need yesterday, he would receive a treasured sword today? His fortune was indeed remarkable. With a new towel retrieved from the dark space, he diligently polished the exquisite weapon, its ebony blade radiating a chilling glimmer, embodying sharpness and resilience, as if it could pierce through any adversary. Having dispatched hundreds of zombies and dozens of survivors today, the blade remained razor-sharp, capable of slicing hair with ease. Lu Yang admired it, his eyes filled with affection that a master once said that one should treat their weapon as they would a lover, because a weapon may accompany you longer than a lover ever could. Moreover, a weapon can preserve your life, while a lover merely drains your energy. Just as Lu Yang was lost in his thoughts while polishing the sword, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Knock. Knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Lu Yang calmly sheathed the sword. He had savored enough of it, and it was time to reveal his own sword. He wondered who was knocking today. He hoped it was the policewoman Zhang Jingyu. Lu Yang licked his lips, filled with anticipation, and called out, "Come in." The door swung open, and indeed, it was Zhang Jingyu. She had already finished her shower, her long, dark hair slightly damp, cascading smoothly over her pristine shoulders. Her long, delicate legs and curvaceous figure were utterly captivating. Upon seeing Lu Yang's beaming expression, Zhang Jingyu's cheeks flushed crimson. Stammering, she addressed Lu Yang. I came to thank you for saving me today. That I know. Come here. Let us have a good chat about the future, about our dreams. Lu Yang replied with a mischievous smile. All right, let us talk about the future together then. But being your girlfriend? Zhang Jingyu displayed a puzzled expression. Once she realized what he meant, her face turned even redder. I thought we were just ordinary friends. I merely wanted to express my gratitude. Isn't it a bit too fast to start dating now? What friends? Your brother entrusted you to me. How could I settle for just being friends? At the very least, I must be your boyfriend. Lu Yang pulled Zhang Jingyu into his embrace. Zhang Jingyu shyly let out a soft murmur. What is so great about being friends? There is a saying, a friend helps you once, but a girlfriend helps you multiple times. So if we're going to be something, it has to be girlfriend. Outside, as Zhang Jingyu entered Lu Yang's room, Su Xiao, Tang Mingting, Chindan, Zhao Yuding, and others in the corridor immediately resumed their hushed whispers. Sure enough, she's gone in again. This woman thinks she's so pure. But I just heard from inside the room that Lu Yang wants her to be his girlfriend. My heavens! There are several young ladies here. Which one could possibly become Lu Yang's acknowledged girlfriend? Only Zhang Jingyu has achieved that, Moreover, it was Lu Yong who took the initiative to propose it. Indeed, indeed. My goodness, he is exceedingly kind to Zhang Jingyu from now on. We must treat her with greater respect. She is now the sole object of his affection. Listening to the discussions around her, Tang Mingting's expression darkened considerably. She had longed to be Lu Yang's girlfriend more than anyone else, and she had placed herself in that position more than once, only to be met with harsh disappointment each time. Lu Yang had never shown her any kindness. Yet, this Zhang Jingyu, on her very first day, has managed to elicit Lu Yang's active request to be his girlfriend, an honor that no other girl has ever received. Previously, Tang Mingting had viewed He Yushi, Zhao Lina, and Zhao Yuding as potential rivals. Now she realized that the true rival was this newcomer, the formidable Zhang Jingyu. The others were filled with a sense of crisis while simultaneously envying Zhang Jingyu. Zhao Yuding, the long-legged teacher, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. She cared little for the hierarchies among them or who was favored by Lu Yang. Her only concern was when she might capture Lu Yang's attention. Her face flushed as she returned to her room, feeling a wave of warmth wash over her. Chapter 38. Will the teacher become a zombie? 2 hours later, Lu Yang received a system notification. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully convinced the other party to willingly become your girlfriend. The dark space's abnormal level has increased by 1, due to the host successfully acquiring a girlfriend for 7 consecutive days. You receive an additional reward of increasing all ability levels by 1. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yang was overjoyed that he checked the details. The dark space had risen to level 5, expanding from a previous volume of 30-30-30-27. 000 cubic meters to now 125,000 cubic meters. It had nearly quadrupled in size. The bounty he had gathered from the supermarket had begun to take shape, but now it appeared as but a small heap. Lu Yang shook his head. It seems my speed of resource gathering cannot keep pace with the expansion of the dark space. It is simply too vast that I must continue to gather more resources. Though Zhang Jingyu was very tired, she was not yet ready to sleep. Watching Lu Yang peacefully slumbering beside her, her fondness for him grew. Her brother, Zhang Jinglin, had perished at the hands of the mutated tree. And had she not encountered Lu Yang, she might have fallen prey to the giant bears that would soon have sought her out, taking her back to the Black Tiger base. The mere thought of the Black Tiger base leader's ghastly appearance, his yellowed teeth and rotund figure, made her stomach churn. In comparison, Lu Yang was a beacon of hope. She felt incredibly fortunate to have met him and to now be his woman. It was truly a blessing from heaven, even in the apocalypse. Zhang Jingyu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness at this moment. She smiled softly and placed a gentle kiss on the sleeping Lu Yang before finally drifting off to sleep. The next day, when Lu Yang and Zhang Jingyu awoke, it was already noon that Su Xiao and the others had prepared lunch, and upon seeing Lu Yang and Zhang Jingyu emerge, they greeted them with beaming smiles. Lu Yang's sister Jingyu, come to lunch. We just finished cooking, and you woke up just in time. Lu Yang nodded in agreement, and, alongside Zhang Jingyu, made their way to Su Xiao's dormitory, which was nearly filled with girls. The moment they laid eyes on Zhang Jingyu, expressions of envy blossomed on each face. Zhao Yuding, upon seeing Lu Yang, blushed deeply, her gaze evasive. Yet Lu Yang noticed her unusual demeanor, her flushed cheeks, her averted gaze, her lowered head, and her slightly hurried breathing. Could this be the precursor to her transforming into a zombie? He furrowed his brow and asked with concern, Yuding, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? The others ceased their movements, their eyes converging on Zhao Yuding, and the room fell silent. Zhao Yuding was taken aback when Lu Yang spoke to her directly. Startled, she looked up and met his concerned gaze, causing her heart to flutter. The sudden silence and unexpected attention from a friend left her feeling both anxious and yearning to that moment. Her desires surged within her, writhing painfully, unable to subside. Her mouth opened, yearning to express, I wish to be your woman. However, being a shy and traditional girl, she could only blush and shake her head that in nothing's wrong ditto. If that's the case, let's eat. Lu Yang replied, relieved that he had already cleared the campus of zombies. So there was no way Zhao Yuding could be infected. It seemed he had been overly concerned. The phrase care leads to chaos rang true for him. Lu Yang was grateful to Zhao Yuding for protecting him when he was injured, and he did not wish for any misfortune to befall her. Hearing her say she was fine put him at ease. Zhao Yuding, having shifted her gaze from Lu Yang, felt her tension ease. Yet a hint of disappointment lingered. She feared Lu Yang's attention, yet longed for it. Caught in this emotional conflict, she found herself eating absent-mindedly. Despite Qin Dan's delicious cooking, the food tasted bland to her. Soon, Lu Yang finished his meal and returned to his dorm, preparing to strategize further and raid a few more large supermarkets. There were 3 large supermarkets near the school, albeit farther than the first. However, Lu Yang's strength had grown considerably, and he was no longer afraid of the distance. After all, following his successful endeavors with Zhang Jingyu last night, his dark space had expanded to 50 meters. And the items from a single supermarket barely filled a fraction of that space. That it appeared far too empty, which displeased him that he absolutely could not allow the dark space to remain so vacant. It was not in his nature. Thus, he must fill it to the brim. Chapter 39. The Abnormal Black Tiger. Meanwhile, at the Black Tiger survivor base, a middle-aged man with a long scar across his face hurriedly returned. Upon arriving, he rushed straight to the Black Tiger's quarters. As he reached outside Black Tiger's room, he collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "Black Tiger! Black Tiger, we are in grave trouble. They have been wiped out, all of them. What on earth is going on? Did Zhang Jingyu return? Where's the giant bear?" A rotund, dark-skinned man with a greasy mustache emerged, looking surprised at the sight of the scarred man in such a state. What could have happened to make the usually composed scarred mouse act this way? "Boss, the giant bear is dead. Huanggo is dead. They are all dead. If I hadn't dug my way out quickly, I would have perished as well." Scarred Mouse recounted the horrifying events, fear etched on his face. "What? The giant bear is dead?" Black Tiger's expression shifted to one of disbelief, soon replaced by fury, with a voice laced with menace. He questioned, "Is Zhang Jinglin truly that powerful? You had over 10 people tracking him, and you couldn't manage to ambush them, and you let him take them all down. Are you all worthless? Did something unexpected occur?" "No, it wasn't Zhang Jinglin. By the time we arrived, he was already dead. It was another young man, incredibly powerful. He wielded Zhang Jinglin's sword and swiftly took down over a dozen of us, never even using his abilities, just pure melee combat. Even the giant bear didn't react in time and was instantly slain. Had I been any slower, I would have met the same fate," Scarred Mouse recounted, still trembling. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In hand-to-hand combat, my brother, the giant bear, is invincible. Without using abilities, even I might not stand a chance against him. How could someone defeat him so effortlessly?" Black Tiger clearly did not believe him. The giant bear had been a professional mercenary during peaceful times. Possessing immense strength in the apocalypse, he awakened the ability to transform into a giant bear. Harnessing its power, it was said that in the absence of abilities, the giant bear ranked among the top tier of all level 1 ability users. How could he be defeated so swiftly? Suspicion flickered in Black Tiger's eyes, with Scarred Mouse exaggerating the enemy's strength out of fear of his own failure. "It is true, brother. I swear I'm not lying. Zhang Jingyu was taken by that man, who also slaughtered hundreds of zombies, all with his sword. His power is terrifying. Even in the end, we had no idea what his abilities were." The Scarred Rat spoke with palpable agitation. Upon hearing that Zhang Jingyu was taken away by that scoundrel, Black Tiger was immediately incensed. "Damn it, over a dozen of you can't even handle one person. You can't even bring back a woman. What use are you? When Falcon returns, I shall have him assess the situation first, and then I will personally confront this so-called ability user to gauge his strength. If I discover you have exaggerated his prowess, you will have much to answer for." Black Tiger growled menacingly. "That's not an exaggeration. Brother, I assure you, I speak only the truth. If you don't believe me, send Falcon to verify. That man is genuinely formidable. If you doubt me, so be it." After speaking, the Scarred Rat, feeling a surge of anger, left the premises. Having just escaped a near-fatal encounter, he had been anxious about being pursued, avoiding main roads, and instead using his abilities to burrow back, creating over 20 kilometers of tunnels. This had taken a significant toll on his stamina, leaving him utterly exhausted. Who could have foreseen that upon his return, he would be met with Black Tiger's ire? Naturally, his mood was far from pleasant. He departed from Black Tiger's dwelling. The Scarred Rat muttered curses under his breath. "For a woman, we lost over a dozen brothers. Not a single word of concern was uttered. And I was scolded instead. Damn it. Were it not for the fact I couldn't defeat him, I would have taken him down long ago. Why on earth did I awaken an ability for tunneling? If only I had awakened a combat ability, I wouldn't be in this predicament. After venting his frustrations inwardly, the scarred rat gradually calmed down, contemplating his escape route. With Black Tiger having lost both the formidable bear and the yellow dog as his capable aides, his strength had notably diminished. That it was likely that the combined might of the survivors at the base would not be a match for that young man. Black Tiger, in his quest to capture Zhang Jingyu, would likely clash fiercely with the young man. Staying here would be tantamount to waiting for death. Damn it, it would be better to leave early. Black Tiger does not regard his brothers as equals. Following him is a path to nowhere. Resolute, the scarred rat prepared to return to his dwelling, gathering his belongings for a clandestine departure. Although his ability was not combat-oriented, it proved invaluable for escape. His diminutive stature allowed him to create small tunnels that others could not navigate, ensuring that as long as he wished to flee, few could pursue him effectively. As he walked through the survivor base, the civilians greeted him warmly. "Hello, Rat Master. Rat Master, did you have a bountiful day?" "Not too bad." The scarred rat responded with a smile. A dirt-smeared, frail little girl approached him, gazing up with wide, innocent eyes. "Rat Master, where did you venture for your adventures today? Did you encounter any terrifying zombies?" Seeing the girl's adorable demeanor melted something within the scarred rat's heart. Though he was an ability user, his tunneling power rendered him nearly useless in the eyes of others. Among ability users, he was held in low regard, often sent to the forefront for dangerous missions. However, the civilians regarded him with deep respect, calling him Rat Master, a title that contrasted sharply with how other ability users treated them. The scarred rat crouched down to the girl's level and said, "I traveled to a very distant place. I took down dozens of zombies. Quite impressive, indeed. Here, let Rat Master give you some candy." He then produced a piece of candy from his pocket and handed it to her. The girl's eyes lit up, sparkling with joy. In a world ravaged by despair, even a single piece of candy was a treasured commodity. She clutched it tightly in her palm, repeatedly thanking him. "Thank you, Rat Master. Thank you." Seeing the girl receive candy, other children quickly gathered around. "Rat Master, you're so handsome. Rat Master, you are the most handsome person in this base. Rat Master, do you have more candy?" "Ha! I adore children who speak their minds." Yes. "Each of you shall have a piece." His heart warmed by their compliments, the scarred rat grinned widely and distributed candy to each child. The children erupted with joy. "Candy. White rabbit milk candy. Mom, I got candy again." Tears of happiness streamed down their cheeks. "Rat Master is simply the best. Long live Rat Master." The children hopped away, their parents casting grateful glances at the scarred rat. For an ability user, a piece of candy might be inconsequential, but for the civilians, each day was a struggle for survival, making candy a luxury they rarely enjoyed. Faced with the survivor's gaze, which seemed to regard him as a savior, the scarred rat clenched his teeth, ultimately resolving to make a change. Chapter 40. Encountering the campus bell, just as the children reveled in their candy, another group of weary survivors entered the survivor base through the main gate. At the forefront stood a burly survivor, with a majestic eagle perched upon his shoulder. Upon their arrival, the children fell silent. Fear etched on their faces as they hastily concealed their candy and scurried back to their parents. As the group passed by the scarred rat, the leading man wore a mocking expression, tauntingly saying, "Scarred rat, what's the matter, looking like you just crawled out from the ground? Have you completed the mission your boss assigned? Where's Bear? Haven't you seen him around? Did you sneak back while others were fighting? Haha, I can totally see that. Scarred rat here hides in his tunnels while others battle, only to emerge when victory is assured. Tunneling ability? I truly can't fathom the utility of such a power. Haha, you're no different than those civilians. No wonder you mingle with them." The burly man's companions joined in the ridicule, and the scarred rat had long grown accustomed to such taunts that he usually brushed it off with a smile. But today, feeling particularly irritable and on the verge of departing the base, he refused to endure any further. "Shut your trap. If the boss needs you, hurry along and stop your incessant prattle. You'll find out soon enough," the scarred rat retorted sharply. What right do they have to mock him simply because his ability was tunneling? They were nothing but trash, destined for a short life. Black Tiger was about to lead them to provoke a killing machine. They should prepare for their demise. "Oh, you dare speak to me like that? The burly man's face darkened with menace. "I'll speak to you however I please. You dimwit." The scarred rat straightened his small frame, eyes flashing with defiance. Just as the burly man was about to explode with anger, a subordinate intervened, advising, "Forget it, Falcon. This guy usually cowers, but today he is acting strangely bold. Let us head to Black Tiger first and assess the situation." The burly man regained his composure, realizing his subordinate had a point. The scarred rat's behavior was indeed out of the ordinary. They had always bullied him, yet today he was unyielding. Clearly something was amiss. Could it be that he had achieved something significant, and Black Tiger had offered him a promise? If that were the case, it would be wise to avoid provoking him for now. Just you wait. Once I speak with Black Tiger and ascertain the situation, I'll deal with you," Falcon scoffed, leading his subordinates toward Black Tiger's quarters. Watching their departing figures, the scarred rat smirked coldly. "A bunch of short-lived fools. Wait for your demise. Rat Master shall not accompany you any longer. I shall soon make my exit." Upon returning to his dwelling, the scarred rat immediately began to gather his belongings. He had burrowed in from afar, creating a tunnel spanning over 20 kilometers, and as he prepared to leave, he merely needed to continue through the existing tunnel, enabling him to depart even faster than he had arrived. Within an hour, he would reach the supermarket where Bear had met his end. Meanwhile, Lu Yang was engaged in strategizing that he was en route to another supermarket, located approximately 2 kilometers from the school. Armed with his treasure blade, he approached any zombies he encountered, dispatching them with ease. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the supermarket's exterior. However, upon arrival, he encountered a male and female survivor, familiar faces from his school. Although Lu Yang had limited interactions with his peers, he recognized the prominent figures within their institution. The student council president, Chun Hao, and one of the 4 campus belles, known as the goddess of sports, Zhou Kiki. The two individuals observed Lu Yang wielding a treasured sword, dispatching the zombies along the path with the ferocity of a deity of death. They cautiously emerged from their hiding place, eager to follow Lu Yang and seek sustenance alongside her. However, upon noticing their presence, Lu Yang's expression turned icy. "What do you two want? Do not follow me." Upon recognizing Lu Yang's appearance, Chen Hao's face lit up with surprise. Lu Yang had been a notable figure during their school days, and as the president of the student council, he was well acquainted with her. He had even looked down upon Lu Yang in the past, having led efforts to trouble her. Yet in this post-apocalyptic world, who still cared about bygone grievances? Witnessing Lu Yang's undeniable strength, he thought, "We are old acquaintances. Alumni of the same school. I must cling to her for survival." "What? Can't you comprehend my words? I told you not to follow me." Lu Yang reiterated, her voice firm. She had expended considerable effort to vanquish the zombies, and these two thought to emerge and partake in the spoils, treating her as a fool. "Lu Yang, it's me, Chen Hao, the student council president. Don't you recognize us? Your weapon is impressive that I saw you take down zombies with a single strike. How about this? You protect me and Zhou Kiki, and once I return home, I'll reward you with 1,000,000. Chen Hao proposed, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. Lu Yang regarded him as if he were simple-minded. In such dire times, he thought he could buy someone off with money. Was his mind unhinged? Get lost. Lu Yang replied coldly, 200,000. How about that? Chen Hao gritted his teeth, desperate. Are you foolish? What use is money in this world? You can't even buy a loaf of bread. Still not leaving, are you? Fine, I'll simply take Zhou Kiki back to the base. As a goddess of athletics, she should be quite suitable for bearing children. Lu Yang mused, a mischievous glint in her eye. Zhou Kiki was not only one of the 4 school beauties, but also a talented athlete. With her stunning beauty, delicate features, and slender form, she possessed long legs adorned with healthy muscle definition, exuding vitality and allure. Rumor had it that athletic women bore healthier children, and with her superior stamina, Zhou Kiki could withstand challenges that would leave other girls gasping for breath. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Chun Hao's expression shifted, his wariness evident as he shielded Zhou Kiki behind him. Lu Yang, what are you planning? Don't act recklessly. Zhou Kiki is my girlfriend. Just a girlfriend, not a wife. Besides, even if she were married. What of it? Chow Chow had a penchant for married women. Lu Yang replied nonchalantly. Chen Hao, you can leave now. Zhou Kiki will stay with me. Absolutely not. She is my girlfriend. You cannot take her from me. I am the student council president. My family possesses billions. What makes you think you can compete with me? Zhou Kiki would never choose you. Chen Hao retorted, his face flushed with anger, though he was apprehensive of the sword in Liu Yang's hand. The thought of her stealing his girlfriend ignited his fury to ask the student council president. He had always held a position of respect in school. Hu Wunti greeted him with reverence. Not to mention, he hailed from a family with immense wealth, arriving at school in a BMW. He had reveled in the admiration of his peers. Now, this supposed waste Liu Yang dared to vie for his girlfriend. Chen Hao could not abide this. Were it not for the weapon Liu Yang wielded, he would have preferred to confront her directly. Impossible. What is impossible? If I, Liu Yang, desire a woman, do you think you can stop me? You boast of your wealth. Yet look at you, pale and feeble, likely unable to lift a finger. What good is having such a beautiful girlfriend if you cannot satisfy her? You appear to have gone days without food since the outbreak. You have not found anything to eat, have you? Liu Yang remarked, a playful expression on her face. Chen Hao, caught at a vulnerable point, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. So what if I haven't found food? Regardless, my girlfriend will not be swayed. Our bond is strong. You cannot even imagine. Is that so? Very well, I initially intended to take her by force, but now that I've heard your declaration, I shall refrain. I am curious to see just how strong your bond truly is. Look, what is this? Liu Yang produced a vacuum-sealed chicken leg from her pocket, unveiling it. The aroma wafted toward Chen Hao and Zhou Kiki, intoxicating their senses. Both inhaled deeply, unable to resist the allure of the long-forgotten scent of food, swallowing hard in anticipation. They had endured 4 days of hunger at school, finally breaking free in search of sustenance. Only to find nothing after 2 days of searching. They had resorted to catching 2 rats in a sewer, which they had cooked and consumed entirely. However, those 2 rats were hardly sufficient to satiate their hunger. During their quest for food, they had narrowly escaped being caught by zombies, exhausting their strength in the process. Now, their stomachs were painfully empty. 1 chicken leg in exchange for your girlfriend. The deal, we have a deal? Liu Yang teased. Chen Hao, who had confidently proclaimed the strength of his relationship, faltered at Liu Yang's proposition. Yet he quickly shook his head. Impossible. Zhou Kiki and I have been together for a whole year. There is no way I would part with her for a mere chicken leg. Do you think I, Chen Hao, am that easily swayed? My family possesses billions. I have seen much in my life. Chen Hao's face bore a determined expression as Zhou Kiki looked on, touched by his words. Initially, she had thought her wealthy boyfriend was merely playing around, and throughout their year-long relationship, she had treated it as a trial period, never allowing him to take advantage of her. Now, however, it seemed that Chen Hao's feelings were genuine. In this desperate situation, he would not trade a precious chicken leg for her. It was not an exaggeration to say that upon catching sight and scent of the chicken leg, even Zhou Kiki felt a fleeting desire to side with Liu Yang. Yet, as she observed Chen Hao's unwavering demeanor, she suddenly recognized how shameful her internal conflict was. How could she betray her integrity for a mere chicken leg? She resolved to emulate Chen Hao, refusing to succumb to the lure of food. Just as Zhou Kiki vowed to remain steadfast alongside Chen Hao, she was taken aback when he held up 5 fingers and declared, "If you want my girlfriend, you'll have to offer more. 5 chicken legs, to be precise." Liu Yang stood in stunned silence. Initially, she had thought Chen Hao would never agree, only to discover he was merely seeking more chicken legs. Truly, he was the president of the council, even in this moment, never forgetting to haggle. 3 legs. Otherwise, we have nothing to discuss. Liu Yang asserted decisively. Deal. Chen Hao quickly replied, anxious that Liu Yang would change her mind. Liu Yang reached in her pocket once more, producing 2 additional chicken legs, which she tossed at Chen Hao's feet, that he bent down hastily to collect them, stuffing them into his clothing, leaving Zhou Kiki utterly astonished. 3 chicken legs, and this boyfriend had sold her out. Just moments ago, she had felt a surge of emotion, and now it seemed she had rejoiced far too soon. Angrily, she confronted Chen Hao. Chen Hao, you, what of it? If I don't eat, I might starve to death. Do you wish to watch me perish? He retorted. Women in this apocalypse are merely for men's relief, aren't they? Why does it matter who they relieve? After dating for a year, I've gifted you over $1 million. Yet, you refuse to even share a room with me, pretending to be pure, that I've long found you insufferable in the days leading up to the outbreak. I had every intention of taking you by force, But who knew you were stronger than me? After days of hunger, I was tempted to devour you, had it not been for your athletic prowess. I wouldn't have kept you around this long. Now, your worth is reflected in 3 chicken legs that do you understand. Enjoy your moment. Chen Hao, having finished speaking, grasped a chicken leg and hurriedly ran towards a nearby safe zone, fearing that Lu Yang might have a change of heart. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Zhou Qixi was utterly heartbroken. She could hardly fathom that in the eyes of her boyfriend, she was merely a disposable object. Yet, a part of her felt a flicker of relief, grateful that throughout their year-long relationship, she had remained chaste, never allowing Chen Hao to take advantage of her. Otherwise, she might have already faced abandonment. This wealthy second-generation boyfriend was ultimately just toying with her. At last, she saw through Chen Hao's true nature. Zhou Qixi, filled with disappointment, walked slowly to Lu Yang's side. Look, this is your boyfriend. He sold you out for 3 chicken legs. Lu Yang remarked with a smile. This is the apocalypse. This is reality. Just moments ago, their affection was as steadfast as gold. Yet now, 3 chicken legs have cost you your loyalty. Give me 3 chicken legs, and I shall sell myself to you. Command me, and I shall obey. Zhou Qixi spoke to Lu Yang with vacant eyes. Having been betrayed by her boyfriend, she had lost the light within her and no longer cared about what fate awaited her. First, she needed to fill her stomach. Death would be the worst outcome, and even that would be a death filled with satisfaction. Here, take this. Lu Yang handed her a chicken leg and added, rest assured. With me, you shall never run out of chicken legs. Not just 3. I could provide you with 300. I would never sell out my woman. That he then proposed that they raid the supermarket together. Before they entered, Lu Yang strategically dispatched a zombie to guard the entrance, ensuring no one else could intrude. Chapter 42. The messenger. Upon entering the supermarket, they encountered hundreds of zombies, with no hiding places inside. An ordinary person would likely be overwhelmed and perish swiftly. However, Lu Yang moved through the throng of zombies as if he were a wolf among sheep, single-handedly encircling the hundreds of undead. He wielded his long knife with precision, each swing cleaving a zombie in 2. Witnessing Lu Yang's prowess, Zhou Qixi, once despondent and pale, now gazed at him in astonishment. How incredible, so swift, so powerful. How does he accomplish this? The zombies before him appeared as mere chives awaiting harvest. His athleticism was unmatched. Even the strongest athletes would struggle to keep pace with him. His speed and strength transcended human limits. Was he a Superman? As an athlete herself, Zhou Qixi understood the boundaries of human capability better than anyone that I in this moment. Lu Yang's skill with the blade, his reflexes, and agility were undeniably beyond the realm of humanity. Watching his movements, she felt a surge of admiration. As a sportswoman, she naturally held a greater appreciation for a man endowed with such physical prowess. Lu Yang had surpassed mere athleticism. He had become something extraordinary, worthy of veneration. What woman does not admire strength? At that moment, Zhou Qixi felt a surge of fortune. Had she remained with Chen Hao, she might have starved to death. Only by aligning with someone as formidable as Lu Yang could she hope to survive. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Yang had dispatched all the zombies that a look of unfulfilled desire graced his face. Wielding his knife against the undead was pure enjoyment. A release. Lu Yang, how are you so strong? Zhou Qixi could not suppress her curiosity. Because I am inherently strong, and there are facets of my strength yet to be revealed. You shall see tonight. Lu Yang replied with a mischievous grin. Zhou Qixi blushed at his insinuation, feeling both shy and expectant. After teasing her, Lu Yang began to gather resources, placing everything from the supermarket into his dark space. Once accomplished, he led Zhou Qixi to the next supermarket, employing the same tactics to clean it out. After both supermarkets had been thoroughly raided, Lu Yang returned with Zhou Qixi to the Villa District. The simulation had concluded perfectly, without any unforeseen incidents. And Zhou Qixi was a delightful bonus. A rare find indeed. Lu Yang was eager to explore the possibilities with her. As they arrived at the Villa District, Su Xiao and others were engaged in their routine exercises. The entire area had been secured as a safe zone, and they often enjoyed playing basketball and volleyball after meals. Consequently, the villa stood empty. You could choose any room on the first floor to settle in and freshen up. Tonight, come to my room. I wish to showcase another of my talents, Lu Yang said with a sly smile. Zhou Qixi nodded shyly, fully aware of what awaited her, but still feeling a flutter of anxiety. Although she had been in a relationship with Chun Hao for a year, they had never even held hands. Now, she was about to engage in intimate contact with someone else, causing her heart to race with nervous excitement. Meanwhile, on the volleyball court, Hiyushir and her friends were deeply engrossed in their game, perspiration glistening on their brows that I in the apocalypse. To partake in a game of volleyball beneath the sun was truly a luxury. Yet they remained oblivious to the eagle soaring above. Over 20 kilometers away, at the Black Tiger base, the Falcon reported to Black Tiger, "Boss, I've located them. In a villa district over 20 kilometers away. I spotted Zhang Jingyu and several other girls. They must all be students from that area, and each one is a beauty." Upon hearing this, Black Tiger's lecherous grin spread across his face like a blooming flower. Revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, he could hardly contain his glee. "Several female students? This is my chance. Not only will I capture Zhang Jingyu, but I will also seize those other girls. They will all become my little wives. Falcon, you may choose one first." "Thank you, boss," Falcon replied, lecherously licking his lips as he began to select his target from the Eagle's vantage point. That moment, Scarred Mouse had made his way through the tunnel to the supermarket where the bear had been slain. Climbing out of the hole, he noticed the bear's corpse lying nearby. Now decomposing and infested with maggots, he hurried out of the supermarket, following the trail of slain zombies to Liu Yang's villa district. The entrance was securely closed, and within the guardhouse sat two figures clad in suits, wearing sunglasses and masks. These were zombies controlled by Liu Yang's manipulation skill, which had now reached level 2, allowing him to command two zombies simultaneously to avoid drawing attention. He had dressed them in suits and accessories, making them appear almost human at a glance. Even Scarred Mouse was deceived, that he called out to the zombies. "Brothers, open the door. I come bearing news." The zombies remained unresponsive, yet their voices relayed his message to Liu Yang's ears. Liu Yang, upon focusing his gaze, recognized Scarred Mouse and felt a twinge of familiarity. "Wait, isn't he one of those survivors? I thought I had eliminated them all. Did one escape?" Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had swiftly dispatched everyone, assuming none had survived, yet here was a lone straggler. He wondered what the intruder's intentions were. Did he seek revenge? With remarkable speed, he brandished his knife and rushed to the entrance. Scarred Mouse, seeing Liu Yang, immediately raised his hands in surrender, aware that Liu Yang could end him in an instant. "Hero, I mean no trouble. I come with a warning. Black Tiger has discovered your location and intends to retaliate." "Oh," Liu Yang narrowed his eyes, then opened the door, allowing Scarred Mouse to enter. Coldly, he demanded, "Tell me about the situation at the Black Tiger survivor base, and why you came to warn me, to be thorough. If you fail to convince me, I will eliminate you." Chapter 43. Not a second to wait. Upon entering the villa district, Scarred Mouse beheld the majestic eagle soaring above the volleyball court. He gestured towards the sky, saying, "That is one of the eyes of the ability user known as Falcon from the Black Tiger base, that he employs the eagle's vision to survey everything here. You are all under scrutiny, particularly the female students. The Black Tiger is notorious for his lecherous nature, and Falcon has likely reported the situation here to him, if it were merely a matter of vengeance. He might have refrained from coming. After all, the journey is perilous and lengthy, but with so many female students present and his insatiable desires, he will undoubtedly arrive." "Is that so?" Liu Yang furrowed his brow. He then waved his hand, conjuring an ice needle that instantly struck the eagle down to Scarred Mouse. It seemed as though Liu Yang merely waved his hand, and the eagle fell from the sky. He could not discern what Liu Yang had truly done, that a look of astonishment crossed his face. Such powerful abilities! The eagle was soaring at least 100 meters high. The opponent merely waved his hand and struck it down. Without a clear indication of how it was accomplished, his skill must be at least an S-rank combat ability. Scarred Mouse felt increasingly grateful for his decision to come here with the warning. It was undoubtedly the right choice. Otherwise, had he followed the Black Tiger to confront Liu Yang, he might have perished before even laying eyes on him. Meanwhile, at the Black Tiger base, Falcon, who was observing the situation, suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his head and collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in agony. "What is wrong, Falcon? Are you all right?" Black Tiger exclaimed, startled by the sight. "Damn, my eyes on the situation have been extinguished." "I was caught off guard." Falcon's face turned pale, his lips trembling. The visceral sensation of having his connection severed filled him with dread. Your eagle can soar hundreds of meters high. Even a sniper's bullet would struggle to hit it. How could it have been taken down? Black Tiger's expression turned grave. I do not know. I was observing the female students when it was suddenly taken out that I couldn't see the assailant, nor discern the method used. Falcon replied, shaken. Black Tiger recalled Scarred Mouse's words. When Scarred Mouse returned, he had mentioned that the ability user was exceptionally powerful, that a dozen elites were no match for him, and were swiftly eliminated. It seemed that this was not a mere fabrication, that we must summon him immediately to clarify the situation. He commanded one of his subordinates, "Go fetch Scarred Mouse. I have inquiries for him." The subordinate hurried off to find Scarred Mouse but returned promptly. "Reporting, boss, Scarred Mouse's room is empty. His belongings have all been taken." Black Tiger's expression shifted. "What do you mean? Has he fled? Has he betrayed our base?" The subordinate, trembling with cold sweat, replied, "It appears so. Has he truly become so powerful as to compel Scarred Mouse to betray us?" Black Tiger furrowed his brow. Sensing that the situation was more complex than it seemed, that a solemn expression spread across his face as he grappled with how to proceed. Meanwhile, within Liu Yang's villa, he questioned Scarred Mouse. "The Black Tiger is lecherous and seeks to abduct women, correct? However, in this apocalypse, women are plentiful. He need not take such risks." Scarred Mouse nodded. "That is true, yet Zhang Jingyu is the woman he desires. The entire base is aware of this, that he is determined to possess her. This matter transcends mere desire. It concerns his pride and authority. Should he fail to claim Zhang Jingyu, how could he continue to be the leader of the base? Therefore, while he may disregard other women, he cannot afford to lose Zhang Jingyu." "Zhang Jingyu is my woman," Liu Yang declared coldly. "Those who dare covet her must face death. How far is the Black Tiger base from here? If he intends to assault me, how long will it take him to arrive? The Black Tiger base is over 20 kilometers away. I informed him of your strength, that if he wishes to confront you, he will certainly gather all the elites from the base, which will take at least a day. Some ability users are out scavenging for supplies and might not return until nightfall. Therefore, if he intends to come, it should be tomorrow." Scarred Mouse analyzed. "Tomorrow? I cannot wait until tomorrow. Allowing him to live another day after targeting my woman is an affront to me. I shall depart for the Black Tiger base immediately to eliminate him." "You will guide me," Liu Yang asserted resolutely. Originally, he had no intention of seeking trouble with the Black Tiger, but upon hearing that the Black Tiger still harbored intentions towards Zhang Jingyu, Liu Yang could no longer contain himself. However, considering the distance of over 20 kilometers and the time it would take to reach the base, along with its formidable defenses, Scarred Mouse hesitated. It may prove challenging to assault the Black Tiger base. "If he comes here, it is your territory, and you will have the advantage in combat. Wherever the battle takes place, it matters not. He shall perish regardless," Liu Yang proclaimed with confidence. Scarred Mouse suggested, "At the very least, we should devise a battle plan." "That I have already devised a plan. My strategy is to eliminate all who dare to resist." "Is 20 kilometers too far?" "Even if it were 200 kilometers, I would traverse the night to annihilate him. Anyone who dares to covet my woman must die. Not even a coconut shall remain," Liu Yang declared as he approached the volleyball court, waving to the girls playing below. The girls rushed over, surrounding Liu Yang like stars orbiting the moon. "Liu Yang, are you here to watch us play? This is such a delightful surprise. You've never come to watch us before. Did you go scavenging for supplies again today?" As the girls gathered around Liu Yang, each glistening with perspiration, Zhang Jingyu suddenly spotted Scarred Mouse beside him, and her expression changed. "Why, you're Scarred Mouse, aren't you?" "Do not be alarmed. He has come to ally with us. That I plan to handle some matters today, so please refrain from going outside. It is somewhat unsafe," Liu Yang advised the group, upon hearing Liu Yang's words. The girls' expressions grew serious. "All right, we will return to the villa now." Liu Yang nodded. "Yes, let us head back together," and he instructed Scarred Mouse to wait outside while he escorted the girls back to the villa. Once inside, he introduced them to the athletic goddess, Zhou Kiki, and urged them to stay put and not wander off. Finally, he returned to his room to begin strategizing for battle. The simulation unfolded without a hitch. No unforeseen events occurred, that he easily eliminated the individuals from the Black Tiger base. Simultaneously, through the simulation, he gleaned crucial information about why Scarred Mouse had betrayed the Black Tiger, as well as the routes and strengths of the Black Tiger base. Even without Scarred Mouse as his guide, he knew how to proceed. Thus, he stepped out of the villa and addressed Scarred Mouse. "It is time to act. You will take the underground route, while I proceed above ground." Scarred Mouse was taken aback that he had not disclosed his knowledge of the underground passages to Lu Yong. How could he have known? Did Lu Yong intentionally let him escape last time? In that moment, Scarred Mouse felt as though Lu Yong were an omniscient deity. Nevertheless, he inquired, "If I take the underground route, do you know the way?" "I do," Lu Yong affirmed. During the first simulation, he had instructed Scarred Mouse to lead the way. But Scarred Mouse's pace was too slow. Covering the 20-plus kilometers took them an entire hour. Lu Yong could not afford to wait that long, that if he traveled at full speed, he could reach the destination in under 20 minutes. He was determined not to allow the Black Tiger to live another hour. Anyone who dared to target Lu Yang's woman, even for a second longer, was a grave insult to him. He would travel across the Pacific to confront anyone who dared to covet his woman, regardless of the distance. Thus, he resolved to go ahead himself while Scarred Mouse took the underground route, that in truth, it mattered little whether Scarred Mouse accompanied him. Lu Yang's sole concern was to ensure that Scarred Mouse did not cause trouble in the Villa District while he was away. He did not wish for chaos to erupt while he was on a mission. Chapter 44. I will decide for you after ensuring the safety of Su Xiao and the others. Lu Yong set forth immediately. Scarred Mouse took to the underground passage point 20 minutes later. Lu Yong arrived at the outskirts of the Black Tiger survivor base. The base was also a spacious villa district, sparsely populated, with considerable distance between the villas, offering ample privacy for the affluent individuals who once resided there. Consequently, the number of zombies in this villa district was minimal. Thus, it is precisely for this reason that the Black Tiger and his cohorts chose to establish their base here. In times of peace, a villa in this area would cost no less than 50 million, that those fortunate enough to reside here are either affluent or noble. Regrettably, at this very moment, the majority of them have transformed into zombies. Even those who have not succumbed to such a fate have been dealt with by the Black Tiger's gang. Lu Yong arrived at the entrance, leaping effortlessly over the 4-meter-high wall and entering the villa district. Adjacent to the wall were numerous makeshift tents erected by ordinary survivors who had sought refuge in the Black Tiger's base, the lowest tier of survivors. They were relegated to the outskirts and were unable to enter the villas. Upon witnessing Lu Yang's entrance, they were momentarily taken aback. "Shoo!" Lu Yong commanded, one hand wielding a knife and the other gesturing for silence near his lips. "Do not make a sound, or you shall perish." "Do you understand?" Nodding vigorously, the survivors complied. The ability to leap over a 4-meter wall indicated that Lu Yong was no ordinary person. He was undoubtedly an extraordinary being to these common folk. Such individuals appeared almost divine, and they dared not resist. Naturally, they followed Lu Yang's instructions without question. Satisfied with their obedience, Lu Yong nodded approvingly before making his way directly towards the Black Tiger's residence, guided by the intelligence he had gleaned from his previous reconnaissance. Meanwhile, the elite members of the Black Tiger's base were gathered in consultation at his quarters, deliberating on how to deal with Lu Yong. At this moment, Eagle was pressing a warm towel against his head. Still reeling from the pain of his informant's demise, his complexion pale, he addressed the Black Tiger. "Boss, as you mentioned, even the likes of Grizzly were dispatched in an instant. This individual may prove difficult to handle. Perhaps we should reconsider." Other extraordinary beings echoed his sentiments. Grizzly, Yellow Dog, Scarred Rat. None of them stood a chance. Our forces have suffered considerable losses. Confronting him would likely be a fruitless endeavor. Furthermore, we are on his turf, familiar with the terrain, and perhaps even facing traps. Black Tiger, I suggest we heed Eagle's advice and let this go. After all, she is merely a woman. What types of women do we not have in our base? Indeed, boss, perhaps we should let it slide, that we can search for new survivors outside and bring back some lovely ladies instead. Let us forget about Zhang Jingyu, they proposed, upon hearing Scarred Rat's words relayed by the Black Tiger. Panic struck each member. Grizzly was one of the top fighters within the base, that if even Grizzly could be dispatched so swiftly, what chance did they stand? Observing the fear etched on the faces of his comrades, the Black Tiger found himself in a dilemma that he turned to the only woman in the room, the second in command of the Black Tiger's survivor base. This striking beauty, with her smooth white short hair and fitted tactical attire, bore a resemblance to a white-haired Black Widow. Her demeanor exuded competence and composure, with a hint of a smile, unlike the other terrified members. "White Fox, what are your thoughts on this matter?" the Black Tiger inquired. "I have no preference. I am at your disposal. Frankly, based on Scarred Rat's description, I am somewhat curious to see what he looks like. Wonder if he is handsome," White Fox responded, licking her alluring red lips. "What's there to see? Do not provoke him. White Fox, please do not lead us to our doom. Let us forget it." "Yes, indeed. Let us forget it," the others quickly concurred. Everyone knew that White Fox was the most unpredictable. Despite her formidable abilities, her decisions often lacked rationality, leaving others baffled by her thought process. They were not inclined to follow this reckless woman in a certain peril. Watching the chaotic exchange, the Black Tiger rubbed his forehead. His expression one of resignation, that I will consider it and make a final decision later, that in truth, he too harbored reservations. Zhang Jingyu was merely a woman. His insistence on capturing her was not born of affection, but rather a matter of pride. Now, realizing the extent of her protector's strength, the risk of provoking him seemed exceedingly high. Internally, he rejected the idea of confrontation, yet as the leader, he felt compelled to consult his subordinates. White Fox, as the second in command, held significant influence. Hence, he sought her opinion. Little did he know, White Fox, with her unconventional reasoning, expressed a desire to confront Lu Yang. The Black Tiger inwardly berated himself for soliciting the opinion of this lunatic. Had she echoed the sentiments of the others, he would have easily acquiesced to retreat. Now, faced with her eagerness, he found himself in a quandary. His woman was at stake, and he could not afford to appear weak. As he stood there, contemplating how to delay the matter until nightfall, a cold voice suddenly cut through the air from outside. "There is no need to deliberate. I have come to make the decision for you." Startled, the gathered members turned to see a striking young man entering through the door, a sleek black katana in hand, dripping with fresh blood, evidence of his recent encounter with two guards. The Black Tiger's face contorted in shock as he demanded, "Who are you? How did you get in? Where are the guards? Dead. And soon, you shall join them. I have come to collect your life." Lu Yang replied coldly. One of the members, witnessing Lu Yang's audacity towards their leader, sprang to his feet, unsheathing his machete and charging at Lu Yang, shouting, "Such bravado! How dare you speak to our Black Tiger in such a manner?" With a swift motion, Lu Yang swung his katana, and the man's head fell to the ground, his demise so rapid that the onlookers could scarcely comprehend what had just occurred. Shock and fear spread across their faces as they realized that the blade belonged to Zhang Jingyu, confirming Lu Yang as the formidable opponent Scarred Rat had described. The Black Tiger's lips trembled as he pointed at Lu Yang, stammering, "You are the one who killed Grizzly?" Chapter 45, A Love-Struck Fool? "Indeed, it is I. You must be Black Tiger, surrounded by your men, Grizzly and Yellow Dog. Are you running a zoo? And with your appearance, you dare to covet my woman. Have you even looked at yourself in a mirror?" Lu Yang mocked, surveying the corpulent figure of the Black Tiger, whose dark skin and stout frame resembled that of a pregnant woman nearing term. With such a physique, he had somehow managed to attract multiple wives while daring to lay claim to Zhang Jingyu. Was this not an invitation to his own demise? Black Tiger's face flushed with rage at Lu Yang's taunts. Although he feared Lu Yang's prowess, the public humiliation stung deeply. Gritting his teeth, he warned, "I advise you to temper your arrogance. While you may possess some skill, you would do well to remember where you are in my domain. You may not leave alive. Moreover, Zhang Jingyu is a woman I have claimed. You dare to flaunt your conquest before me?" Lu Yang could not suppress his laughter at the absurdity of the claim. "You think just because you laid eyes on her first, she belongs to you? Who do you think you are? You covet my woman, and I shall set my sights on yours. Should you perish, I will look after your wives. You go too far." Black Tiger seethed with rage. He gestured to his men. "Attack. Brothers, eliminate him." Yet not a single one moved. Fear was etched on their faces as they stood vigilantly, their eyes fixed on Lu Yang. None dared to make the first move. They understood all too well that if Lu Yang had aimed that blade at them, they would have met a swift end. It was evident that they were not on the same level of combat prowess. Why then would they willingly rush to their demise? Moreover, ever since Lu Yang made his appearance here, his gaze has been firmly fixed on Black Tiger, clearly indicating that he has come specifically for him. As for the others, Lu Yang has not targeted them at all. If they do not wish to be killed, why would they extend their necks, begging for death? Is that not foolish? Thus, although the subordinates of Black Tiger issued commands, none of them heeded the call of the Falcon. Black Tiger was equally taken aback by the ineffectiveness of his orders and had no choice but to start calling out names. "Oh, my head aches." The Falcon clutched his head, remaining seated, for he was not foolish. His ability was reconnaissance, and in terms of combat prowess, he could not even rival the giant bear. How could he possibly hope to contend with Lu Yang, who could eliminate the giant bear in an instant? Consequently, he feigned a headache. White Fox, Black Fox cast a glance at the frenzied woman nearby. While others may tremble in fear, this woman would likely not be deterred. As long as she led the charge, the others would undoubtedly follow. However, White Fox merely stood there with a charming smile, lightly biting her red lips, her gaze fixed on Lu Yang, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Casting flirtatious glances, her face even displaying an expression of infatuation. This brazen woman dares to indulge in such infatuation at this moment. Black Tiger felt on the verge of collapse, that he asked the leader. "If you do not take the lead in the charge, how can you expect others to follow? Come on, let me witness your abilities. Rest assured, your strength is so feeble that I won't kill you swiftly. I shall allow you to witness how I play with your wife." Seeing the so-called leader of the survivor base utterly incapable of commanding even a single subordinate, Lu Yang could not help but chuckle. It seemed this leader was not particularly competent. None of his subordinates obeyed him, or perhaps it was simply that he was too powerful, frightening everyone into silence. Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. "You insolent brat, do not underestimate me. I, Black Tiger, have survived this long and am not to be trifled with. If you dare to fight without using your abilities, do you truly think I am some petty opponent? If you have the courage, do not renege on your word. Just wait and see how you meet your demise." Black Tiger spoke with a venomous glare, deliberately provoking Lu Yang. For those with abilities, fighting with or without them represents two entirely different tiers of combat prowess. That an ability user who refrains from using their powers is only marginally stronger than an ordinary human. This is precisely why Scarred Rat, despite awakening a tunneling skill, is looked down upon by all. His ability offers him little in the way of combat assistance that in a real fight. He is merely a super soldier, hence the disdain. Now, Lu Yang dares to claim he will fight using only ordinary attacks. Does that not bind his hands and transform him into a super soldier? In such a scenario, even if Lu Yang is formidable, Black Tiger believes he still has a chance. "You need not resort to provocation, that I have stated it clearly. I shall not use my abilities, that if I were to employ my abilities, you would all be dead in a single encounter." Lu Yang replied confidently. "Excellent. You possess spirit. But do not blame me for being ruthless." Black Tiger gritted his teeth, then extended his claw-like hand, raking it across his own arm, instantly drawing forth a torrent of blood, which coated his 5 fingers. Blood blade claws. With a swift motion, 5 blood-soaked claws shot directly towards Lu Yang. This was Black Tiger's ability, the power to attack enemies using their own blood, even capable of long-range assaults. This was precisely why he had become the most powerful ability user among the survivors. In the face of the incoming Bloodblade claws, however, Lu Yang merely sidestepped, evading them effortlessly. His speed had reached an astonishing 16.5 times that of an ordinary person, while the foundational attributes of a first-level ability user, such as strength and speed, were only double that of an average human. To Lu Yang, the seemingly rapid Bloodblade claws of a first-level ability user appeared as though they were moving in slow motion. Boom! The blood claws struck the ground, instantly carving 5 deep grooves, each 10 centimeters deep, into the hard earth. The Falcon and the others were taken aback by the sight. Was this truly Black Tiger's ultimate move? How formidable! If that were to strike a person, it would instantly cleave them into 5 pieces. They had only known that Black Tiger was powerful, but had never witnessed him wield his abilities. It was evident now just how fearsome he was. Yet, the individual opposite was equally impressive. He dodged the rapid blood claws with a mere sidestep. Chapter 46. Surrendering. Directly witnessing the sheer might of Black Tiger's ultimate technique, the expressions of his subordinates morphed into those of astonishment, and they began to murmur among themselves the as expected of Black Tiger. If it were us, we would have been sliced in half by those claws already. Indeed, we had never seen Black Tiger in action before. But now it is clear he is every bit as powerful as the rumors suggest. The faces of the Falcon and the others reflected shock, mingled with concern, given Black Tiger's strength and their fear of Lu Yang. They had defied Black Tiger's orders to attack Lu Yang. What if Black Tiger emerged victorious? Would there still be good fortune awaiting them? As such, they secretly hoped that Black Tiger would not win, yet equally did not wish for Lu Yang to prevail. None could predict whether Lu Yang would turn against them after defeating Black Tiger. Thus, they wished for the best outcome, both to be gravely injured, allowing them to swoop in with a final blow and eliminate both, thus seizing control of the base for themselves. While the Falcon and his companions plotted, White Fox interjected, "You know nothing. Black Tiger's attacks are indeed formidable. Yet they have proven utterly ineffective. This further emphasizes the strength of that fellow. He did not employ his abilities but simply evaded with his speed. Up until now, we remain unaware of what his abilities truly are. Therefore, that young man has been effortlessly toying with them without exerting himself fully. I suspect he has barely unleashed 50% of his power. What? He may not have even utilized 50% of his abilities?" The Falcon and the others displayed expressions of disbelief. If Lu Yang had not even exerted half of his strength against Black Tiger's formidable move, how powerful could he truly be? White Fox chuckled coldly, asserting, "Mark my words. Even if the opponent refrains from using their abilities, Black Tiger stands no chance against him. Not even a sliver of hope, for the opponent has yet to take this seriously. He is merely playing." True to White Fox's words, no sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Yang swiftly maneuvered to Black Tiger's side, brandishing his blade in a swift arc swish. Black Tiger's right hand was severed in an instant, blood gushing from the stump. Ah! Pain contorted Black Tiger's face as he screamed, "Bloody tempest!" Instantly, the blood spraying from his severed arm coalesced in midair, forming bullets that rained down upon Lu Yang in a torrential assault. Lu Yang was taken aback by this unexpected tactic from Black Tiger. Could it be that the more blood he shed, the stronger his attacks became? Lu Yang quickly retreated, leaping several yards away to evade this onslaught. Bang, bang, bang! The blood bullets struck the ground, leaving deep craters that penetrated several centimeters into the hard surface, turning the once sturdy ground into mere rubble. Following this, Lu Yang planted his feet firmly and surged forward like a cannonball, lunging at Black Tiger once more, swinging his blade. Swish! Black Tiger's left hand was likewise severed, blood erupting once again. With both arms severed, Black Tiger let out a wretched howl, his face now twisted with madness, baring his teeth in a feral expression, as if he yearned to swallow Lu Yang whole. Observing the blood spraying into the air, Black Tiger gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Heavenly web!" Swish! The crimson blood in the air wove itself into a massive blood net, descending upon Lu Yang. Yet Lu Yang's speed had soared to an extraordinary 16.5 times that of an ordinary human. Such an attack was nothing more than slow motion to him. With a casual sidestep, he easily evaded the encroaching blood net, then closed the distance to Black Tiger once more, swinging his blade again. Swish! Black Tiger's legs were severed at the thighs, and he collapsed to the ground amidst a pool of his own blood. Utterly incapacitated, with all four limbs severed, Black Tiger could no longer move, and the flow of blood from his wounds ceased. Though he could endure the blood loss from his hands, with both legs now crippled and 4 gaping wounds bleeding profusely, it would not be long before he succumbed to death from blood loss. Realizing that his blood attacks were utterly ineffective against Lu Yang, he decided to stem the flow, ceasing the blood that coursed from his wounds. His expression shifted from one of madness to one of despair and terror, for in that moment, he truly felt the specter of death looming over him. He gazed at Lu Yang, a face filled with humility, as he pleaded, "I was wrong, brother. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I relinquish Zhang Jingyu to you. You may take whatever you desire from this base. As long as you do not kill me, I will comply with your every wish." Upon witnessing this scene, Falcon and the others were rendered utterly speechless. The extraordinary abilities wielded by Black Tiger were already formidable enough. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that none of the supernatural beings present here could possibly contend with him, and even a single strike would likely result in their swift demise. Yet the very Black Tiger capable of obliterating them found himself utterly powerless in the presence of Lu Yang. Was the chasm between supernatural beings truly so vast? They could hardly fathom that such a powerful entity as Black Tiger could inflict no harm upon Lu Yang. and within a mere 10 seconds, he was reduced to a state of pleading after having both his hands and feet severed. The opponent was nothing short of a divine being. Even if all the individuals in this base were to unite, they would scarcely withstand 3 minutes against him, unless a woman were to willingly offer herself. Perhaps employing the wiles of beauty could buy them 2 hours. Upon witnessing the adversary's capitulation, Liu Yang's face broke into a cold smirk. "Oh, seeking mercy so soon? I observe that your powers grow stronger the more blood you shed. Therefore, let me assist you in that endeavor. I did not anticipate you would forfeit your struggle so readily. I was wrong. I was wrong. I should never have provoked you. Please spare my life, my brother. Truly, I will gift you Zhang Jingyu. I shall never trouble you again. Just grant me a chance to live." Black Tiger continued to plead with Liu Yang, only for Liu Yang to furrow his brow at the mention of Zhang Jingyu. "You intend to gift me Zhang Jingyu? Do you presume my woman requires your bestowal? Who do you think you are?" Upon hearing Liu Yang's frigid tone, Black Tiger was taken aback and hastily replied, Brother, I misspoke. I did not mean to say I would gift her to you. She was always yours. It was my error, a grave error on my part." Liu Yang maintained his icy demeanor. "Oh, so you acknowledge that Zhang Jingyu is indeed my woman? Then how dare you attempt to take her from me?" Black Tiger, startled once more, retorted, "No, I did not dare to take her. She was initially my woman, but then you laid claim to her, and thus she became yours." Liu Yang narrowed his eyes and inquired, "So, you are suggesting that I am merely acquiring your discarded wares?" Black Tiger was on the verge of despair. "Brother, that is not my intention. Just tell me, who is she truly meant for? And she shall belong to that person." Liu Yang pressed further. "Do you dare to question me?" Frustrated, Black Tiger realized that his explanations were only complicating matters further. What was the correct answer he should provide? Chapter 47. A different kind of woman. "Care for a spar?" Liu Yang said, planting his foot firmly on Black Tiger's face. "See? No more words to twist. I have stated from the outset that I can defeat you without the use of abilities that AS for your intentions toward my woman. I shall take care of your wives instead. Did I hear you have a dozen or so?" Black Tiger quickly replied, Yes, I have a dozen. They are all yours. Just spare my life." Liu Yang was taken aback. He had not expected Black Tiger to relinquish his wives for the sake of survival. "Oh, you are quite willing to part with them, are you? To offer them so readily without hesitation? It is only right. A beauty deserves a hero, that a worthless man like me does not deserve to possess so many beauties." Black Tiger hastily explained. Unbeknownst to them, White Fox interjected. Those wives were all taken from commoners. He forced them into marriage without any affection. His true wife perished when the apocalypse erupted, but he does have a biological daughter. Upon hearing this, fury flashed across Black Tiger's face as he roared at White Fox. "White Fox! You wretched woman! You traitorous harlot! How dare you stab me in the back?" Seeing Black Tiger regain his bravado and still dare to insult, Liu Yang pressed down harder, distorting Black Tiger's mouth, rendering him unable to speak, only able to emit pained sounds. Moreover, Liu Yang discerned that Black Tiger cared little for his wives, but the mention of his daughter seemed to be his Achilles' heel. Liu Yang then turned his gaze toward White Fox and the others. During the battle, White Fox, Falcon, and other elites from Black Tiger's base had merely observed, too intimidated to intervene. Now, witnessing Liu Yang incapacitate Black Tiger in under 10 seconds, leaving him as a mere stump, they dared not even breathe. There was no hope of escape. Against Liu Yang's speed, they would be eliminated before they could cover 10 meters. Thus, they stood by, awaiting their fate, hoping to avoid Liu Yang's notice. However, White Fox's words captured Liu Yang's attention. When Liu Yang's gaze fell upon her, Falcon and the others felt as though they were under the scrutiny of a malevolent deity. Trembling uncontrollably, their hairs standing on end. Moments later, they weakened, collapsing to their knees, save for White Fox, who remained standing. Liu Yang observed her closely, astonished to finally notice her striking beauty, initially focused solely on the greasy Black Tiger. He had overlooked the stunning woman beside him. This woman sported a head of stylish white hair, exuding a striking and gallant demeanor. Her exquisite features radiated confidence, and she donned a form-fitting black outfit reminiscent of the Black Widow from the movies. Tall and with flawless skin, she bore an air of icy aloofness, although one could lament that she lacked a touch of voluptuousness. "Who are you?" Liu Yang inquired of White Fox, Her alluring red lips curled into a smile as she replied, I am White Fox, formerly a supernatural being at this survivor base, and I was the second in command. But now, I am your woman. Lu Yang was taken aback, then chuckled, Oh, have I consented to this? You presume to declare yourself as my woman? He had not anticipated such directness and initiative from her. You will agree, for you have never encountered a woman as exceptional as I doubt White Fox stated confidently. Without warning, she flashed in front of Falcon and the others, brandishing a gleaming dagger, her movements ethereal as she weaved through the crowd, leaving trails of blood in her wake. Before the others had a chance to react, she had already slit their throats. Falcon clutched his gushing neck in disbelief, his face a mask of shock as he pointed a trembling finger at White Fox, exclaiming, White Fox, you? Even in death, they could not comprehend why their demise had come at the hands of their companion rather than Lu Yang. Lu Yang regarded White Fox's actions with astonishment and questioned her. What are you doing? I did not command you to kill them. Black Tiger is their leader. They disobeyed his orders, revealing themselves to be fickle turncoats. What purpose do they serve? Thus, I have taken it upon myself to eliminate them for you. White Fox licked her red lips and declared. But you did not heed Black Tiger's words either. Lu Yang remarked with a smirk. White Fox retorted, I am different. How so? Lu Yang pressed. With a confident smile, White Fox replied, I can be your woman, but these worthless individuals cannot. Surely you are not a homosexual. A leader may betray, but a true partner must not. Therefore, you need not worry. Lu Yang was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her logic. However, he remained puzzled. It just strikes me as odd. How can you be so forward? You declare yourself my woman upon our first meeting. White Fox stepped closer, her delicate finger resting against Lu Yang's chest, her voice dripping with seduction as she said, Handsome, has no woman ever told you that you were striking and charming? Ah, surprisingly no one has, Lu Yang admitted, a bit bashful as he scratched his head. Those people are certainly not honest. I, however, am different. I am drawn to handsome men, to strong individuals, and you are precisely to my taste. So let me be forthright. I desire you. White Fox stated unabashedly. Lu Yang was taken aback by her boldness, feeling a bit out of his depth. Typically, he was the one to hint at deeper connections. But here was a woman who made her intentions unmistakably clear. Why not? Shall we find a room now and engage in a little sparring? I could show you my prized treasures, Lu Yang suggested. His competitive spirit ignited. White Fox interjected, Let us not engage in such exchanges just yet. Black Tiger is on the verge of death as a mere stump. You should tend to his daughter in front of him. Black Tiger, upon hearing this, was consumed by fury. White Fox, you scoundrel! You harlot! May you suffer a most wretched fate. You dare insult me. I shall bring your daughter to you at once. White Fox laughed. The White Fox departed with a cold sneer, making her way towards the abode of the Black Tiger's daughter. The Black Tiger, witnessing the White Fox's exit, felt a tightness in his chest and shouted urgently. No, 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 please, White Fox. If you dare to harm my daughter, I will ensure you meet a most untimely demise. I shall haunt you even in death. Chapter 48. A severe punishment shortly after the White Fox's departure. The scarred rat emerged from the underground tunnel, sprinting to this location. Upon his arrival, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. Blood was strewn across the ground, and a dozen corpses lay scattered about. To his disbelief, their once mighty leader, the Black Tiger, had been reduced to a mere lifeless form, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. The scarred rat gazed incredulously at Lu Yang, unable to restrain his astonishment. Heavens, what transpired here? Have I stumbled upon a battlefield of horrors? I rushed here with all haste, yet I still failed to witness this conflict. You are truly formidable. He then approached the lifeless body of the falcon and spat upon it. Ha, you fool, always flaunting your prowess before me. Where is your bravado now? You are dead beyond recovery for daring to look down upon me. Upon seeing the scarred rat's arrival, the Black Tiger quickly realized the truth. It was the rat's betrayal that had led Lu Yang to this place, resulting in the unfolding tragedy. Gritting his teeth, he snarled at the scarred rat, you traitor! It is your treachery that has brought about this calamity. Had I known you were a traitor, I would have eliminated you long ago. Yet the scarred rat wore a smug expression, dismissively replying, In this base, no one ever held me in esteem that I find joy in your demise. What does it matter to me if I am labeled a traitor? As if you ever regarded me as one of your own. Besides, even without my betrayal, you would have sought trouble with him, leading to your inevitable downfall. The black tiger spat in disdain. Bah! You worthless coward dare to argue. A sycophant like you will always be scorned, no matter where you go. Do you believe you have secured a powerful ally? Will anyone trust a traitor like you? That is of no concern to you. You should be more worried about how long you can cling to life, the scarred rat retorted, disregarding the black tiger and surveying the fallen. However, he soon realized that one individual was missing, and his expression shifted dramatically. He hastily turned to Lu Yong and exclaimed, "Brother, we are missing someone. The second in command of this base, the White Fox. She is incredibly strong and unpredictable. If we do not eliminate her, we risk her vengeance." Within this base, while the Black Tiger boasted the greatest strength, the White Fox was no weakling either. Her erratic behavior made her an unpredictable force. She acted without consideration for consequences, impulsively following her whims. One moment, she might be engaging in lighthearted banter, and the next, she could draw her blade and take a life. Thus, the scarred rat harbored a profound fear of the White Fox, even more so than of the Black Tiger. "Who dares speak ill of me?" A woman's voice resonated. Upon hearing it, the scarred rat's face paled, and he immediately ducked behind Lu Yong, whispering, "It's the White Fox." That's her voice. At that moment, the White Fox entered, accompanied by the Black Tiger's daughter. Seeing this, the Black Tiger's rage boiled over, and he shouted at the White Fox, "White Fox, you will suffer for this. You wretched woman, I will ensure you have no place to rest in death." The scarred rat glanced between the Black Tiger and the White Fox, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had the Black Tiger lost his mind? Why was he cursing the very person who was his last hope for survival? The White Fox, however, paid no heed to the Black Tiger's curses. Instead, she smiled at Lu Yong, saying, "Handsome, I have brought you a prize." The Black Tiger's daughter just turned 18, still tender and fresh. Lu Yong assessed the Black Tiger's daughter. Her exquisite face bore a hint of youthful plumpness, her skin as white as snow, delicate and seemingly able to glisten with moisture. It was evident that the Black Tiger had maintained his daughter's comfort even in the apocalypse. She had lived a life of luxury, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil surrounding her. In terms of beauty, she was undoubtedly a rare gem, rivaling the likes of Hiyushir. However, upon witnessing the carnage around her, the Black Tiger's daughter trembled in fear. Her face betrayed terror. Yet curiously, she showed no sign of sorrow upon seeing her father reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Observing the beautiful young woman, Lu Yong nodded approvingly. Quite impressive. She is an excellent prospect. I shall take her as my own." Such a beauty was a splendid opportunity for expansion, even if she were not the Black Tiger's daughter. Encountering her by chance would not deter Lu Yong from claiming her. After all, with the support of the system, each woman represented a chance for him to grow stronger. For Lu Yong, it was better to mistakenly eliminate than to miss an opportunity for power. Upon hearing Lu Yang's declaration, the Black Tiger erupted in a desperate scream. "No, please, kill me instead. Spare my daughter." The White Fox plunged her blade into the Black Tiger's mouth, twisting it forcefully, instantly rendering his tongue into a mass of pulp. She then coldly stated, "Silence. Do not disturb the gentleman's enjoyment." Chapter 49. Eagerly anticipated as Lu Yong prepared to take his prize, the Black Tiger struggled to speak, but with his tongue shredded, he could only emit muffled sounds as blood poured from his mouth. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at the White Fox, etching her visage into his memory, vowing to haunt her even in death. The scarred rat, paralyzed with fear, dared not breathe. The White Fox was a formidable force, and he could not discern her true allegiance. Given that he was the first to betray the base, he feared for his life, remaining on high alert, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Unable to contain himself, the scarred rat finally asked the White Fox, "Sister, what is the current situation? Have you also betrayed the base?" The White Fox shot him a disdainful look, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, nearly fleeing in panic. "What do you mean by betrayal? Do you not know how to speak, little rat? Besides, you should recognize that Handsome Man is your new leader now, right?" "Indeed," the scarred rat declared proudly. He believed that aligning himself with Lu Yong was the wisest decision of his life. Clinging to such a powerful ally promised a bright future ahead. The White Fox smiled. Then it settled. No longer call me sister. Refer to me as sister-in-law. Wah! The scarred rat was utterly flabbergasted. Sister-in-law. Lu Yang had only arrived here perhaps 10 or 20 minutes before him, yet he had defeated the Black Tiger, eliminated the other elites, and even tamed the notoriously wild white fox. This was beyond astonishing. It was no exaggeration to say that subduing the white fox was far more challenging than vanquishing the Black Tiger, whose strength had limits. The white fox, on the other hand, was entirely unpredictable. Upon learning that the white fox willingly accepted Lu Yang as her partner, the scarred rat's admiration for Lu Yang deepened, and his fear dissipated that if even the white fox had been tamed, how could he, as Lu Yang's new subordinate, possibly be in danger? They were now family. Witnessing this spectacle, the near-death Black Tiger's eyes flared with renewed rage. Gah! 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 Blood spewed from his mouth once more. One need not listen closely to discern his thoughts. They were merely curses. Lu Yang smirked. What? Are you excited? But before you get too stirred up, let me tell you that your daughter chose to come with me willingly. The Black Tiger's agitation intensified, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. That he cried out, blood spilling from his mouth. Gah! Gah! Ah, this is the consequence of trying to claim my woman. Now, your daughter is mine as well. Do you understand now? Lu Yang declared, casting a glance at the Black Tiger. With that, he unleashed a deadly gaze, and in an instant, the Black Tiger's head was pierced by an icy needle, ending his wicked life. Until his last breath, the Black Tiger remained oblivious to the nature of Lu Yang's abilities. The Black Tiger's daughter, witnessing her father's demise before her eyes, displayed no sorrow. Instead, a look of liberation graced her features. This scoundrel was finally dead, and right before her. Ever since the apocalypse began, she had fantasized about this moment, and now it had come to fruition. In the past, in a desperate bid for survival, the Black Tiger had callously thrust his own mother towards the horde of zombies right before Wang Feifei's eyes. From that moment on, she had regarded him as an enemy, the bond of father and daughter irrevocably severed. Now, witnessing the demise of this villain, she felt a sense of closure for her mother, who could now rest in peace beneath the earth. Meanwhile, the expressions of the nearby, Baihu, and Scarred Rat mirrored her shock. Initially, Scarred Rat had indeed witnessed Lu Yang's prowess as he dispatched an eagle soaring at a height of 100 meters. However, at that time, he was oblivious to the method Lu Yang employed. He had imagined Lu Yang was capable of controlling lightning, perhaps even electrocuting the eagle from the sky. Yet upon witnessing the Black Tiger's death, Scarred Rat suddenly realized that Lu Yang must have shot the eagle down from above. What technique did he employ to achieve such a feat? Was his ability truly capable of ensuring a clean headshot? Even at close range, they could not discern how Lu Yang executed this skill. To them, it appeared as though Lu Yang merely glanced, and the Black Tiger's head exploded. Indeed, Lu Yang's strength was as he had proclaimed. Had he wished for the demise of those present, they would all have met the same fate in a mere instant. Scarred Rat could not help but marvel at the disparity between ordinary ability users and the formidable ones. This gap was even greater than that between ordinary ability users and common folk. Baihu, observing Lu Yang's actions, licked her crimson lips, her face alight with delight. Truly, he is the man I have chosen. His power is simply extraordinary. She pointed at the Black Tiger's daughter and inquired of Lu Yang. What about this woman? Shall we eliminate her? At Baihu's words, the Black Tiger's daughter trembled, for she too detected the icy intent behind them. This madwoman truly intended to kill her. Yet Lu Yang's demeanor brought her a sense of relief. Lu Yang shook his head. She is now my woman. Why would I kill her? Baihu, somewhat puzzled, retorted, You've already taken her virtue. What purpose does she serve now? Isn't such a woman merely a fleeting novelty? Moreover, you killed her father before her very eyes. Do you not fear vengeance? I certainly do not. He was not my father, the girl hastily replied. Baihu sneered coldly. Oh, to save your life, you would deny your own father? Your cunning runs deep. How despicable. With that, she drew her glimmering dagger, as if poised to slice the girl's throat in the next instant. Do you think I fear the hatred of a mere girl? Lu Yang confidently declared, casting a glance at Baihu. Put the knife away, that I shall not repeat myself. All right. You are the boss. Your word is law. Baihu conceded, retracting her blade as she beheld Lu Yang's confident gaze. Her face further radiated admiration. This man was both powerful and self-assured, and his decisive nature was utterly captivating. He was truly magnificent. Chapter 50. Entering the stone tablet test, Lu Yang addressed Scarred Rat. Have someone tend to these corpses. With the Black Tiger dead, you shall be responsible for the affairs of this survivor base from now on. What? I cannot possibly do that. My strength is insufficient. Let Baihu manage the base instead, Scarred Rat hurriedly protested. Previously, his abilities had ranked low within this base. What merit did he have to oversee the entire establishment? With Baihu's strength, she could easily eliminate 10 Scarred Rats. Lu Yang replied, Baihu is now my woman. She will accompany me away from here. The ability users in this base should all be dead. You will be the strongest remaining, so why fear managing it? Besides, with the Black Tiger's corpse to establish your authority, no one should dare to oppose you. Scarred Rat still appeared troubled. If you manage it, then manage it. I merely assist you in overseeing it. Lu Yang, you are busy every day. How can you find time for such trivial matters? It is not as if I am handing over the entire base to you. What are you afraid of? Just manage it well, or else face my inquiry. Baihu interjected, exasperated. She had warned him earlier to address her as sister-in-law rather than big sister, yet he continually forgot. This little rat was truly infuriating. Nevertheless, upon hearing Lu Yang openly declare her as his woman, Baihu felt a surge of delight within her. Lu Yang stated, Indeed, Baihu is correct. Additionally, I have heard that within this base, there exists a testing stone tablet capable of assessing the strength of ability users. Correct? Scarred Rat nodded. There is such a testing stone tablet. Among the ability users in this survivor base, only the Black Tiger, Baihu, and Zhang Jinglin have made the rankings that I and the others, such as the Eagle, are far too weak to qualify. Excellent. Take me to see it. Lu Yang exclaimed eagerly. His primary purpose in visiting this ability user base, aside from eliminating the Black Tiger, was to test his own strength and see what rewards he could obtain. Zhang Jinglin had gained an exceptionally sharp sword through testing. If he succeeded, what rewards might he receive? Just the thought filled him with anticipation. Soon, under the guidance of Scarred Rat and Baihu, Lu Yang arrived before the testing stone tablet of the survivor base. The tablet towered to a height of 4 stories. It was an immense rectangular stone, densely inscribed with the names of ability users. There were 4 leaderboards: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Each leaderboard contained 1,000 names, meaning one had to be among the top 1,000 to qualify for the ranking. Those ranked beyond 1,000 had no opportunity to be listed. Lu Yang observed that the top 10 names on each leaderboard were comprised of individuals from various nations. The strength of ability users was remarkably balanced across countries. The first-ranked user on the yellow leaderboard was named Li Tianba, a name that unmistakably belonged to someone from the Divine Dragon Empire. The first on the mysterious leaderboard was named Jackson, clearly hailing from the White Eagle Empire. The first on the Earth leaderboard was named Chimiv, evidently from the Barbarian Bear Empire. And the first on the Heaven leaderboard was named Nishang Shantian, unmistakably from the Little Sun Empire. This suggested that the rankings were recognized globally. A mere individual from the Little Sun Empire could claim the top spot on the Heaven leaderboard. Lu Yang scoffed. Just wait and see how I will trample him underfoot. Where is your name? Lu Yang inquired of Baihu. Here, look, Baihu pointed to one of the names. Lu Yang turned to see that Baihu's real name was Bai Ling. Ranked 897th on the yellow leaderboard. Baihu frowned. How infuriating. Just days ago, I was in the 830s. Now I have fallen back dozens of places. That IT seems more individuals are awakening their abilities, and their powers are quite formidable. Indeed, rankings are not static. Whenever new individuals enter the test, if their rank surpasses yours will be pushed back, or you may even be eliminated from the leaderboard. Lu Yang nodded, then asked, what does the test entail? Baihu explained, each person's test varies, but fundamentally, it involves battling monsters. The stone tablet contains 100 levels, and during my initial test on the yellow leaderboard, I only reached level 12.IC. I wish to give it a try. Lu Yang expressed his eagerness palpable. Baihu elaborated, simply place your hand on the stone tablet. It will detect you, and you will be transported inside. Very well. Lu Yang nodded, placing his hand upon the tablet. Almost immediately, he felt a faint current coursing through his hand, enveloping his entire body in a tingling sensation. Then, with a flash of red light, he vanished from sight, transported into the stone tablet. Inside, the surroundings were exceedingly spacious, resembling a square hall measuring 100 meters in length, width, and height. Above him, several lines of text materialized. Detection reveals the ability user possesses S-rank abilities and meets the standards for the Heaven Leaderboard test. Would you like to commence this test? Upon reading this prompt, Lu Yang was taken aback. The stone tablet could directly assess his strength. It could even determine the rank of ability users. Did this imply that only those qualifying for the Heaven Leaderboard were at least S-rank ability users? A-rank abilities corresponded to the Earth Leaderboard. Following this logic, he resolutely declared, "Commence the test. Test commencing." In no time, 10 zombies materialized from thin air. Unlike ordinary zombies, these possessed a glimmer of awareness in their eyes. They interacted as if they were normal humans, even coordinating their movements. Each wielded a long knife. With their cooperation and weaponry, they were at least second-tier zombies, right? The sudden appearance of 10 second-tier zombies? One could only imagine that ordinary ability users would struggle against them. However, I am no ordinary ability user. Without hesitation, Lu Yang brandished his sword and charged forward that in less than 10 seconds, 10 zombies had met their demise. Lu Yang's current base attributes were an astounding 16.5 times that of an ordinary human. In contrast, a level 2 zombie possessed strength and speed approximately double that of an average person, akin to the foundational attributes of a typical level 1 ability user. However, level 1 ability users still held an advantage over level 2 zombies due to their unique powers. Whereas level 2 zombies relied solely on their basic attributes and could only execute standard attacks. Moreover, their intelligence was rather limited. In one-on-one confrontations, a level 1 ability user could easily overpower a level 2 zombie. Yet when 10 zombies banded together, they posed a challenge that an average ability user could hardly contend with. Nevertheless, to Lu Yang, the speed of his adversaries appeared almost sluggish, but he mused that even if faced with 10,000, he would dispatch them with ease. The inscription on the stone tablet shifted once more. "Congratulations, you have passed the first level. Are you ready to proceed to the next stage?" "Confirmed. Entering the next level," Lu Yang declared without hesitation. Before long, the scene before Lu Yang transformed again, revealing 20 level 2 zombies. Lu Yang let out a cold chuckle. The disparity in strength is so vast that it cannot be compensated by mere numbers. Could we perhaps have something more challenging? Brandishing his long blade, he charged at the 20 zombies and swiftly felled them all. Chapter 51. A desire to test the zombies while Lu Yang was engaged in his trials. Bai Hu and Scarred Rat, among others, were outside discussing the unfolding events. Scarred Rat remarked, with brother Lu Yang's prowess, he should at least be able to enter the Xian ranking, right? Given Scarred Rat's abilities. He could barely scrape into the Huang ranking. He believed that those who made it onto the Huang ranking were already exceptionally strong, and those who could enter the Xian ranking were truly beyond imagination. Each ranking could only display 1,000 names, but this did not imply that only 1,000 individuals existed. Potentially tens of thousands were unable to make the list. For instance, Scarred Rat was not without a rank. He simply stood at over 15,000 in the Huang ranking, disqualified from being displayed on the stone tablet. Thus, the difference between the first place in the Huang ranking and the 1,000th in the Xian ranking was not merely 1,000. It could be tens of thousands. Scarred Rat thus believed that if Lu Yang could make it to the Xian ranking and appear within the top 1,000, it would signify him as a superlative powerhouse. Those in the D and Tian rankings were considered peerless, almost beyond contemplation. Bai Hu chuckled softly and replied, "I beg to differ. Lu Yang's strength is undoubtedly the most formidable among all the survivors I have encountered. So I believe he should be able to test for the D ranking. As for whether he can achieve a ranking, I cannot say for certain." Scarred Rat appeared somewhat taken aback and said, "Sister-in-law, do you hold brother Lu Yang's strength in such high regard?" Bai Hu smiled confidently. "Of course, the man I have chosen could never be incapable of entering the D ranking. I believe he can reach the Tian ranking. He is the strongest and might even claim the top spot." Just then, a melodious voice chimed in. It was Wang Feifei, the daughter of He, who upon hearing Wang Feifei's words, Bai Hu laughed lightly, saying, "What would you, an ordinary person, know? How could you possibly comprehend the matters of ability users?" Wang Feifei unabashedly responded, "I am indeed an ordinary person, and I truly do not understand the affairs of ability users. But I know Lu Yang well. I have engaged in profound discussions with him, and in my eyes, he is the most powerful man in the world, destined to secure the first position in the Tian ranking." Bai Hu chuckled, How typical of an ordinary person. Unfamiliar with the gap between ability users, You speak with such confidence, yet your ignorance is evident. Umph. We shall see. I firmly believe Lu Yang is the strongest. Wang Feifei retorted, unwilling to back down. Bai Hu smiled confidently. You are so certain? How about a wager? If you lose, you will be my subordinate, doing whatever I command, and if you win, I shall be your subordinate, obeying your every wish. What do you say? Let us make the wager. I refuse to lose. Wang Feifei pouted defiantly. Although she lacked understanding of the abilities and the disparities among ability users, it mattered little. For her faith in Lu Yang was unwavering, as long as it was Lu Yang. There was nothing he could not accomplish. While the crowd outside engaged in fervent discussions, Lu Yang had reached the 10th level of his testing. The zombies in the 10th level were no longer mere level 2 zombies. 10 level 3 zombies emerged, each accompanied by 100 level 2 zombies, totaling over 1,000 zombies. These zombies exhibited organization, discipline, and coordination. Upon encountering level 3 zombies for the first time, Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Level 3 zombies bore a striking resemblance to humans, their skin pale and devoid of the typical snarling and drooling. From a distance, they appeared merely as ordinary individuals. Lu Yang observed that these level 3 zombies were even communicating with one another, indicating an alarming level of intelligence. He noted one particularly striking female level 3 zombie, who not only spoke but was also remarkably beautiful, her snow-white skin lending her an air of aloofness and allure. If only her lips weren't so pale, a touch of lipstick would render her an absolute stunner. Lu Yang found himself curious about the experience of engaging with a zombie. Shaking his head, he admonished himself, "Damn it, what am I thinking? I'm in the midst of a challenge." He refocused on the horde of zombies before him. With the level 3 zombies leading, the organization and discipline of the undead had markedly improved. They even attempted to encircle Lu Yang. 1,000 zombies surrounded him, indicating that he needed to eliminate the 10 level 3 zombies first. Once their leaders fell, the remaining zombies would scatter like a disorganized mob. Without hesitation, Lu Yang brandished his great sword and charged toward the 10 zombies, engaging them in combat. The level 3 zombies possessed strength and speed 4 times that of a typical human, and they had the cunning to wield weapons. Alas, compared to Lu Yang, their capabilities were woefully inadequate. In less than 10 seconds, he dispatched all 10 level 3 zombies, each decapitated with ease. The remaining level 2 zombies, now leaderless, fell victim to Lu Yang's relentless slaughter. Having successfully passed the 10th level, Lu Yang gained insight. Due to the recent outbreak of the apocalypse, most ability users remained at the level 1 stage. Even S-class level 1 ability users, when compared to lower-tier ability users, only differed in their powers. Their foundational attributes were similar, roughly twice that of an ordinary person, in the absence of their abilities. S-class users were not significantly stronger than their peers. Therefore, in the Tian ranking tests against level 3 zombies, they would struggle if relying solely on their basic attributes. They would need to employ their abilities to prevail against level 3 zombies. However, utilizing abilities was mentally taxing and not infinitely sustainable. Thus, it would be quite challenging for S-class ability users to surpass the 10th level in the Tian ranking test, defeating so many zombies. Those who succeeded in passing the 10th level would likely rank among the top 1,000 in the Tian ranking. This was precisely why the number of zombies increased with each level, raising the difficulty for ordinary ability users. Yet Lu Yang was an anomaly. With the system's support, slaying zombies enhanced his own attributes, and his current attributes stood at an extraordinary 16.5 times that of an ordinary person. Even within the Tian ranking tests, he could engage in one-sided massacres without even needing to use his abilities. Thus, no matter how many zombies he faced, they were of little consequence. He did not require his powers. Nor would he suffer from mental fatigue. With a powerful blade in hand, each strike effortlessly severed a zombie's head, akin to slicing vegetables. The increase in quantity posed no challenge to him whatsoever. Lu Yang was like a glitch in the program, a phenomenon that even the stone tablet likely did not foresee. Someone who could achieve attributes several times that of an ordinary person in the early days of the apocalypse. This so-called Tian ranking test was, for Lu Yang, exceedingly simple. He confidently proclaimed, if the subsequent levels merely involve increasing the number of zombies, then even if I reach 100 levels, I shall pass through them at my leisure. Chapter 52. The first in the Tian ranking. Half an hour later, Lu Yong severed the head of the last level 6 zombie. Simultaneously, a new inscription appeared on the stone tablet. Congratulations! You have cleared the 100th level. The Tian ranking test has concluded. You have secured the first position in the Tian ranking and received the reward, Dark Cloak. Lu Yong was taken aback. It's over. I haven't even had my fill of combat yet. To speak candidly, Lu Yong felt no difficulty at all as he progressed through all 100 levels. Instead, he grew increasingly exhilarated with each encounter. Now, upon receiving the notification that the challenge had concluded, he found himself yearning for more. After all, while others merely possessed attributes twice that of an ordinary person, Lu Yong had reached an astounding 16.5 times that level. Such a dimensional advantage rendered his trials exceedingly effortless. He hastily examined the attributes of the reward, Dark Cloak. This equipment grants you temporary flight capabilities, lasting for 5 minutes, with a cooldown period of 1 hour. The flying speed is twice your movement speed. Upon reading this attribute, Lu Yong was taken aback that a mere cloak possessed the ability of flight. Incredible! This was undoubtedly an impressive reward for being ranked first on the celestial leaderboard. Flight is the dream of countless men. To traverse the air is a feat that only celestial beings could achieve. Now, with just a cloak, he could soar through the skies. How utterly magnificent! Although Lu Yang's current speed already reached 16.5 times that of an average person, doubling that for flight would mean an astonishing 33 times. Given that an ordinary person's maximum speed is approximately 8 to 9 meters per second, Lu Yang's speed would be 9 by 33 297 meters per second. This was nearing the speed of sound. To fly at such velocity with a human body, no one could possibly achieve that. This equipment was extraordinary. Furthermore, regardless of how much the flying ability enhanced him, its sheer elegance was enough to delight him. To complement the Dark Cloak, Lu Yong retrieved a black outfit he had collected from the supermarket within his dark space, adorned in black and paired with the cloak. He instantly exuded the air of a solitary ranger. Satisfied with his striking appearance, Lu Yong nodded approvingly. It seemed he must find an opportunity to traverse the skies and showcase his newfound prowess. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the cloak's flight ability? With this thought, Lu Yong departed from the stone tablet space, and in the next moment, he found himself outside. That moment, Scarred Mouse and White Fox were still waiting outside. Upon seeing Lu Yong emerge, White Fox was taken aback, exclaiming incredulously, "So soon?" When she had participated in the yellow list test, it had taken her 3 full days to reach the 12th level. Why had it taken so long? Because the psychic energy of an ability user is limited. After clearing each level, if one utilized their powers, their psychic energy would deplete. They had to wait until their energy fully restored before daring to enter the next level. Otherwise, they would be unable to use their powers in the subsequent challenge and would surely fail. Many challengers employed this strategy, taking their time to recover their physical and psychic energy. Of course, if both energies were fully restored and one still could not pass the next level, it indicated that their potential had reached its limit. Yet Lu Yong had taken only half an hour. Did this not imply that he had not needed any time to recover his psychic energy? If White Fox had known Lu Yong's thoughts, he would have scoffed at the notion. Is a mere clearance test worthy of employing abilities? Without any depletion of psychic energy, why would there be a need for recovery? As White Fox remained astonished, Scarred Mouse interjected, "What the heck? Lu Yong's name hasn't even appeared on the Mystic list. Could it be that his clearance time was too short to be listed?" Hearing this, White Fox immediately turned her attention to the Earth list, scanning it rapidly. Although a clearance time of half an hour was unlikely for an ordinary ability user to even complete the first level, Lu Yong was different. While the odds were slim, what if he had made it onto the Earth list? However, as White Fox searched from the 1000th position to the first, she found no trace of Lu Yong's name. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed her eyes that it seemed impossible. Even someone as formidable as Lu Yong, if he had only taken half an hour, could not possibly be listed. Perhaps he had exhausted all his psychic energy in the first level and thus abandoned the challenge. White Fox felt a pang of regret. Had she known earlier, she would have advised Lu Yong to wait until his psychic energy fully restored before entering the next level, rather than giving up immediately. Just as she lamented, an exclamation of delight broke through from Wang Feifei nearby. "Hey, everyone look! Check the first place on the celestial leaderboard." White Fox and Scarred Mouse instantly shifted their gaze to the highest celestial leaderboard. When they beheld the name in the first position, they were utterly astounded that on each leaderboard, the name of the top contender was magnified dozens of times larger than that of the second place and radiated a brilliant golden light. At that moment, the name shining in the first position of the celestial leaderboard was none other than Lu Yong. White Fox was stunned. This was impossible. He had only taken half an hour and had directly claimed the top spot on the celestial leaderboard. It was utterly inconceivable. Every ability user within this survivor base had attempted the stone tablet test, and after completing it, they would exchange experiences. From these discussions, they learned that although each person faced different challenges, the difficulty was generally proportional to their strength. In other words, the stone tablet tailored its levels to each individual's abilities. Typically, it would take about an hour to clear the first level, and the time for the second level could even extend to 2 hours. The subsequent levels became increasingly arduous, with clearance times lengthening. Ultimately, one might even spend a day without clearing a single level. Yet Lu Yong had achieved the remarkable feat of becoming the first in just half an hour. Who on earth was he? To what extent did his abilities possess such might to accomplish such a miracle? White Fox could not fathom it. As a fellow ability user who had undergone the stone tablet test, she understood just how challenging it was to become the top contender on the celestial leaderboard. Yet Lu Yong had done so in the span of half an hour. Did this not suggest that while others reached the celestial leaderboard through their strength, Lu Yong's position was merely a reflection of the highest rank available? If there were to be a divine leaderboard, could he not ascend to the top with just a bit more time? After all, half an hour was certainly not Lu Yong's limit. This implied that even the stone tablet test was incapable of gauging Lu Yong's true potential. Realizing this, White Fox gazed at Lu Yong with an almost reverential admiration. This man was truly extraordinary. To call him divine would not be an exaggeration. Chapter 53. Displaying prowess before others. All right, you win. From now on, I shall be your follower, White Fox said to Wang Feifei, her expression a mix of resignation and acceptance. Although she was a noble ability user, she still adhered to the principle of accepting the outcomes of her wagers. Since she had initially bet against Wang Feifei, she naturally had to honor the agreement. Wang Feifei, fidgeting, replied, I wouldn't dare. Just don't bully me from now on. Oh, you little sprite. You dare to feign innocence before me. Are you trying to play the victim in front of Lu Yong? How cunning. White Fox teased, playfully pinching the soft flesh at Wang Feifei's waist. Duh. Help. Help. Lu Yong, she is always bullying me. Wang Feifei shrieked as she dashed away, seeking refuge behind Lu Yong, clutching the dark cloak with an expression reminiscent of a chick being sheltered by an eagle. The playful interactions between White Fox and Wang Feifei seemed to enhance their bond significantly. Meanwhile, Scarred Mouse couldn't help but fixate on Lu Yong, exclaiming, Boss, you look incredibly dashing. That cloak, the material. How does it appear so exquisite? It is almost as if it were crafted by celestial hands. Upon hearing Scarred Mouse's words, both White Fox and Wang Feifei snapped back to reality, initially awestruck by Lu Yong's ranking, but now realizing the transformation in his attire. Upon closer inspection, they were truly captivated. Especially the pitch-black cloak. It was not merely dark but an absolute void, as though it absorbed all light around it. Wang Feifei couldn't resist reaching for a corner of Lu Yong's cloak. Feeling its texture, even rubbing it against her delicate face, a look of comfort and satisfaction gracing her features. She then turned to Lu Yong, incredulous, so soft, so comfortable. I've never encountered such material. Lu Yong, where did you acquire this cloak? Wearing such soft fabric as underwear must be delightful. Lu Yong ruffled Wang Feifei's hair, responding, This dark cloak is meant for looking dashing, not for showboating. It's the reward I received from the celestial leaderboard test. What do you think? Is it not splendid? A reward from the celestial leaderboard test. Everyone was taken aback, their gazes fixated on the resplendent cloak, their eyes filled with envy. Scarred Mouse remarked, If it's a reward from the celestial leaderboard test, it surely must have more than just aesthetic appeal, right? It must possess other functionalities. Lu Yong smiled and replied, Of course. The rewards bestowed upon the attainment of the top rank are hardly limited to mere handsomeness. I shall reveal their true significance in due course. Now, gather all the inhabitants of the survivor base. There are matters I wish to address them about. Furthermore, I would like to inquire how this base was previously managed. Although Lu Yong possesses a secure villa area, Its occupancy is sparse, consisting only of a few beautiful women. Thus, he remains somewhat unfamiliar with the operational dynamics of a genuine survivor base, Scarred Rat remarked. The primary source of resources for the survivor base hinges on human collection that in addition to the ability users leading the gathering efforts, ordinary survivors must also band together to scavenge to survive within this base. One must contribute resources. Typically, a family would submit a loaf of bread or 2 eggs daily, or perhaps some useful medicine, all of equivalent value. Should one fail to produce anything for submission, they would be cast out. Consequently, the greater the number of civilians in the survivor base, the more affluent it becomes at all times. Population is an exceedingly vital resource. Conversely, ability users are tasked with safeguarding the survivor base, ensuring that civilians remain unharmed by the undead. Understanding dawned upon Liu Yang as he nodded. Indeed, the functioning of a true survivor base differed markedly from his expectations that in his villa area, he was solely responsible for resource collection, sustaining numerous women. In contrast, the authentic survivor base relied on its civilians to gather and contribute resources. Liu Yang addressed Scarred Rat. Very well, I comprehend now. Assemble everyone and inform me once the gathering is complete. I have an announcement to make. Additionally, convey to all within the base that I, Liu Yang, have become the new master of this survivor base. Understood, boss. I shall notify everyone immediately to convene at the gymnasium in the villa area. Once they have gathered, I will escort you there. Scarred Rat promptly nodded and hurried off to spread the word. Before long, Scarred Rat had assembled all the survivors at the gymnasium, and Liu Yang arrived with Bai Hu and Wang Feifei. Liu Yang nodded at Scarred Rat, who understood the cue and dragged forth the lifeless body of Black Tiger, casting it before the crowd. The survivors gasped in shock. How gruesome! It is simply unbearable to behold. At that moment, Black Tiger had been reduced to a corpse beyond recognition, his limbs severed, leaving only 4 bloody stumps. His eyes bulged wide, refusing to close, while his skull had been shattered, rendering his head an empty shell, his brain having vanished. Liu Yang had intentionally spared his face from destruction to use it as a tool of intimidation. Before the onlookers lay the once mighty Black Tiger, now a pitiful sight. The survivors exchanged anxious glances, too fearful to utter a sound. Uncertain of what would transpire next, they could only await their fate in tense silence. Dressed in a striking black ensemble, Liu Yang stepped forward and addressed the assembly. I am Liu Yang. I am the one who ended Black Tiger's life. Henceforth, I shall be the leader of this survivor base. Who among you is in favor, and who stands against me? The survivors exchanged looks, contemplating opposition. With Black Tiger's demise, how could they dare voice dissent? Noticing the silence, Liu Yang continued. Since no one opposes, this survivor base shall henceforth operate under my command. Should anyone dare to disobey or engage in treachery, their fate will mirror that of Black Tiger. His tone grew icy, laden with an oppressive weight, causing the survivors to shudder involuntarily, their backs dampened with cold sweat. Liu Yang then began to step into the air, ascending gradually before the astonished eyes of all. How did he achieve this? He could walk upon the very air itself. Was he human or divine? In midair, Liu Yang looked down upon the crowd, his black cloak billowing like the wings of a war god. The onlookers gazed up at Liu Yang as if he were a celestial being, their eyes betraying an involuntary reverence. With a resounding thud, one survivor succumbed to Liu Yang's overwhelming presence, collapsing to the ground in worship. One by one, the others followed suit, kneeling in unison. Even Scarred Rat found it difficult to resist the urge to bow. Big Brother Liu Yang is truly magnificent. He thought that it occurred to him that this was likely the power of Liu Yang's black cloak, walking upon air, hovering as if he were a deity. It was nothing short of breathtaking. Amidst the reverence, Liu Yang spoke slowly. From this day forth, the resources you submit will be halved. Additionally, I shall lend each of you 50 pounds of potatoes for planting. The villa area is vast yet sparsely populated. The football field, green belts, and lawns can all be cultivated into arable land for your crops. However, 1 year from now, you must return 200 pounds of potatoes to me, and 20 of all future harvests must be submitted. With that, Liu Yang began to rain down potatoes from the dark void, as if the heavens themselves had opened. Before him, a small mountain of potatoes began to accumulate. The survivors stood in stunned silence, Witnessing such an abundance of potatoes materializing from thin air, was he not merely godlike, but an actual deity? God said, "Let there be seeds," and thus the rain of seeds fell from the sky. This was nothing short of a miracle, compared to the exploitative black tiger, who merely oppressed the ordinary survivors. Lu Yang was a paragon of virtue. The expressions on the survivors' faces transformed into those of adoration, mingled with joy, for Lu Yang's arrival meant a significant reduction in their daily resource submissions. Life was set to become infinitely easier, sparing them from the perilous daily quest for supplies. More importantly, Lu Yang had provided them with potato seeds for cultivation. Could they truly become self-sufficient without ever needing to scavenge again? The thought moved the survivors to tears. Every day spent in search of resources had been fraught with anxiety. Even a single ordinary zombie posed a grave threat. Encountering a horde of the undead could spell certain doom. They had watched helplessly as friends and family were devoured before their eyes. Yet, remaining within the safety of the survivor base required them to venture out for supplies, where they faced the likelihood of peril that if they could rely on farming to solve their food shortages, they would never again have to risk their lives. They could remain safe within the base, subsisting off their crops. Was this not akin to returning to a time of peace? The man who offered them this hope of tranquility was none other than Lu Yang, a being reminiscent of a divine savior. A little girl, unable to contain her curiosity, pointed at Lu Yang and exclaimed, "Mommy, why can he fly in the sky? Why does he have so much food? Is he the savior sent from above?" The woman beside her quickly grasped the child's hand, anxiously urging, "Lower your head and do not point. When in the presence of a deity, one must bow down." Thus, the little girl etched this lesson into her memory for a lifetime, and the dark figure in the sky became a beacon of hope in her heart. Once Lu Yang had completed his pronouncement, he gently descended to the ground and addressed Scarred Rat. "On an individual basis, each person shall receive 50 pounds of potatoes. Ensure proper registration so they can return 200 pounds to me 1 year hence, with 20 of all future harvests also to be submitted." "Understood, boss. You can count on me," Scarred Rat replied, nodding eagerly that he recognized the significance of Lu Yang's actions. These were genuine measures to benefit the people. For ordinary survivors, this was a tremendous boon that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, food had become exceedingly precious. To lend food as seeds was a monumental act of kindness. It was no exaggeration to say that 50 pounds of potatoes could be traded for 5 beautiful women. Yet Lu Yang had selflessly offered up such invaluable resources. Once they had successfully cultivated their crops, they would no longer need to risk their lives in search of supplies, especially as external resources dwindled further. There will inevitably come a day of depletion, yet cultivation can yield an endless supply. In fact, the more one plants, the greater the harvest. It is no exaggeration to assert that Lu Yang is the cornerstone of this base, the savior of all ordinary survivors. Unlike Black Tiger, who is solely preoccupied with the extraction of resources from these survivors, Lu Yang is focused on fostering their sustainable development. The disparity between these two mindsets is like the chasm between heaven and earth. A leader like Lu Yang, who guides a base of survivors, exemplifies true leadership. The faces of the other survivors radiated joy as they lined up to receive their allotment of 50 pounds of potatoes. A couple approached Scarred Rat with their little daughter, the very girl whom Scarred Rat had given candy. The little girl bounced over, beaming with happiness as she hugged Scarred Rat. She looked up, her innocent, sparkling eyes wide with curiosity, and asked Scarred Rat, "Grandpa Rat, did you really bring the savior?" "Indeed, I have brought the savior," Scarred Rat proclaimed with pride and assurance. "Yea, Grandpa Rat is truly the handsomest in this base." The little girl exclaimed with glee. The other adult survivors behind her began to chuckle as well. Witnessing such joy among them filled Scarred Rat with delight, for in the past, all the ability users had looked down upon him. It was only these ordinary survivors who regarded him with respect. Now, seeing these ordinary survivors receive such abundant resources brought him immense happiness. Once 50 pounds of potatoes are planted, in just 4.5 months, they can multiply tenfold, yielding 500 pounds. Even after returning 200 pounds to Lu Yang, there would still be 300 pounds remaining. If those 300 pounds were to be replanted, they could transform into 3,000 pounds. This exemplifies the explosive growth of resources. The agricultural era marked a significant epoch in human development, allowing humanity to thrive without the peril of hunting. Now, it seems this survivor base is beginning to replicate that glorious era. Lu Yang departed the gymnasium with two lovely maidens, entrusting the distribution of resources to Scarred Rat. Along the way, White Fox turned to Lu Yang and exclaimed, "You were so impressive just now. I almost felt compelled to kneel." Upon hearing White Fox's words, Lu Yang flashed a mischievous smile. "Kneel later, once we reach my room." White Fox licked her red lips, swallowing hard in eager anticipation of what was to come. Beside them, Wang Feifei's cheeks flushed as she understood the implications of Lu Yang's words, recalling her own actions in the room earlier. Even now, the memory made her blush. The audacity of discussing such matters in broad daylight was quite embarrassing. Chapter 55. Global shock as Lu Yang prepared to find a room to spar with White Ling and showcase his Golden Ham King. He was blissfully unaware that his achievement of securing the first place in the Heaven ranking test had already reverberated across the globe. All information inscribed on the stone tablets was interconnected. When Lu Yang claimed the top spot, his name replaced that of the previous first place holder on every stone tablet worldwide that in the Eagle Empire, within a secure shelter located over 50 meters underground. The presidential secretary rushed in, breathless, to inform the president. Mr. President, the first place in the Heaven ranking has changed hands." "Oh, has General Bob managed to suppress Nishang Shantian?" A smile spread across the president's face. The previous first place was held by Nishang Shantian of the Little Sun Empire, followed by General Bob of the Eagle Empire in second place, Zhou Xingchen of the Divine Dragon Empire in third, and Mahashev of the Barbarian Bear Empire in fourth. These top four were in a constant state of competition, as the first place, though held by Nishang Shantian, was relentlessly pursued by the three trailing behind, all vying for supremacy. After all, to secure the first place signifies the most formidable ability user. The rivalry among great nations persists even in times of peace. During the apocalypse, they continue to strive for recognition as the strongest, capable of ruling the world. Thus, when the announcement of a change in the first place was made, the president's initial reaction was that General Bob had ascended to first place. The secretary shook his head. "No, it is not General Bob. It is a newcomer named Lu Yang. The name suggests he is from the Divine Dragon Empire." "What?" The 80-year-old president's formerly gentle demeanor suddenly darkened. "The Divine Dragon Empire has managed to overshadow the Little Sun Empire. If that were the case, wouldn't there be two representatives from the Divine Dragon Empire in the top 5? He immediately issued a command. "Order General Bob to continue testing. I want him to secure the first place within 10 days. Additionally, dispatch a team of ability users into the Divine Dragon Empire to locate this Lu Yang, that I want all his information within a month." "And what of the bioweapon and mechanized forces? What is the status regarding the aliens in Zone 9? This marked the first time since the apocalypse that the secretary had witnessed such an expression on the president's face. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his brow as he nervously replied, "They are still undergoing experiments and have yet to meet combat standards. As for Zone 9, the alien weaponry is still being tested." The 80-year-old president spoke with unyielding resolve. "Conclude the experiments within 3 days and deploy these two forces into combat. Real combat is the best test. Simultaneously, instruct the scientists in Zone 9 to expedite their progress." "Yes, sir." The secretary stood at attention, saluted, and promptly exited the president's office to execute the orders given to in the Little Sun Empire, at the prime minister's residence. A secretary rushed in, exclaiming in distress, "Prime Minister! Bad news, Prime Minister! It's terrible, what a ruckus! What is all this commotion?" The prime minister of the Little Sun Empire displayed an unhappy expression, reprimanding the secretary. The secretary wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly replied, "Prime Minister, it's serious. The first place in the Heaven ranking is no longer held by General Nishang. It has changed to a new name." "What?" The prime minister's face reflected incredulity. "How can this be? General Nishang possesses extraordinary talent, unmatched by anyone. How could he be surpassed? Call General Nishang over. I have matters to discuss with him," the secretary informed. General Nishang, upon discovering that his rank has been usurped, is extremely angered and has already entered the stone tablet for testing. "Very well." The prime minister nodded, originally intending to command Nishang to continue testing, but realized that he had already done so. Clearly, General Nishang holds his honor in high regard. who has replaced General Nishang's ranking. The Prime Minister inquired further. The secretary replied, a person named Lu Yang. His name suggests he is from the Divine Dragon Empire. With a resounding clap, the Prime Minister slammed his hand on the table, his expression turning even more furious. It is the Divine Dragon Empire? How infuriating! Relay my orders. Immediately dispatch the most elite team of ability users into the Divine Dragon Empire to locate this Lu Yang. Spare no expense to eliminate him. And what of the ninja village? What is their status? The secretary wiped his sweat, stating, the Deputy Prime Minister is still in urgent communication. The Little Sun Empire is on the brink of survival, and these individuals from the ninja village remain indifferent. Are they still affiliated with the Little Sun Empire? How infuriating! Issue a command to the Deputy Prime Minister to expedite communication. Under no circumstances should we fail to enlist the elite from the ninja village. The Prime Minister of the Little Sun Empire issued a final life-or-death command that I end the Barbarian Bear Empire. Within the presidential palace, a secretary rushed in, breathless. Mr. President, the first place in the heaven ranking has changed. The name is Lu Yang, and he appears to be an ability user from the Divine Dragon Empire. The president of the Barbarian Bear Empire, typically stoic, now wore a grave expression. Oh, the Divine Dragon Empire has produced such talent. It seems we must act swiftly. What is the status of the research on the ability enhancement serum? The secretary replied anxiously. It is currently in the animal testing phase. The president of the Barbarian Bear Empire began issuing orders. Commence human trials within 3 days and restart the Poseidon project. Additionally, instruct General Mahashev to immediately enter the heaven ranking test. 3 days later, send a team of ability users into the Divine Dragon Empire to investigate who this Lu Yang truly is. Also, instruct the spies infiltrating the Little Sun Empire to go silent. Effective immediately, all focus should be directed toward the Divine Dragon Empire. Mr. President, the Poseidon project was shelved since the era of the Allied Nations. Restarting it might. Follow my orders. The president of the Barbarian Bear Empire's face bore a resolute expression. Yes, Mr. President. In the underground shelter of the Divine Dragon Empire, the secretary's countenance was filled with excitement. Commander Wang. The first place in the heaven ranking has changed. The name is Lu Yang. This name indicates he is likely one of our own from the Divine Dragon Empire. Oh. Commander Wang's face lit up with surprise. Unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Ha ha. Ah, splendid, splendid indeed. At last, the Little Sun Empire must feel the weight of their arrogance diminished, right? Our Divine Dragon Empire has finally regained some honor. Convey my command. Our Hidden Dragon Brigade must dispatch all personnel immediately to seek out this extraordinary individual named Lu Yang. At any cost, to recruit him into our ranks. We must locate Lu Yang before the Flying Eagle Brigade does. The Hidden Dragon and Flying Eagle are two special forces of the Divine Dragon Empire. Though they collaborate, they are also fierce competitors, with neither yielding to the other. Commander Wang, a figure of authority in the Hidden Dragon Brigade, is determined. Meanwhile, Commander Zhang of the Flying Eagle Brigade has also received this news and swiftly issued an order. Everyone, your primary task is to find Lu Yang. Spare no effort in persuading him to join our Flying Eagle Brigade. I care not what methods you employ, coercion, temptation, even seduction, whatever it takes, in 1 month's time. I demand to see Lu Yang standing before me. We must outpace Commander Wang. Originally, with the likes of Zhou Xingqian, ranked 3rd on the Celestial Leaderboard, the Hidden Dragon Brigade held a slight advantage. Should they acquire Lu Yang, the first-ranked individual, our Flying Eagle Brigade would face dire straits. Yes, Commander Zhang. Upon witnessing his subordinates leave the office, a grave expression settled upon Commander Zhang's face that he muttered to himself. What have these men been doing all day in training? Day in and day out they toil, yet none have achieved the first rank on the leaderboard. This Lu Yang, an unfamiliar name to me, must be a mere civilian with abilities, yet he has claimed the top spot. Truly, the youth are formidable, gifted beyond measure. I fear Lu Yang is likely training just as diligently at this very moment. Chapter 56. Testing the sensation of being an abnormal at this juncture. Lu Yang was indeed quite occupied. However, his endeavors did not involve rigorous training. Instead, he was engrossed in profound conversation with the enchanting Baihu. A few hours later, Lu Yang received a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully persuaded the individual to willingly become your girlfriend. Your ice manipulation ability has increased by 1 level. Another enhancement to his ice manipulation? Lu Yong felt a surge of delight. Ice manipulation was his primary offensive ability, and each level gained represented a significant enhancement. With this latest elevation, his attack range and control capabilities had expanded considerably, surpassing other abilities by 2 whole levels. He was overjoyed. Baihu reclined beside Lu Yong, gazing at him with eyes brimming with affection and admiration. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Lu Yong, you seem surprised by my openness. You mean to say you've never had a boyfriend before?" Lu Yong, taken aback, observed the red plum blossom on the white bedsheet and expressed astonishment. "You are so forward, yet you've never had a boyfriend?" Baihu replied, "Of course, I have had boyfriends in the past. However, ordinary men never pique my interest, and I prefer to toy with them rather than be toyed with. That I relish the power of making them kneel, looking down upon them. When I interact with ordinary men, I embody the masculine role, they, the feminine. Only a man as powerful as you can compel me to willingly share my bed. Furthermore, even if I have had boyfriends, it has not hindered me that as she spoke, Baihu drew a dagger and made a swift incision across her palm, that in an instant, a gory wound appeared, yet before the blood could flow, it began to coagulate. And astonishingly, the wound healed at a visible pace. Witnessing this spectacle, even Lu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Sensing his astonishment, Baihu smiled with a hint of pride, stating, "This is my ability, that I possess a healing capacity that transcends the norm, coupled with formidable resistance. Even the virus of an ordinary zombie cannot infect me. They label me mad, yet they do not comprehend that I possess the means to be so. Under the influence of this power, I can heal from even the gravest of injuries. Hence, everything you did to me earlier has now returned to normal." Lu Yong was taken aback. "So, does that mean every day is like the first time for you?" "Indeed," Baihu nodded in affirmation. "Impressive." Lu Yong couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. The following day, Lu Yong awoke feeling refreshed. He had shown restraint, sparing her from exhaustion. Stretching, he heard Baihu stir and slowly open her eyes. To Lu Yong, her typically icy demeanor transformed into a sweet smile. "That up so early. What are your plans for today?" she inquired. "And I'm preparing to return to my villa. However, before that, I intend to select some young, beautiful maidens from this survivor base to accompany me back." Baihu remarked, "In their eyes, you are akin to a savior. With just a word, all women will follow you." "Indeed," Lu Yong nodded. Yesterday, he had deliberately showcased his prowess to achieve this very outcome, instilling in the survivors a belief that he was a godlike figure, intimidating enough to deter any thoughts of betrayal or malice. After completing his morning routine and enjoying breakfast, Lu Yong dressed and ventured into the area where the ordinary survivors resided. Upon his return, he found himself followed by 15 beautiful maidens. Each girl gazed at Lu Yong with admiration, gratitude, and even reverence. To be chosen by him filled them with joy and a sense of being divinely favored. Baihu, observing Lu Yang's selections, couldn't help but nod in approval. "Well done. Each one is a beauty with an exquisite figure." Lu Yong chuckled. "It's fine. Although their figures may surpass yours, your petite form is quite charming." "Ah, how rude." A hint of crimson graced Baihu's typically frosty visage as she playfully punched his arm. She was aware of her own petite stature, perhaps only a B cup, but hardly to the extent of being described as small and cute. Surely, she was not an A cup. Lu Yong was simply outrageous. Thus, Lu Yong, accompanied by Wang Feifei, Baihu, and the 15 maidens he had selected, set forth towards his villa at AS for the survivor base. He entrusted its management to Skardrat, intending only to return occasionally to oversee matters and occasionally showcase his might. Chapter 57. The sports goddess must not be outdone. As Lu Yong returned to his villa with Baihu, Wang Feifei, and the 15 beautiful survivors, dusk was approaching. The pace of the 15 maidens, being civilians, was rather slow, prolonging their journey by several hours. Upon seeing Lu Yang's return, Yusher and the others instantly displayed expressions of joy. Though it had been merely one night since they last saw him, their longing felt as boundless as a flowing river, especially given the uncertainties of the apocalypse, fraught with peril. While Lu Yong possessed formidable strength, their concern for his well-being remained. Now, witnessing his safe return, their anxieties finally eased. Chen Dan approached with a smile. "Lu Yong, you must be famished. I'll go prepare a meal." "Wow, You've brought back so many sisters. It seems we need to cook extra today. Tang Mingting, busying herself, exclaimed, I'll lend a hand. Zhao Lina added, I'll help too. I will as well. The starlet Su Xiao, Zhou Qiki, and Zhang Jingyu, among others, flooded into the kitchen, bustling about. The newly arrived survivors bore expressions of slight apprehension. They had admired Lu Yang immensely, viewing him as a godlike figure. Now, witnessing the women by his side, they felt a mixture of respect and nervousness. Noticing their unease, Lu Yang reassured them, there's no need for tension. Everyone here is easy to get along with. Please find a place to rest. The entire villa is safe, so you need not worry. Go clean yourselves up, and feel free to take the food. Distribute it among yourselves. With that, Lu Yang retrieved a considerable amount of packaged food and fresh rice, flour, and vegetables from the dark space, handing it all over to the 15 maidens. All right, we will. They eagerly replied, hurrying off with the food towards the adjacent villa. Bai Hu and Wang Feifei settled directly into the upper levels of the villa, while Lu Yang returned to his room, ready to wash up. As he watched the others ascend the stairs, the girls in the kitchen began to chatter. But He Yusha remarked, I can't believe Lu Yang found so many survivors in just one day. Our competition is bound to grow increasingly fierce. The person beside them who appeared most anxious was Zhou Qiki. Zhou Qiki was the sports goddess whom Lu Yang had ultimately rescued. However, only a short while had passed since her rescue when the scarred rat came knocking. Lu Yang had also departed from the villa, which meant that up until this moment, Zhou Qiki had yet to share any intimate moments with him. After spending a day in the villa, she had instead grown quite familiar with the Yusha and the others. After all, they were originally the 4 campus beauties, each possessing a mutual understanding of one another, that He Yusha was the art school beauty, Zhao Lina was the academic powerhouse, and Zhou Qiki was the sports goddess. They were all equally renowned. Now, in the midst of an apocalypse, residing in the same villa, their bond naturally intensified rapidly, and they had already become as close as sisters. Everyone noticed the somewhat unusual expression on Zhou Qiki's face. Tang Mingting remarked, Qiki, wasn't Lu Yang supposed to invite you to his room tonight? But due to unforeseen circumstances, he left, and now he has brought back so many girls that I wonder if you will even have a chance. Zhao Lina added, Indeed, Qiki, Yumi, and Yusha are all among the 4 campus beauties. We are like sisters that we certainly do not wish to see you forgotten by Lu Yang, that He Yusha suggested. I have an idea. Hurry up and eat. Be the first to finish, and once you're done, take a quick shower. After that, slip directly into Lu Yang's room, leaving no opportunity for the other women. Zhang Jingyu nodded vigorously. Yes, I think that's a splendid plan. We definitely don't want you to be overshadowed by those newcomers, feeling shy and touched by everyone's advice. Zhou Qiki's cheeks flushed at the same time. She was genuinely worried about being forgotten by Lu Yang. Over the past few days of chatting with her sisters, she had learned of Lu Yang's prowess. Coupled with the day she witnessed him in the supermarket, effortlessly slaying zombies, he seemed nothing short of a war god. Thus, in her heart, she had long accepted Lu Yang as the man she wished to follow for a lifetime. If she were to be forgotten by him at this moment, it would indeed be quite distressing. Bashfully, she murmured, Is this really all right? What if Lu Yang prefers girls who are more reserved and does not like someone so forward? He Yusha immediately displayed a look of disdain, exclaiming, Nonsense! You haven't been into his room. If you had, you would know. Does he prefer reserved? Which man doesn't he enjoy a woman being reserved in front of others, but open in private? The superstar Su Xiao chimed in, Exactly. Just go boldly. Trust your sisters. You can't go wrong. Zhou Qiki shyly nodded. All right, but I still feel a bit nervous and scared. You say Lu Yang is very strong. Just how formidable is he? Will I be able to handle it? Zhao Lina tilted her head, contemplating for a moment before stating, For Lu Yang, I can only describe him in 5 words. An 8th-level tempest. Zhou Qiki was taken aback and asked, An 8th-level tempest? Are you saying he is as fierce and powerful as a raging storm? Zhao Lina shook her head, replying, This phrase can be read in reverse. Zhou Qiki blinked in realization, muttering, Crazy! Upon understanding, her face flushed crimson, and she playfully punched Zhao Lina's arm, pouting, Lina, you're so annoying. Seeing this, He Yusha and the others burst into laughter, especially He Yusha, who laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed down her face, saying, No wonder they say the academic beauty is indeed impressive. Lena, you truly have a way with words. Tang Mingting tease. It's no wonder people say a rogue is not frightening, but a rogue with education is. Lena, you're quite the rogue, Chindan added. Indeed, today's youth are truly extraordinary. I didn't even grasp the meaning at first. It seems we're getting old and can't keep up with the times. Su Xiao nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Today's youth are incredibly creative. Joyful sounds emanated from the kitchen as everyone chatted and prepared the meal, each face adorned with a delighted expression. Soon, they had completed the dishes, and at that moment, Lu Yang and Bai, who had also finished showering and made their way downstairs. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen elicited expressions of rapture from everyone. Bai, who couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this smells incredible. Since the apocalypse began, I haven't encountered such a delightful fragrance of food." Previously, at the Black Tiger base, although they had not faced starvation, their meals consisted solely of packaged foods. Fresh ingredients were a rarity, and they certainly didn't possess the space powers Lu Yang had to keep food fresh. Yes, it really is divine. My stomach is grumbling. I am so hungry, Wang Feifei added. Then come quickly. I hope the dishes I prepared today suit your tastes. Chindan responded with a smile upon hearing Bai Hu and the others. Lu Yang nodded. All right. Everyone, let us head to the dining room and enjoy the meal. At the table, Lu Yang introduced everyone. Let me introduce you to this lady. Her name is Bai Ling, also known as Bai Hu. She is a supernatural being. This is Wang Feifei, who, like you all, is an ordinary person. The crowd displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing Lu Yang's words that a beautiful woman with flowing white hair was, in fact, a supernatural being. He Yushir and the others cast envious glances that I end this apocalypse. Being able to awaken supernatural powers was immensely enviable. Having such abilities signified a means of self-preservation. Ordinary zombies would pose no threat to a supernatural being. Lu Yang then introduced He Yushir and the others to Bai Hu and Wang Feifei. Bai Hu and Wang Feifei greeted them with friendly smiles, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you all, that we will be living together, so please take care of us." Although Bai Hu was a supernatural being and had previously held a haughty demeanor at the Black Tiger base, things were different now. Having decided to follow Lu Yang, she needed to show sufficient respect to the women around him. Compared to these women, she was a newcomer and did not dare to overshadow them. "Oh, no, what care are you talking about? You're a supernatural being. We are merely ordinary people. It's perfectly fine as long as we can live together harmoniously," He Yushir and the others quickly replied. "Of course, I'm very easy to get along with, don't worry. If any danger arises in the villa area, I will protect you," Bai Hu assured, patting her chest. Upon hearing this, the faces of He Yushir and the others lit up with delight, exclaiming, "That is truly wonderful. With the protection of a supernatural being, we can feel so much safer." The academic beauty Zhao Lina added, "It would be best if you could share your knowledge with us. Teach us how to awaken supernatural powers. We would also like to awaken." Tang Mingting and the others nodded in agreement. Yes, it would be great if you could teach us so that we can awaken our powers and have the ability to protect ourselves. Bai Hu responded, "Awakening supernatural powers doesn't really involve many techniques. It mainly depends on talent and genetics, that if you want me to teach you, I can't really explain it fully. However, if you want to know about supernatural beings, I can share everything with you." Zhao Lina nodded. "That's good. Please tell us about supernatural beings. We can research it ourselves to see if we can find techniques for awakening." As they chatted and dined, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and joy, except for Zhou Kiki, who seemed disinterested in the conversation, continuously eating from her bowl. When the others were halfway through their meal, Zhou Kiki set her bowl down and announced, "I am full. I'll go take a shower now. You all enjoy your meal." Lu Yang found it rather peculiar and remarked, "Why is Zhou Kiki eating so quickly? And her complexion seems a bit off." Slightly flushed at Shiel, He Yushir, with a mischievous smile, nodded. Yes, her body seems a bit unwell. You should check on her." Lu Yang, confused by everyone's amusement, thought, "What is so funny? I can't comprehend their humor at all. Never mind, let us eat." Not understanding the women's humor, he focused on his meal. After dinner, he returned to his room. However, the moment he opened the door, his keen observational skills detected someone in the room, and he could smell a woman's fragrance. The student council president Shun Hao had gifted Zhou Kiki gifts worth over 1 million, yet he had not succeeded. Now, this sports goddess had taken the initiative to come to Lu Yang's room. Wishing to become his woman, that if Chun were to learn of this, he would likely be furious enough to devour 3 massive chicken legs. Lu Yang asked Zhou Kiki, "So, does this mean you agree to be my woman?" Zhou Kiki nodded. "Yes, I do." Lu Yang glanced at his system notifications, detected that the other party has internally agreed to be your woman. Reward: all basic attributes of the host elevated to 1,000 points. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yang was filled with elation. Remarkably, his foundational attributes, which initially stood at 850 points, had surged directly to 1,000 points, signifying an enhancement of 150 points. The magnitude of this reward was truly astonishing. A foundational attribute of 1,000 points was equivalent to 20 times that of an ordinary individual. Previously, when his attributes were at 16.5 times, Lu Yang could effortlessly dispatch level 6 zombies, as if slicing through vegetables. Now, with the increase to 20 times, he was on the verge of becoming invincible. To Lu Yang, ordinary ability users now resembled mere ants. What bliss! Feeling somewhat inflated with pride, he mused that such formidable attributes would surely allow him to declare, "I do not consume beef." Lu Yang glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Lu Yang. Age: 18 years. Height: 185 cm. Weight: 80 kg. Strength: 1,000. Speed: 1,000. Stamina: 1,000. Mentality: 1,000. Abilities: 1. Future prediction level 4, 2. Virus immunity level 4, 3. Ice control level 6, 4. Dark space level 5, 5. Zombie control level 2. Equipment: dark cloak, black lightsaber, special talent, enhanced genetic traits. Gazing at this panel, Lu Yang was overjoyed. Not only did he possess 5 abilities, but his primary offensive skill, ice control, had also ascended to level 6. That his ice needles were virtually inexhaustible, and he could even conjure shields of ice or create frosty armor to envelop his entire body. Simply put, this 20-fold ordinary foundational attribute was sufficient to annihilate numerous ability users, as the foundational attributes of typical level 1 ability users were merely around 100 points. Lu Yang's foundational attributes were 10 times that of an ordinary level 1 ability user. Such prowess was ample to eliminate foes before they even registered the threat. Chapter 59. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate only once. After reveling in his triumph, Lu Yang rose, washed up, and prepared for the day's endeavors. Today's mission was to procure more sustenance. The potatoes collected from the supermarket had already been wholly allocated to Scarred Rat for distribution. Presently, the remaining provisions in Lu Yang's dark space consisted of rice, sweet potatoes, and other foodstuffs. Despite the ample supplies, Lu Yang, a man with a keen sense of crisis, felt that the burgeoning number of survivors in his base would soon outstrip the available food supply. Moreover, until the planting system was fully operational, the sustenance for the survivors would still rely on scavenging .as for crops. Even if planted now, they would take months to yield a harvest. Therefore, the existing resources must suffice during these upcoming months. Once the survivors' agricultural endeavors entered full swing, food collection would no longer be necessary, as they would be required to surrender 20% of their yields. The more survivors there were, the wealthier Lu Yang would become. At that point, his only task would be to enhance the survivor base, thereby attracting even more individuals seeking refuge. Previously, Lu Yang had already scoured several large supermarkets within a 5-kilometer radius, but he decided to extend his search to a 20-kilometer range, encompassing all supermarkets, convenience stores, and small shops within that perimeter. Additionally, Lu Yang recalled a wholesale market situated 15 kilometers away. In his former impoverished state, he had frequented this market for affordable goods. The wholesale market offered a variety of items, including staple foods such as rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and flour, as well as cooking oil, various salts, and seasonings like monosodium glutamate. It even stocked cat food, dog food, and chicken feed. Lu Yang resolved to exhaustively scavenge this market today. As for the situation in the residential area, Lu Yang felt no trepidation that he had a level 2 zombie under his control stationed as a lookout, providing him with shared vision of the entrance. Originally, he had controlled 2 level 2 zombies. One remained in the residential area while the other was positioned at Scarred Rat's survivor base. This arrangement allowed Lu Yang to stay informed about both locations. Furthermore, the villa also housed Baihu, an ability user possessing the power of infinite healing, one of the more formidable abilities among the ability users. Not all abilities awakened were combat-oriented. Very few manifested as such. For instance, Huanggo and Scarred Rat had awakened abilities that were largely ineffective in battle, one enhancing olfactory senses, the other improving burrowing capabilities, resulting in foundational attributes merely double that of ordinary individuals. In combat, their abilities were nearly useless, rendering them no different from ordinary individuals. Thus, encountering someone stronger than Bai who would likely be a rare occurrence. With her overseeing the villa, it was unlikely anyone would dare to provoke them. Lu Yang set out with determination. Although his target lay a considerable distance away at the wholesale market, he did not overlook smaller shops, convenience stores, or local markets he encountered along the way. After all, even the smallest of morsels had value. Even a modest convenience store contained a wealth of beverages, snacks, and tobacco products. Lu Yang's dark space was vast enough to accommodate both useful and seemingly useless items alike. Moreover, retrieving items from his dark space required no search. With a mere thought, whatever he desired would materialize before him. Thus, he collected items indiscriminately, retaining anything that might prove useful in the future. As Lu Yang was gathering supplies at a convenience store approximately 10 kilometers from the villa, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Peering through the window, he spotted 3 burly men, backpacks slung over their shoulders, stealthily approaching. These 3 men were tall and robust, moving with a swift and steady gait. Clearly trained, likely former special forces. Immediately, Lu Yang's vigilance heightened. The 3 men quickly dispatched several zombies obstructing their path and entered the convenience store. Upon stepping inside, they were met with utter astonishment, for the store was completely barren. Every item had vanished, leaving only a young man clad in black. Their attention swiftly turned to Lu Yang. The leader, with malicious intent, spoke. "Kid, what have you done? Did you take everything from here? Speak. Where did you hide the goods? Hand them over, and I might spare your life." They assumed Lu Yang was the culprit behind the store's desolation. However, armed with a pitch-black saber, Lu Yang remained unperturbed. They dared not act recklessly, that if they could subdue him through intimidation, they would prefer to avoid a confrontation. Despite his youth, Lu Yang emanated an unsettling aura that instilled fear, especially with his cold, indifferent gaze, an unsettling profundity one would not expect from someone of his age. Lu Yang, amused by the leader's words, replied with a smirk, "Do you know what happened to the last person who threatened me in such a manner?" As the words left his lips, a chilling smile graced his face. Bang! A sharp crack echoed as the leader's head exploded, showering the room in a mist of blood. The 2 remaining men stood frozen in shock. Boss, how did you get your head blown off? What the hell is happening? How could it just explode? Who are you?" Fear surged in their eyes as they gazed at Lu Yang, astonished that he could obliterate their leader with just a glance. Lu Yang chuckled softly. "Now, watch closely, as I shall demonstrate once more." Bang! Another head burst, collapsing to the floor. "No, please, it was wrong. Spare me, spare me." The last remaining man fell to his knees, utterly broken. Eye in his eyes, Lu Yang appeared terrifyingly powerful, akin to a reaper who could snuff out lives with a mere gaze. He had soiled himself in fear. Lu Yang coldly remarked, "Earlier, you mentioned taking me to your food stash, correct? You presumed I had provisions hidden away, implying you possess your own reserve of supplies. Thus, you believed I was akin to you. Lead me to your hiding place, or else your companion's fate shall be yours." Yes, I'll take you there." The burly man stuttered as he struggled to rise, his legs trembling like noodles, making it impossible for him to stand straight. Lu Yang delivered a swift kick to his rear, prompting the man to regain his composure and lead Lu Yang to their refuge. Before long, they arrived at an opulent villa. Lu Yang was astonished that these burly men had such a penchant for luxury, having chosen a villa far more extravagant than his own. Clearly, this villa district boasted a higher property value than Lu Yang's residence, with its inhabitants undoubtedly among the affluent elite. Unfortunately, it seemed that these wealthy individuals had either perished or transformed into zombies that suggests that the number of ratings has been insufficient, resulting in a lack of scores. If any reader has reached this chapter, could you kindly bestow a 5-star rating? I bow in gratitude. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously expressing gratitude for the generous gift, I convey my heartfelt thanks. I shall endeavor to pen my words with diligence. Love you all. Chapter 60. The survival enthusiast has been robbed upon entering the opulent villa. Liu Yang was astonished to discover that the surrounding walls soared to an impressive height of 6 meters. Moreover, these walls were not mere ordinary steel barriers but solid, impenetrable fortifications, rendering the interior completely invisible from the outside. This clearly indicated that the owner of this villa placed immense value on privacy, even to the extent of sacrificing aesthetic appeal for seclusion. Once inside the villa, Liu Yang was further taken aback by the lavish DC, or to his astonishment. The courtyard featured a helicopter landing pad, upon which rested a striking orange private helicopter. The interior design of this villa surpassed that of the residential area Liu Yang resided in by several magnitudes. The windows were even crafted from bulletproof glass. This villa was worth at least several billion. Entering the grand hall, he noticed an abundance of packaged food items that if the three burly men were to consume this, it would suffice for at least a week. However, for Liu Yang, this amount seemed woefully inadequate, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the provisions he had hoarded in his dark sanctuary. The imposing man wore a sycophantic smile and addressed Liu Yang. "Big brother, all this food was collected by us a few days ago. It's all yours. Please take it." Liu Yang replied coldly, "Is this all?" Just this, startled by Liu Yang's frigid tone, the burly man nearly lost his composure. Fearing for his life, Liu Yang was notorious for his ruthlessness, often eliminating those who displeased him. The atmosphere felt as if a blade were poised above the man's neck, ready to descend at any moment, leaving him trembling with anxiety. Liu Yang scoffed, "You three hulks gathered so little food over such a long time. What a bunch of incompetence." Seeing Liu Yang's dissatisfied expression, the burly man tentatively added, "The villa's owner has also constructed a safe room in the basement, filled with a significant amount of provisions, but we couldn't access it." Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's interest was piqued. "Oh, why didn't you say so sooner? Lead me there." The owner of this villa was undoubtedly a survival fanatic. Not only had he erected such towering walls, but he had also built solid barriers and a safe room in the basement. Had he foreseen impending disaster? It seemed that the wealthy were indeed the most fearful of death. Moreover, such a safe room was typically reserved for high-ranking officials, akin to a national president. This affluent individual had constructed one for himself. Clearly a man of considerable wealth, perpetually anxious about his safety, a quintessentially cautious and fearful rich man. Under the guidance of the burly man, Liu Yang arrived at the basement, where he indeed found a safe room. The safe room was modest in size, resembling a steel box rather than a typical room. Constructed from stainless steel, nearly a foot thick, the rectangular box measured approximately 5 meters by 5 meters by 3 meters. The door featured a square observation window, roughly 20 centimeters on each side, made from thick bulletproof glass. Peering through the 20-centimeter window, Liu Yang observed a substantial stockpile of compressed biscuits and other food items within. And to his astonishment, there was even a beautiful young woman inside. Liu Yang turned to the burly man beside him and inquired, "What is the situation with that woman inside?" She is," the burly man stammered, struggling for words. "Speak quickly, or I'll end you," Liu Yang threatened, drawing his gleaming black blade. The burly man, startled, hastily explained, "She is the daughter of the former owner of this villa that we three were hired as bodyguards for the affluent man. But when the apocalypse began, we killed him in an attempt to claim the villa and force ourselves upon his daughter. She fled into the safe room, and we were powerless to retrieve her." He spoke rapidly, without pause, and upon finishing, he gasped for breath. Liu Yang, upon hearing this confession, realized the audacity of these three men. "You three are quite something. As bodyguards, you killed the villa's owner during the apocalypse, seized his property, and even sought to assault his daughter. You are bolder than I am." Liu Yang reflected on his own actions, having killed Zhao Ming only after he had transformed into a zombie, thereby seizing his villa and his girlfriend. These three bodyguards were even more audacious. They had eliminated the owner before he had a chance to turn. Well, what could be done? His daughter is simply too beautiful, the burly man admitted, an expression of embarrassment crossing his face. Liu Yang lamented internally. The villa's owner had been unfortunate indeed that a survival enthusiast during peacetime. He had not only built a safe room, but had also stockpiled provisions within it. Who would have thought that when disaster struck, his own bodyguards would turn against him, leading to his demise? The wealthy man's death was undoubtedly tragic. He could never have anticipated that his daughter would be the cause of his downfall. The phrase "beauty brings disaster" rang true. Moreover, As the saying goes, while others hoard grain, I hoard weapons. My neighbors are my granary, that I end the apocalypse. Without strength, possessing resources was futile, for one could not protect them. After contemplating this, Lu Yong turned to the burly man and asked, "Are there any other places with supplies?" "And no, that's all. Can I go now? I promise I'll leave immediately and never return to this vicinity." The burly man shook his head, his eyes filled with desperation and pleading, "Doubt of course that in fact, I shall see you off." Lu Yong responded coldly. With a swift motion, he swung his blade, and the burly man's head rolled to the ground. In the early days of the apocalypse, Lu Yong could not afford to spare a bodyguard who had murdered his employer, especially for such a flimsy reason as lusting after the man's daughter. After dispatching the burly man, Lu Yong began to examine the safe room. The small observation window made it impossible to view the entirety of the interior or discern the woman's beauty. However, judging by the burly man's reactions, she must be extraordinarily stunning. They had not only killed their employer for her, but had also attempted various methods to breach the safe room after she had retreated inside. Lu Yong noticed numerous marks on the door from knives, drills, and fire, indicating their desperate attempts to break in. Yet it was evident that this wealthy man had spared no expense. The door, made of an unknown type of stainless steel, withstood their assaults, sustaining only minor scratches without any significant damage. In a fit of rage and shame, the bodyguards had resorted to welding the door shut, ensuring that even if the woman inside wished to escape, she could not. She would be trapped within the safe room. Had Lu Yong not arrived, she would have likely perished without anyone ever knowing. Lu Yong lifted his black blade and plunged it into the door. With a swift motion, the blade penetrated the steel as effortlessly as if it were tofu. Astonished, he thought, "This blade is incredibly powerful. How could it pierce through a steel plate nearly a foot thick so easily? I knew it was sharp, but I never expected it to be this formidable. Crafted by Sherbet, it is indeed a masterpiece." Chapter 61. The cards have been collected. With both hands gripping the hilt of the blade, Lu Yong casually sliced through the seemingly indestructible steel door, creating a large opening. The woman inside let out a piercing scream, "Da-da!" She had never anticipated that her supposedly impregnable safe room would be breached. When the apocalypse first began, her father had assured her that the safe room could withstand missile strikes. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to penetrate it. Even a 100mm armor-piercing missile would struggle to breach the specially crafted stainless steel plates. Yet now, someone had managed to slice through it with a blade. Wang Siki curled up in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. She understood that this was no ordinary intruder. The person who entered was undoubtedly far more powerful than her former bodyguards. As Lu Yong, clad in black and exuding an air of cool confidence, stepped into the safe room, Wang Siki's eyes widened in astonishment. This man is so handsome, dressed in black. He radiated an aura of aloofness, and the cloak trailing behind him added an air of majesty. He was tall and well-built. Although his muscles didn't appear overly imposing, they conveyed a sense of formidable strength. He walked in with such calmness. Yet the overwhelming presence he exuded made Wang Siki's heart race. As she took a closer look at Lu Yang's face, a sense of familiarity washed over her. This person, why does he seem so familiar? Lu Yong, upon noticing the beauty huddled in the corner, experienced a similar epiphany. This beauty looks oddly familiar. In unison, they exclaimed, "Ah, you're Lu Yong. I've seen your photo on the school forum. You're quite famous. You re Wang Siki, one of the 4 school beauties, the wealthiest among them?" In the past, it was often said in school that being able to become your boyfriend would guarantee at least 50 years less of struggle. Upon recognizing Lu Yang's appearance, Wang Siki's face lit up with surprise and delight. Initially, she feared that the formidable master who had breached the safe house would bring about dire consequences for her. The 3 bodyguards, despite their lackluster abilities, had the audacity to directly threaten their employer and even attempted to assault her. If a truly powerful individual had arrived, would she not have faced a terrible fate? At that point, she might not even have the option of taking her own life, for this safe house was her last bastion of hope, akin to a snail's shell. Once shattered, her most vulnerable self would be laid bare before her enemies. In that moment, Wang Siki was utterly exposed before Lu Yong. Fortunately, Lu Yang was an acquaintance from the same school, and they had even heard each other's names and recognized one another's faces, which made communication considerably easier. A stroke of fortune amidst her misfortunes. Lu Yang, too, was somewhat astonished that he had never anticipated that a casual visit to a convenience store for supplies would lead him to encounter 3 bodyguards, nor that he would return with one of them to find the wealthy school beauty within the safe house. This revelation filled him with immense joy. He had now located all 4 of the school's renowned beauties: the art prodigy He Yushi, the academic overachiever Zhao Lina, the athletic goddess Zhou Qiki, and now this affluent heiress, Wang Siki. Each one was a goddess in her own right, exquisitely beautiful and possessing flawless figures, each radiating a unique charm. At that moment, Lu Yang felt as though he had collected a set of rare cards. Who could have imagined that the esteemed for-school beauties would all find themselves under his wing? Those wealthy heirs who had pursued these beauties for years without success would likely be driven to madness if they knew this news. What about those 3 bodyguards? Wang Siki inquired, breaking Lu Yang's reverie. Lu Yang nonchalantly waved the knife in his hand and replied, "I have dealt with them. You are safe now. I will take you to a secure location. After being cooped up in this safe house for so long. You must be utterly bored, right?" Without hesitation, Wang Siki nodded. "Indeed. Although there are provisions here, there are no entertainment facilities whatsoever, that I spend my days staring at the same cold walls, and I fear I might succumb to depression if this continues." Lu Yang extended his hand towards her. "Then come with me." However, hesitation flickered across Wang Siki's face. Although she had heard Lu Yang's name and seen his photograph online, they had never exchanged a word in school. In truth, they were not very familiar with one another, and as a woman of delicate stature, she wondered about the consequences of following a man she hardly knew. Lu Yang sensed her uncertainty and scoffed. "You do not think you have a choice, do you? The moment I entered this safe house, your options vanished, and no matter who enters this place, you must endure in silence. Fortunately for you, the one who came is me. Come with me. He Yushi, Zhao Lina, and Zhou Qiki are waiting for you." Wang Siki's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? The other 3 beauties? You have found them too?" Lu Yang grinned with pride. "Of course. We're just waiting for you to join us for a game of mahjong." Upon hearing this, Wang Siki finally lowered her guard and slowly emerged from her corner. Lu Yang waved his hand, collecting all the supplies in the safe house into a dark space, and then, to Wang Siki's astonishment, led her outside the villa. Without a moment's hesitation, he embraced Wang Siki and soared into the air, flying at high speed, that in less than 3 minutes, they returned to the villa. Once on the ground, Wang Siki felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as she looked at Lu Yang in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can you fly? This is incredible." At that moment, Lu Yang appeared almost superhuman, and the sensation of soaring through the sky was nothing short of magical. Wang Siki was filled with a mix of anxiety, excitement, and fear, unable to resist holding Lu Yang tightly. Even after they landed, that exhilarating feeling lingered. Lu Yang, with a triumphant smile, playfully pinched Wang Siki's delicate, flawless cheek. "It's just the ability to fly. What's so remarkable about that? Hurry and take a shower, then wait for me in my room tonight. I'll show you what it truly means to soar to the heavens, and you won't want to stop." Wang Siki, blushing at his words, lowered her head. Lu Yang urged, "Go inside. He Yushi and the others are waiting for you." With that, he guided her into the villa. Upon seeing Wang Siki, He Yushi and the others were visibly astonished. "Wang Siki. It really is Wang Siki. My goodness, even someone of your elite status is struggling in the apocalypse." They had heard rumors of her family's immense wealth, claiming her to be the richest in the province. Is it true that even affluent families like yours cannot withstand the apocalypse? Wang Siki nodded. Resigned to the truth, indeed. The world is unpredictable. Chapter 62. Supersonic, Scavenging a Street. At that moment, Tang Mingting's expression was rather complex upon seeing Wang Siki. Tang Mingting had always considered herself among the most privileged in their group, being a wealthy girl from a family that rivaled even Zhao Ming's affluence. This superiority had fostered a sense of pride within her, believing it set her apart from other women. However, Wang Siki's appearance shattered that illusion. For her family's wealth surpassed Tang Mingting's by 100-fold. Now, witnessing Wang Siki's plight in the apocalypse made Tang Mingting question the significance of her own background. She gazed at Wang Siki with a mixture of emotions swirling within her. Lu Yang observed Wang Siki engaging with the others before quietly stepping out of the villa. After all, finding Wang Siki was merely a minor detour. His primary objective remained to gather all available supplies within a 20-kilometer radius. Today, his target was the wholesale market located 15 kilometers away. Without delay, he leapt into the air, soaring swiftly. Originally, his base attributes were 20 times that of an average person, whose maximum speed was around 8 to 9 meters per second. Lu Yang, however, could reach nearly 190 meters per second. The flight speed granted by the Dark Cloak was double that, allowing him to achieve a speed of 380 meters per second, surpassing the speed of sound at 340 meters per second. Though Lu Yang was unaware of the meaning of invincibility, he felt that at this moment, he embodied that very concept. While his flight duration was limited to 5 minutes, that was ample time, as he could cover 114 kilometers in one swift flight. The wholesale market, located 15 kilometers away, would take him merely 39.5 seconds to reach. The 2 minutes he had spent returning to the villa were solely due to his concern that Wang Siki might struggle to endure such rapid flight. Thanks to his 20-fold enhancement of ordinary human attributes, he could easily withstand that velocity at that moment. Lu Yang not only possessed physical attributes akin to extraordinary beings, but also a flying speed that was certainly comparable. As Lu Yang descended into the wholesale market, he noticed several survivors scavenging for food. Startled by Lu Yang's sudden arrival, they quickly hid behind a burly man, the only supernatural being among them and the strongest of their group. Even this formidable figure trembled at the sight of Lu Yang, his expression shifting to one of caution as he cautiously spoke. "Brother, are you here for food too? You can take whatever you need. We'll gather resources elsewhere and be on our way. How about we avoid crossing paths?" The wholesale market was a lengthy street lined with storefronts, now deserted as the occupants had either turned into zombies or met their demise by their hands. With Lu Yang's arrival, the survivors planned to seek resources elsewhere. After all, with such a vast street, it would be impossible for Lu Yang to collect everything by himself, wouldn't it? Listening to the words of the burly man, Lu Yang nodded in agreement. "Sure, no problem. However, you might want to expedite your collection process." The expressions of those few individuals, having descended from the heavens, were filled with fear as they spoke to him with a considerable degree of respect. Lu Yang, of course, had no intention of resorting to violence against them. After all, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the number of survivors was quite limited. These individuals represented valuable resources, and it would be advantageous to integrate them into his survivor base. Only when his base had a sufficient population would the resources they contributed increase significantly. "Thank you. Then we shall proceed to collect at the end of the street." Upon hearing Lu Yang's response, the survivors displayed expressions of joy, finally exhaling the tension that had gripped their hearts. With their backpacks slung over their shoulders, they hastened towards the far end of the street, although the street was primarily known for wholesale supplies of rice, wheat, flour, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. Witnessing Lu Yang's formidable power, capable of soaring through the sky, they dared not compete with rumors any longer and could only make their way to the street's end. Once the survivors departed, Lu Yang commenced his exploration of the various shops. "Goodness, this is a wholesale rice store. There must be thousands of bags here. Collect them all." "A flour wholesale outlet with thousands of bags of flour? Take them all." "A warehouse full of potatoes, at least several dozen tons. Gather them." "A warehouse of sweet potatoes? Take them." "Noodles, rice noodles, instant noodles, and sausages. Gather them all." "Is this a wholesale milk powder store? Take it all." This will prove invaluable. Thanks to the genetic enhancements bestowed by the system, Lu Yang could successfully branch out each time that in just 10 months he could potentially have an entire football team of children. Milk powder was indeed of great utility. Lu Yang continued his collection, leaving no stone unturned, even raiding the clothing, snacks, daily necessities, and toy wholesale stores. He thoroughly exhausted the fruit wholesale outlet, though regrettably, most of the fruits had already spoiled. The remaining edible fruits were limited to some long-stored apples, pears, pomelos, and sugar canes, the AS for bananas, peaches, and mangoes, fruits prone to rapid spoilage. They were long beyond consumption. Lu Yang collected all the good fruits into his dark space, amassing several tons. The contents of the dark space do not decay, allowing these fruits to remain preserved for an extended period. As he continued to gather supplies, Lu Yang walked further inward. Before long, He had cleared all the shops behind him and arrived at the end of the street. Did I end the final wholesale store? The burly man, accompanied by several survivors, was hurriedly stuffing items into their backpacks, having only filled half of one at that moment. Upon seeing Liu Yang's arrival, their expressions shifted to one of surprise and fear. The burly man mustered the courage to inquire, "Big brother, do you have any instructions?" Liu Yang shook his head. "No, I'm merely collecting what's here." The survivors' faces displayed a look of confusion. What did he mean by collecting what's here? Did this big brother not desire the items from the shops at the front and instead only wish to take from those at the back? Surely that was a ruse. The front street was lined with valuable shops, while the back consisted of miscellaneous goods and fruit wholesale outlets. Finding high-calorie staple foods would not be easy. Seeing Liu Yang pursue them made them quickly surmise that he was unwilling to allow them to gather food. The burly man cautiously suggested, "Big brother, how about we leave now? You can take whatever you wish from here, but we won't take anything. Don't speak as if I'm bullying you. I merely suggested you expedite your collection. And if you're slow, can you blame me?" Liu Yang replied, stepping forward, and with a sweeping gesture, he collected everything within the store. The survivors watched in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief as if they had encountered a ghost. What the hell? What just happened? Where did everything go? Did it vanish in a thin air? Is this some sort of witchcraft? Chapter 63. Absorbing survivors, strengthening the base. Initially, they believed Liu Yang had come to prevent them from gathering supplies, which was why he had moved from the front to the back. However, witnessing Liu Yang's actions, they quickly understood that he had already gathered everything from the other shops, and this was the last remaining one. They simply could not fathom how Liu Yang had achieved this. An entire wholesale street filled with thousands of tons of supplies had vanished in mere minutes. Liu Yang addressed the crowd. "I apologize, but you were just a bit too slow. You haven't even filled your backpacks. I've collected all the supplies from this street, so you should search elsewhere." One of the survivors displayed a dejected expression. This wholesale market had the most supplies nearby. "We've already scoured all other locations. Without this market, how will over 100 of us survive?" After the apocalypse began, the survivors in the vicinity banded together, forming a collective of over 100 individuals, led by the burly man with special abilities. They believed they would soon establish a survivor base around this wholesale market. Unfortunately, with the food now collected, their group faced the dire question of where to find sustenance, let alone establish a base. Another survivor chimed in. "Indeed, it seems we are doomed to starvation. Among us, only Brother Wong possesses special abilities, and he is relatively strong. The rest of us are mostly weak, old, or ill. Definitely not a match for the zombies. We're finished." In the area spanning several kilometers, this wholesale market was the only one with substantial supplies and fewer zombies. They had spent several days clearing out the zombies from this site. And now that Liu Yang had come and taken all the food, it felt like they had been left with nothing. The burly man, known as Brother Wong, addressed the group. "If we must place blame, it falls upon our own slow actions. We cannot fault others. Please refrain from speaking carelessly." He understood the gap between himself and Liu Yang all too well. To as fellow special ability users, he was acutely aware of Liu Yang's overwhelming strength. Merely feeling the pressure emanating from him was enough to instill terror. It was evident that with a mere flick of his finger, Liu Yang could eliminate everyone present, and for them to complain was akin to courting death. In the apocalypse, rules had ceased to exist. Food was inherently a resource to be claimed by the strong, that if someone possessed the ability to gather all the food, it was only natural they would take as much as they could. If he had such power, would he not wish to seize an entire street's worth of supplies? It would be irrational to think otherwise. Thus, Brother Wong recognized their current predicament, his face devoid of anger, replaced instead by a resigned expression. Liu Yang, having listened to their concerns, pondered briefly before addressing them. "You have over 100 individuals in your survivor group?" "Yes," the burly man replied with respectful haste. Liu Yang continued, "Very well. Approximately 20 kilometers from here lies the Jingsua Garden Villa district. You may have heard of it. That is my survivor base. You can seek refuge there, and once you enter, food will not be a concern." Brother Wong's eyes brightened at Liu Yang's words. "The Jingsua Garden Villa district? I know it. I used to be a taxi driver and have been there. It is a wealthy district," Liu Yang affirmed. "Indeed, that it has now transformed into a survivor base, entirely secure, with no zombies capable of breaching its defenses. Furthermore, I am the owner of that place that I promise you that each survivor you bring will receive 10 pounds of food for free. You can promote this survivor base in the surrounding area and along the way. The more people you bring, the greater your rewards. For every individual you bring, I will grant you 1 pound of rice. If you can bring 1,000, I will provide you with 1,000 pounds. Upon hearing Lu Yang's proposition, Brother Wang's face lit up with excitement. At that moment, their survivor group already consisted of over 100 individuals. If he could bring all of them to Lu Yang's base, that would equate to over 100 pounds of rice. In the apocalypse, that much rice could sustain an individual for 3 months. This is no small sum. They spent several days clearing out the zombies from this wholesale market, and only today did they finally manage to rid it completely. Thus, they commenced their first attempt to gather supplies. But after collecting merely half a backpack, they were swiftly stripped bare by Lu Yang. As of now, each of them has yet to find 100 pounds of rice. The robust man displayed a look of surprise on his face and asked Lu Yang, "Are you truly speaking the truth?" Lu Yang replied, "Of course it is true. You should have witnessed my strength, that I have taken everything from this entire wholesale street. Do you think I cannot afford to reward you for your efforts?" Hearing Lu Yang's words, the strong man nodded in agreement that IT was indeed correct. Someone as powerful as Lu Yang, who could even fly, could gather food at a speed that far surpassed theirs by thousands of times. Even a second-level zombie would likely pose no threat in his presence. It could be said that he hardly needed to eliminate the zombies to collect food, regardless of how many zombies lurked nearby. He estimated he could easily gather provisions, not to mention how much he had previously amassed. Just from this wholesale street alone, there were likely hundreds of tons of rice. After pondering for a moment, the strong man nodded and declared, "All right, it's a deal. I used to be a taxi driver in the vicinity, so I am quite familiar with this area. Over the past few days while searching for supplies, I have traversed many locations and know several gathering spots for survivors. I am confident I can persuade them, and at the very least, I can bring 1,000 people to your base." As the apocalypse erupted, the scattered survivors outside began to congregate, forming numerous small and large gathering spots. This strong man was very familiar with the area, and after awakening his abilities, he no longer feared the ordinary zombies. Thus, during this time, he had visited several places in search of food and had learned of many gathering spots. The inhabitants of these gathering places ranged from dozens to hundreds, with no group exceeding 200 individuals, scattered like grains of sand, yet lacking a leader to unite them into a thriving survivor base. Lu Yang's arrival presented an excellent opportunity. The strong man was confident he could persuade these people to join Lu Yang's survivor base. In turn, the number of individuals he brought could secure him at least 1,000 pounds of food. Just for himself, if he were frugal, this food could sustain him for at least 2 years. "Very well, I shall await your good news." Lu Yang nodded, then departed from the wholesale street that had been completely stripped bare, and he began to venture to other locations in search of sustenance. Lu Yang also understood that only by gathering all available food in this vicinity into his dark space would these survivors find themselves utterly desperate, compelling them to join his survivor base without hesitation. Currently, enticing them with 10 pounds of rice could yield contributions of several hundred pounds of potatoes for the base a year from now. The resources outside would inevitably dwindle one day. Only through cultivating and producing their own food could the survivors ensure a continuous supply. Moreover, all food produced within the survivor base would require a 20% tribute to Lu Yang. So the more individuals there were, the wealthier Lu Yang would become. After Lu Yang left, the few survivors began to discuss amongst themselves. One survivor turned to the strong man and asked, "Brother Wang, are you truly going to do as he said? Is the base he mentioned really so good? What if it's just a ploy to deceive us?" Yes, Brother Wang, I can't shake the feeling that it seems too good to be true. A base without zombie threats, and everyone who joins gets 10 pounds of food. He's a savior, just giving away food." Another survivor chimed in, "Shouldn't we go back and deliberate further?" The strong man shook his head and replied, "You all know nothing. I am an ability user, and you are all aware of my strength. Combined, you do not even match me. However, if my combat power is 100, theirs is at least 5,000. Do you comprehend what that means? Even 1,000 of me would be no match for them. If they wish to kill us, they could do so with a mere flick of their finger. There would be no need to deceive us. Do not project your sordid thoughts onto the mindset of a powerful individual. Because your strength does not reach that level, you cannot think through their perspective. Therefore, we will do as he suggests. This is a golden opportunity to ally with someone powerful. Do not squander it. The survivors had never seen the strong man display such a serious demeanor, and they recognized the gravity of the situation. Reluctantly nodding in agreement. All right, since Brother Wong has said so, we shall heed your counsel. Indeed, indeed. Thanks to Brother Wong, we have managed to survive safely thus far. Since Brother Wong has proposed we join that survivor base. Let us go together. Chapter 64. Scavenging the hospital after exiting the wholesale street, Liu Yang proceeded to loot two large supermarkets that at this moment, within his dark space measuring 50 meters. The supplies had already piled up to an impressive height. With so many resources, Liu Yang found it difficult to ascertain the exact quantity, but judging by appearances, it would suffice to sustain a survivor base of 5,000 individuals for decades. Emerging from the now empty supermarket, Liu Yang spotted a hospital. This was the finest tertiary hospital in the city, filled with patients, which likely increased the risk of viral infection. Ensuring it was now teeming with zombies. Liu Yang contemplated, in the apocalypse, pharmaceuticals are of utmost importance. Otherwise, even a fever could prove fatal. Though my strength has been amplified, with my base attributes being 20 times that of an ordinary person, I am assuredly immune to illness. However, the people in my survivor base, along with the women by my side, do not possess such robust resistance. Thus, acquiring medicine remains essential. Consequently, Liu Yang resolved to enter and scavenge. Upon entering the hospital, he indeed found a multitude of zombies wandering within. As soon as they caught sight of Liu Yang, they lunged at him with gnarled claws, with a mere wave of his hand. Countless ice needles were launched, each one finding its mark, resulting in instantaneous headshots. Liu Yang's mental prowess had now reached 20 times that of an ordinary person, and the number of ice needles was no longer limited. His attack range had also extended to over 1,000 meters. Compared to hacking away with a knife, Liu Yang preferred to resolve conflicts with a simple gesture, avoiding close combat and the inevitable splatter of blood. Moreover, the elegance of dispatching foes with a flick of his wrist was something he relished. He appreciated this sense of grace. For elegance is eternally timeless. As Liu Yang ventured deeper into the hospital, zombies continued to collapse around him, including several second-level zombies, which fell before they could even approach him. Observing the slain zombies, a thoughtful expression crossed Liu Yang's face. The proportion of second-level zombies is increasing. Previously, one might encounter a second-level zombie in 1,000. Yet now, there are already no fewer than 5 second-level zombies that I have dispatched on this floor alone. Perhaps I might even encounter a third-level zombie soon. The base attributes of a second-level zombie are roughly double those of an ordinary person. Unless one possesses abilities, an ordinary person encountering a second-level zombie would not only be unable to fight back, but would likely struggle to escape. Meanwhile, a third-level zombie boasts base attributes 6 times that of an ordinary person, that if an ordinary person were to face a third-level zombie, it would be a swift demise. In the stone tablet test, the most formidable zombie Liu Yang encountered was a 6th-level zombie, whose base attributes are 12 times that of an ordinary person. Even a first-level ability user would be swiftly dispatched by such an opponent. It seems that as time progresses, the chances for ordinary people to survive in the apocalypse are diminishing. Entering a survivor base is the only viable option. Furthermore, if the number of ability users within the survivor base is insufficient, it may very well be overrun by zombies. Thus, the competition between ability users and zombies will not cease. The one who evolves more rapidly may ultimately prevail. Therefore, awakening abilities does not guarantee safety. As zombies are continuously growing stronger, following the hospital's directional signs, Liu Yang continued his journey toward the pharmacy. However, he noticed a decreasing number of zombies along the way, which made him cautious, although the sounds of his zombie dispatching were not overly loud. In the stillness of the hospital, they could still echo far. Logically, more zombies should have been drawn to the commotion, unless all the zombies had been eliminated by an expert, but the likelihood of that was slim. The zombies at the entrance were still alive, so it was improbable that anyone could bypass them to confront the zombies deeper within the hospital. Thus, there was only one other possibility. The zombies had found a leader to restrain their predatory instincts. Sure enough, as Liu Yang delved deeper, he arrived at the pharmacy's entrance, where a congregation of zombies sat as if engaged in a meeting. Liu Yang was taken aback by this sight. muttering to himself. What the heck? Even zombies hold meetings now. At the forefront was a zombie clad in a white lab coat. Did I end life? He must have been a doctor. Though his complexion appeared pale, he did not exhibit the disheveled, grimacing, drooling demeanor one might expect. He resembled an ordinary person, save for the fact that his pupils remained a ghostly white. He sat at the forefront, seemingly engaged in conversation with the other zombies. Zombies capable of speech. Lu Yang recognized him at a glance. This was undoubtedly a level 3 zombie. Moreover, this marked Lu Yang's first encounter with a level 3 zombie outside the confines of the stone tablet. The fundamental attributes of a level 3 zombie are 6 times that of an ordinary human. Even a yellow-ranked expert like Bai, who would likely be swiftly dispatched in such an encounter. To contend with a level 3 zombie, one would need to be at least a level 2 superhuman. A level 2 superhuman possesses attributes 4 times greater than that of an ordinary human. While still 2 times weaker than a level 3 zombie, the zombies rely solely on basic attacks, and a superhuman, bolstered by their abilities, may not necessarily be at a disadvantage. At that moment, the zombies also took notice of Lu Yang. Abruptly rising to their feet, flanking the level 3 zombie, were 2 level 2 zombies, accompanied by dozens of ordinary zombies. Such a formidable assembly would likely breach a survivor enclave led by a taxi driver named Old Wong in less than 10 minutes. Even the survivor base where Scarface Mouse resided would find it difficult to withstand an assault from a level 3 zombie. The ordinary zombies gazed at Lu Yang with an insatiable desire to attack. However, without the command of the level 3 zombie, they restrained their urges and refrained from acting impulsively. The level 3 zombie stuttered, "Human, delicious meat you surround." In an instant, all the zombies sprang into action. The 2 level 2 zombies divided the ordinary zombies into 2 groups, encircling Lu Yang from both front and rear, while the level 3 zombie remained stationary, observing everything and poised to command the battle. Watching the movements of these zombies, Lu Yang felt an uncanny familiarity. It was strikingly similar to the test conducted at the stone tablet. The level 3 zombie directed the battle, and the other zombies acted under its command, transforming into an organized, strategic legion of zombies. Thus, the rule remains. Capture the leader first. Bang! The distant level 3 zombie, who had been on high alert, was suddenly shot in the head. It had no inkling of the impending doom, upon witnessing their leader's instant demise. The other zombies lost their cohesion, devolving into chaos as they rushed toward Lu Yang. With a mere wave of his hand, Lu Yang caused all the zombies to explode in a shower of gore. Looking down at the corpse of the level 3 zombie, he felt a twinge of regret. His zombie control ability had only just reached level 2, allowing him to command a maximum of 2 level 2 zombies. Had it reached level 3, he could have controlled the level 3 zombie instead of eliminating it. Lu Yang shook his head, realizing he would need to work overtime tonight to engage the 4th wealthy school beauty. Striving to elevate his zombie control level by 1 tier. Chapter 65. Taking you to show off, taking you to fly. After dispatching these zombies, Lu Yang finally achieved his goal of entering the pharmacy. He rummaged through the contents, collecting all the medical supplies into his dark space, including bandages, adhesive tape, syringes, saline solution, glucose injections, and various medical instruments. Upon completing this task, Lu Yang began to make his way outside the hospital. As he passed a patient room, he suddenly heard a faint sound emanating from within. Lu Yang halted, alert. The door creaked open slightly, and an eye peeked through the crack. Upon seeing Lu Yang, the fear in the eye transformed into delight. The door swung open, and an ecstatic voice exclaimed, "A human? Whoa! How wonderful! I never expected there to be human survivors." As Lu Yang gazed inside, he discovered a young female doctor and a youthful nurse concealed within the room. The doctor appeared to be in her late 20s, while the nurse seemed even younger, perhaps in her early 20s. Both were strikingly beautiful, though their pallor and frailty could not conceal the exquisite features that radiated from their faces. Meanwhile, there lay the corpse of a zombie on the hospital bed. Lu Yang surmised that during the outbreak, the doctor and nurse had been attending to a patient, only to witness the transformation mid-treatment. Fortunately for them, the patient had recently undergone surgery for a car accident and had sustained a fractured leg, rendering him incapable of rising to attack them. Instead, they managed to subdue him. Lu Yang inquired, "Are you the doctor and nurse from this hospital?" "Yes." They nodded eagerly, tears of gratitude welling in their eyes that we have been trapped in this room for over 10 days. We were on the brink of starvation. Thankfully, the patient's family brought 2 cartons of milk, which has sustained us until now. By the way, has the calamity outside come to an end? Are all the zombies dead? Lu Yang shook his head. No, not only have they not perished, but they have evolved into level 2 and level 3 zombies, 100 times more terrifying than ordinary zombies. The 2 young women gasped in shock, their faces paling. During the outbreak, they had witnessed the horror of zombies, and now the prospect of encountering even more formidable foes was utterly terrifying. What are we to do? It seems we are doomed. The doctor's expression twisted in despair, while the nurse covered her face and began to weep that moment. Lu Yang reassured them, do not lose heart. While level 2 and 3 zombies are formidable, I can escort you to safety. The 2 women exchanged incredulous glances. You can take us to a safe place. Does such a place still exist in this world? Indeed, the location where I reside is a sanctuary, Lu Yang replied confidently. But you just mentioned that the zombies have evolved to level 2 and 3, being 100 times more fearsome than ordinary zombies, they questioned. However, my strength surpasses theirs by 10,000 times. Come, and you will understand. Seeing Lu Yang extend his hand, the doctor and nurse hesitated. Though they yearned for salvation in this apocalyptic world, following a stranger felt perilous. What if he harbored ulterior motives? How could 2 defenseless women resist him? Noticing their hesitation, Lu Yang continued, even if I did harbor ill intentions, could I not simply deal with you here and now? Why would I bother luring you away? The moment you opened that door and appeared before me, your choices were already limited. After pondering Lu Yang's words, the doctor bit her lip, seemingly making a difficult decision. She nodded, all right, you make a valid point. We will accompany you. The apocalypse had persisted for too long, and they had contemplated their situation extensively during their confinement. They understood that survival in this world was no easy feat, and they were acutely aware of what it meant for a man to take them away in such dire times. They merely hoped Lu Yang was not a deviant. Excellent. Let us proceed. Lu Yang nodded, leading the 2 women toward the hospital exit. As they ventured forth, the 2 women were taken aback by the sight of the zombies Lu Yang had dispatched, each having met their demise with a shattered skull. The positions in which they fell suggested they had died mid-charge, with no one daring to confront Lu Yang. This implied that he had become powerful enough to repel zombies from even getting close. Witnessing Lu Yang's prowess in dispatching zombies, the women felt a sense of relief. It seemed he truly was as formidable as he claimed. Thus, following him would significantly increase their chances of survival. As long as they could endure, even if he demanded something in return, it would not be too much to bear, provided his demands were not excessively perverse. Upon reaching the hospital exterior, Lu Yang began pouring gasoline in several flammable corners before igniting the building in flames. The emergence of level 3 zombies within the hospital necessitated such measures. If left unchecked, level 4 or 5 zombies might soon arise. Although Lu Yang was unafraid of these creatures, they posed a genuine calamity for ordinary superhumans. Having completed this task, Lu Yang addressed the 2 women. Your pace is too slow. My villa is over 10 kilometers away, and it would take several hours to walk back with you. Therefore, come with me, and I shall take you flying. Flying? What do you mean? The 2 women wore expressions of confusion. Literally flying, Lu Yang stated as he extended his arms, swiftly embracing their slender waist. 2 women murmured softly, their faces adorned with expressions of bashfulness. Hold on tight, for I shall take flight. As Lu Yang's words fell, he instantaneously soared into the air. Ah! The 2 women shrieked, but quickly stifled their cries with their hands to avoid attracting the zombies. Yet, their eyes still sparkled with a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. This was far more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. They were now gliding at a height of 100 meters. The landscape below shrinking rapidly as they sped forward. Both women were utterly petrified. Goodness, is it truly possible to fly? They pondered. Who on earth is this man? How is he capable of flight? In that moment, Lu Yang seemed to them a figure of divine prowess. Chapter 66. The milk powder and doctors are ready. Lu Yang entered the villa accompanied by a female doctor and a nurse. He Sure and the others greeted his return with radiant smiles, particularly the recently rescued affluent young heiress, Wang Siqi. After hours of engaging conversations with Sure, Zhao Li Na, and Zhou Kuku. Wang Siqi began to grasp the gravity of their situation. It turned out that all the women present were Lu Yang's companions. As they chatted, the topic of Lu Yang's formidable strength arose, and each shared increasingly outrageous tales of his exploits. Some even claimed that he was a once-in-a-lifetime human machine, asserting that his prowess in bed eclipsed that of his combat against zombies. Wang Siqi remained in a state of half-belief. Although she was a super-rich girl raised under strict parental guidance and had never dated, the wealthy suitors at her school dared not pursue her. For their family fortunes paled in comparison to hers. Their only claim to fame was their affluence. Yet in Wang Siqi's presence, that advantage evaporated. Consequently, they lacked the courage to court her, each displaying utmost deference and calling her Miss Wang from a distance. After all, their families had business ties to the Wang family, making it unwise to offend her. Thus far, Wang Siqi had never experienced romance and had little interaction with men, for those who dared approach her were filled with insecurity. Imagine a breathtakingly beautiful, extraordinarily wealthy heiress who would have the audacity to pursue her. She found herself intrigued by Lu Yang, yet resigned to her fate, with the other three school beauties now Lu Yang's partners. How could she be an exception? Moreover, based on the descriptions from others, Lu Yang was not only exceptionally powerful, but also incredibly generous towards his women, ensuring they lacked for nothing in this secure villa community. Their days were spent leisurely swimming in the pool, playing sports, jogging, or engaging in card games. Their existence resembled a perpetual vacation, devoid of any semblance of an apocalypse. Only Lu Yang could maintain such a tranquil life here. Under anyone else, even the most beautiful would be compelled to venture out in search of sustenance. The apocalypse offers no room for idleness. Merely being beautiful is of no consequence. Furthermore, had it not been for Lu Yang's timely intervention, she might have perished in the safe house or fallen prey to the three bodyguards that, by all accounts, Lu Yang was her savior. Consequently, Wang Siqi felt no psychological burden. After several hours of contemplation, she had entirely acquiesced to her circumstances. She was ready to ascend to Lu Yang's bed that very night. However, upon seeing Lu Yang return with a stunning doctor and nurse, a pang of disappointment struck her heart. It seemed that her aspirations to share a bed with Lu Yang might not be so easily realized. Perhaps she would even have to wait in line. He used sure, Zhao Li Na, Tang Ming Ting, Chen Dan, Su Xiao, Bai Hu Wang Fei Fei, and others came to greet him. Upon spotting Lu Yang, they exclaimed joyfully, "Lu Yang, you're back. Wow, you brought back two sisters. Our team has grown." From their attire, they appear to be a doctor and a nurse. Should we fall ill, we shall rely greatly on our new sisters. The newly arrived doctor, Huang Xiaoxia, and nurse, Chen Xiaojing, felt somewhat bashful under the warm reception, especially upon witnessing the throng surrounding Lu Yang, showering him with affection like stars orbiting a moon. They couldn't help but wonder what charm this man possessed, drawing so many women to him in such harmony without a hint of discord. Had Su Xiao and Tang Ming Ting known of the two women's thoughts, they would have remarked, "We initially had our reservations, but Lu Yang's strength is not to be underestimated." Lu Yang guided the doctor and nurse into the villa, instructing them, "Please find a room to settle in and take a shower. It isn't mealtime yet, but there are provisions in the refrigerator on the first floor. After your shower, feel free to help yourselves to a bite to eat." "Yes, thank you," they replied eagerly before heading upstairs. The villa comprised 4 stories, each featuring 10 rooms, along with a living room, kitchen, and dining area on the first floor. The second floor housed a gym and study, while the third boasted a swimming pool and sauna. The fourth floor contained a private cinema and KTV room. The villa was thoroughly equipped, boasting a total of 40 rooms, capable of accommodating at least 40 individuals. At this moment, only 13 people resided there. Tang Ming Ting, He Yushu Su Xiao, Zhao Li Na, Chen Dan, Bai Hu, Wang Fei Fei, Zhang Jingyu, Zhou Kuku, Zhao Yuting, Zhou Qiuping, along with doctors Huang Xiaoxia and Chen Xiaojing, still far from capacity. The 15 young women brought back from the survivor base resided in the adjacent villa, where Lu Yang had distributed ample supplies that Huang Xiaoxia and Chen Xiaojing ascended the stairs. The others began to surround Lu Yang with inquiries. "Lu Yang, where did your adventures take you today?" Tang Mingting remarked, "I presume you gathered plenty of supplies." Zhao Li Na added, "You must have visited a hospital to encounter a doctor and nurse." "Right, Lu Yang chuckled, playfully pinching Zhao Li Na's smooth cheek. Indeed, our brilliant school beauty is astute that I did visit the hospital and collected a substantial amount of medicine, that I also made a trip to the wholesale market, gathering plenty of food, including milk powder. After all, we must prepare for the continuation of human civilization. Chapter 67. The rapid evolution of zombies. Lu Yang indeed thought far ahead. Upon acquiring the milk powder, he had already considered the implications. Thanks to the enhancements provided by his system, his genetic lineage had been fortified, allowing him to succeed in expanding his family with remarkable consistency. This meant that the birth of children would occur with great frequency. Hence, he sought out medicine at the hospital, as pregnant women and infants are particularly susceptible to illness. Furthermore, finding a doctor or nurse would be ideal, as they could assist in childbirth. Little did Lu Yang anticipate that he would find both a doctor and a nurse at once. This was fortuitous, for he would no longer need to worry about childbirth matters. This was also why Lu Yang had not hinted for Huang Xiuxia and Chen Xiaojing to seek him out in his room. He preferred to avoid a scenario where the doctor and nurse might themselves be on the verge of giving birth when he needed them most. At the very least, their timelines needed to be staggered. The women recognized Lu Yang's busy schedule and, after conversing with him for a while, refrained from further pestering him, that he retreated to his room for a well-deserved rest, while the others busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing lunch. After a refreshing shower, Lu Yang lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's accomplishments. Not only had he plundered a wholesale market, but he had also raided several convenience stores and 3 large supermarkets. Along with thoroughly pillaging a major hospital for all its medications, that he had even returned with a stunning surgeon and a beautiful nurse. Truly a bountiful haul. During his time at the hospital, he had also encountered Tier 3 zombies that he was somewhat astonished at the rapid evolution of the undead, realizing that Tier 3 zombies possessed formidable strength, easily overpowering ordinary Tier 1 abilities. Only Tier 2 abilities stood a chance against them. Lu Yang, bolstered by the system, possesses an ability level distinct from that of ordinary individuals. His highest ability, the power of freezing, has reached level 6, while his lowest, the control over zombies, languishes at a mere level 2. Lu Yang himself remains uncertain whether he should be regarded as a level 6 or a level 2 ability user. However, if one were to consider his foundational attributes, which are 20 times greater than those of an average person, he would be classified as a level 10 ability user. Regardless, as of now, Lu Yang has yet to encounter another ability user who has attained level 2, but this does not imply that such individuals do not exist. It simply reflects the absence of any formidable companions in his vicinity. Yet he has already witnessed the emergence of level 3 zombies, suggesting that the evolution rate of the undead surpasses that of ability users. Ordinary survivors are perilously vulnerable, and even regular ability users face significant risks. Take, for instance, the survivor base of Scarred Mouse. Should a level 3 zombie lead an assault, Scarred Mouse would be the sole ability user present, rendering them utterly incapable of mounting a defense. The entire base could very well face annihilation. It is evident that Lu Yang must recruit more ability users into the base, that he resolved in his heart that during tomorrow's expedition for food to more distant locations, should he encounter any ability users, he would strive to persuade them to join his base. Only in this manner could his base grow stronger and more resilient, impervious to the onslaught of zombies. As Lu Yang pondered these matters, he suddenly received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. You have slain 2,000 zombies, earning 200 attribute points. Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication. The fire he set to the hospital had evidently incinerated all the zombies within. However, the reported number seemed somewhat inaccurate. That hospital was the largest in the city, with 3 inpatient buildings, and it housed at least 5,000 zombies. The fact that he only received a count of 2,000 suggested that the remaining zombies had escaped the hospital, possibly led by level 2 or 3 zombies, and had not perished in the flames. It appears that as the intelligence of the zombies increases, merely igniting a building has become insufficient to eradicate them entirely, that he allocated the 200 attribute points evenly, raising all his foundational attributes to 1050 points. Meanwhile, 20 kilometers away at the survivor base, Scarred Mouse was leading a group of robust men to search for food, with only him remaining as the sole ability user in the base. Their food procurement options had dwindled to small convenience stores and mini supermarkets. Unlike before, when a team of ability users could easily raid a large supermarket, now he found himself accompanied by ordinary individuals. cautiously navigating the precarious gaps of survival. Scarred Mouse had never anticipated that the weakest among the ability users would become the strongest in the base. The weight of this newfound responsibility weighed heavily upon him, for the entire base now relied solely on his shoulders. The potatoes Lu Yong lent to the survivors had been cut into pieces and planted underground. However, in the months leading up to the potato harvest, their food supply still depended on foraging. Thus, Scarred Mouse had no choice but to venture out with strong men to gather food while the women remained in the survivor base to tend to the crops. At that moment, a survivor addressed Scarred Mouse, saying, "Mouse, there are 4 zombies ahead, wandering on the road in front of the convenience store that we can't get through." Though Scarred Mouse was diminutive in stature, standing under 6 meters tall and in his 20s, the burly survivors beside him maintained unwavering respect for him. After all, he was the only ability user among them, and despite his size, his foundational attributes were double that of an ordinary person. No one there could hope to match him in combat. Furthermore, Scarred Mouse was a favored figure in front of Lu Yong. How could these ordinary survivors dare to show him anything but respect? Consequently, each person referred to him as Mouse and promptly reported the sighting of the zombies to him. Upon hearing the report, Scarred Mouse stood on his tiptoes to peer ahead and indeed spotted 4 zombies languidly roaming in the distance. In the past, when the survivor base was strong and well-equipped, they would have charged forth to dispatch those zombies without hesitation. But that was no longer the case. Scarred Mouse had become the pillar of support. He was the only ability user in the entire base. Contemplating the survivor's report, Scarred Mouse considered that the convenience store was their target for the day, that if they were deterred by these 4 zombies, they would return empty-handed. With the food supplies of the survivor base dwindling, he clenched his teeth and declared, "Wait here for a moment. I will take care of them." "Mouse, those are 4 zombies." "You alone, Mouse. While we know you are an ability user, facing 4 zombies alone is no easy feat. Shouldn't we lend you our assistance?" "Indeed, Mouse. The entire survivor base relies on you, that if you encounter danger, we are all doomed. Though we are mere ordinary people, there are only 4 zombies in front of us. Surely we can be of help." The others displayed expressions of concern, addressing Scarred Mouse, for they were acutely aware that his awakened ability was tunneling, not combat-oriented. Additionally, Scarred Mouse could not resist the zombie virus. Any injury could lead to infection that if things went awry, the sole ability user in the base would be lost. No need for that if too many of us go, we might inadvertently attract more zombies with the noise. "You needn't worry. Although my ability is not combat-focused, I am far from useless," Scarred Mouse asserted with a serious expression. With that, he swiftly burrowed underground. Chapter 68. New mutant zombie before the eyes of the onlookers. One of the zombies suddenly plunged underground. The entire zombie became ensnared, leaving only its crown visible. The other 3 zombies, oblivious to what had transpired, stood dumbfounded. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. In less than 10 seconds, all 4 zombies found themselves trapped beneath the earth. That moment, Scarred Mouse emerged from another tunnel, brandishing a large cleaver, and with precision struck each exposed crown, swiftly dispatching all 4 zombies. The zombies had no inkling of their demise, unable to even perceive the form of their assailant. Witnessing this scene, the crowd rushed forward, unable to contain their admiration for Scarred Mouse. "Wow. Mouse, you're incredible. Who knew you had such a trick up your sleeve? Truly, you are remarkable, Mouse." A hint of pride flickered across Scarred Mouse's face. His skill may not have been combat-oriented, but rather focused on tunneling. Nonetheless, his small stature allowed him to prevent anyone from entering the holes he dug. The same applied to zombies, by creating a hole inaccessible to ordinary individuals beneath the zombies' feet and pulling them down. He could effectively trap them, rendering them helpless. This method of confrontation had taken Scarred Mouse considerable time to devise, applicable not only to zombies, but also to human ability users. Even if an ability user were dragged into the narrow confines of a tunnel by Scarred Mouse, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. Scarred Mouse addressed the group. "Everyone, be cautious. Let us enter the convenience store, gather supplies quickly, and once each of you has filled your backpacks, we shall hastily return to the base." The group, having witnessed Scarred Mouse's swift elimination of the 4 zombies, looked upon him with newfound respect, promptly nodding in agreement. "Understood, Mouse. We will exercise caution. Indeed, having Mouse lead our search for food is truly reassuring." Yes. If we were to venture out alone and encounter zombies, we would surely hesitate. As they spoke, they cautiously opened the door and entered the convenience store. Yet, what awaited them inside was nothing short of shocking. Within the store were 3 zombies, 2 of which lay on the ground, their bodies devoured to the point of near skeletal remains. Yet their eyes remained open, snarling and growling incessantly. The 3rd zombie appeared to possess an extraordinary physique. Its muscles bulging to the point of tearing through its skin, exposing blood-red flesh slick with viscous fluid. Thick, intricate blood vessels crisscrossed its muscles, resembling countless snakes writhing in disgust. Upon the survivor's entrance, this muscular, grotesquely enhanced zombie was feasting upon the flesh of the other 2 zombies. Zombies devouring their own kind. This revelation left everyone astounded. Ordinarily, zombies would not consume their own. They targeted humans or other non-mutated animals. What could this muscular aberration be? Was it a super mutant zombie that even preyed upon its own kin? Scarred Mouse stood frozen, sensing the imminent danger, and promptly warned the group, "Run." The remaining survivors, upon hearing the words of Scarred Mouse, swiftly realized the gravity of the situation and promptly exited the convenience store. However, it was too late. The zombie had already detected their presence and charged towards them with astonishing speed. "Goodness, what incredible speed!" Scarred Mouse exclaimed in astonishment. The 2 slower men were swiftly swatted away by the zombie, crashing heavily against the wall, unconscious. Witnessing this grim scene, Scarred Mouse gritted his teeth and halted. At this rate, it seemed that aside from himself, the remaining ordinary survivors were doomed. He had to act as a rear guard. He turned and delivered a flying kick at the zombie, but upon impact, the creature remained unfazed, while Scarred Mouse was sent flying several meters back. This is bad. In terms of both strength and speed, it was at least twice as formidable as I am. This mutated zombie is far stronger than an ordinary level 2 zombie. As he lay on the ground, a grave expression crossed Scarred Mouse's face. The zombie, irritated by the kick, lunged at him immediately. Yet, Scarred Mouse managed to burrow into the ground, leaving behind a dark hole that the mutated zombie could not penetrate. With a furious roar, the mutated zombie clawed at the hole, seemingly intent on digging Scarred Mouse out. However, just as the zombie continued its futile efforts, the ground beneath it suddenly gave way, pulling it into another hole. It turned out that Scarred Mouse had employed the same tactic again, digging a hole beneath the zombie's feet, hoping to trap this mutated creature within his excavated pit. Yet, the mutated zombie's strength was overwhelming. With a surprising surge of power, it yanked Scarred Mouse out of the hole instead. "What the hell?" Scarred Mouse cried out in shock. He immediately released his grip on the zombie's legs and, as he landed, quickly dug another hole to disappear beneath the surface. At this moment, the survivors had successfully evaded the mutated zombie's line of sight. Scarred Mouse, deeming himself no match for the creature, decided to forsake any further confrontation and made a hasty retreat underground. Meanwhile, the mutated zombie continued its relentless assault on the hole Scarred Mouse had left behind. Not far away, Scarred Mouse cautiously resurfaced to observe the frenzied zombie. He was panting heavily. The earlier encounter had sent his adrenaline soaring, and the tension had made his heart race. This was his first time battling such a powerful zombie, and he realized that a single misstep could have cost him his life. As he watched the distant zombie continue its assault on the hole, Scarred Mouse concluded that although this mutated zombie possessed immense strength and speed, its intelligence was inferior to that of a level 2 zombie. It seemed that it was merely a brute force enhancement. However, even with a lack of intelligence, its strength was still formidable. If it were to locate the survivor base, it would be akin to a wolf among sheep. Unstoppable, and a single zombie like this could easily decimate the entire survivor base. This is unacceptable. I must urgently report this to Brother Liu Yang. Otherwise, if this zombie discovers the location of the survivor base, it would spell disaster. With a firm resolve, Scarred Mouse burrowed underground once more. This time, having personally led the expedition to scavenge for supplies, he returned empty-handed, having lost 2 strong survivors in the process. Scarred Mouse felt a deep sense of guilt that he had to inform Liu Yang about this situation and eliminate the mutated zombie. Chapter 69. The disparity is too great. Scarred Mouse subsequently delved underground to reunite with the fleeing survivors, swiftly making their way back to the base. Upon entering the gates of the base, Scarred Mouse exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. panting heavily. The dangers he had just faced still lingered vividly in his mind. The expressions on the faces of the others reflected a mix of relief and sorrow as they recalled their two fallen companions. Those who had ventured out together to seek resources were familiar faces. And witnessing their familiar comrades fall to the zombie evoked a sense of impending doom among them. One survivor couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, that zombie was terrifying. I've never seen such a horrifying creature before." Absolutely, it's even more fearsome than a level 2 zombie. It even devours its own kind. It must have become so powerful by feasting on its fellow zombies. How can we possibly venture out to find food now? If there are more zombies like this outside, we could perish the moment we leave the base. Scarred Mouse, too, was filled with trepidation that he addressed the group, saying, "You all should return to your quarters and rest. I will contact Brother Liu Yang to deal with this zombie." Upon hearing Liu Yang's name, the survivors' eyes lit up with hope. They eagerly replied, "That's fantastic. With Liu got on the case, he will surely eliminate it." Thus, the survivors returned to their quarters. After a brief moment of calm, Scarred Mouse spoke to the gatekeeper zombie, "Brother Liu Yang, we have a grave situation. A super strong mutated zombie has emerged, and I am no match for it. It even gnaws on its own kind. It is undoubtedly an anomaly among zombies." Scarred Mouse understood that this level 2 gatekeeper zombie was remotely controlled by Liu Yang. Simply speaking to it would relay the message to Liu Yang. Although he was unaware of the means by which Liu Yang controlled the zombies, everything seemingly irrational that transpired around Liu Yang appeared quite reasonable, that as those within the base often remarked. Liu Yang was akin to a deity. They referred to him as Liu God. Liu Yang was initially resting in bed, contemplating the rapid evolution of zombies and the possibility that the superhumans might be left behind. Little did he expect that soon after, he would receive Scarred Mouse's urgent call for help. With a grave expression, Liu Yang sprang into action, preparing to head out. Upon reaching the first floor, he encountered He Yushi, Su Xiao, and Chen Dan, who were busy cooking. They immediately greeted Liu Yang. "Liu Yang, are you preparing to eat? Where are you going?" Liu Yang replied, "I have some matters to attend to, so you don't need to wait for me. Go ahead and eat." That he then proceeded to the villa, taking to the skies and swiftly flying towards the survivor base. Boom! With a resounding crash, Liu Yang made a stunning entrance that in less than a minute. He landed within the survivor base. The deafening sound startled Scarred Mouse, who had collapsed on the ground. Upon realizing it was Liu Yang who had arrived, his eyes widened in awe. "Goodness, I just finished speaking. And less than a minute later, you show up? That villa area I visited is at least 20 kilometers away. You flew 20 kilometers in under a minute. Are you even human?" Scarred Mouse was aware of Liu Yang's strength, but he had not anticipated it to be this extraordinary. That dark cloak, awarded for topping the leaderboard, was indeed remarkable. It allowed him to fly at such incredible speeds. Not only was the cloak stylish, but it was also immensely practical. Scarred Mouse envied it greatly. Liu Yang looked at the collapsed Scarred Mouse and said, "Tell me about the situation." Scarred Mouse hurriedly recounted the encounter with the mutated zombie in its entirety. Upon hearing the account, Liu Yang's expression turned serious. "Are you all right? Do you still have strength left? If you do, take me to find this zombie. That a zombie that devours its own kind is something I have never heard of." Scarred Mouse quickly got to his feet, exclaiming, "I still have strength. Of course I have strength. How could I possibly lack energy when I'm with Brother Liu Yang?" With Liu Yang by his side, Scarred Mouse felt reassured. Though the zombie was powerful, it was certainly not on par with Liu Yang. The transformation into a giant bear should allow him to contend with this mutated zombie. Yet the giant bear would stand no chance against Liu Yang, not even for a second. Thus, the fate of this mutated zombie would be no different. It would be swiftly vanquished by Liu Yang. Scarred Mouse led the way, with Liu Yang following closely behind. Not long into their journey, Liu Yang cast a curious glance at Scarred Mouse. Feeling the weight of Liu Yang's gaze, Scarred Mouse nervously asked, "What is it, Brother Liu Yang?" Liu Yang replied, "Haven't you noticed some changes in yourself?" Scarred Mouse, puzzled, responded, "What changes? Did I grow taller?" Liu Yang shook his head and playfully kicked Scarred Mouse's rear, teasing, "Grow taller? You're in your 20s and still hoping to grow? Dream on." Before long, they arrived at the site of the battle between Scarred Mouse and the zombie. At that moment, the zombie was feasting on the remains of the two fallen survivors. One of the survivors had been reduced to a mere skeleton, while the other had been partially devoured. The mutated zombie appeared to have grown even more powerful. Its muscles were now more pronounced, and its skin was taut, having been stretched to the limit, leaving its raw flesh exposed. Simultaneously, its stature had increased significantly. Now towering over 2.5 meters from a distance, it resembled a colossal, blood-red titan with bulging muscles. Scarred Mouse gasped, "This guy has grown larger. Does that mean the more it eats, the bigger it becomes?" Lu Yong furrowed his brow. This was the first time he had encountered a zombie that could evolve so rapidly. At that moment, the zombie also spotted Lu Yong and his companions. It cast aside the corpse it was holding and, baring its teeth, charged at Lu Yong with astonishing speed. The scarred rat, seeing the creature rush towards them, displayed a look of sheer terror, nearly succumbing to the urge to dig a hole and flee. However, just as the zombie reached Lu Yong, before it could strike, Lu Yong delivered a powerful kick. The creature was propelled away like a cannonball, crashing into a distant building with a resounding thud. Creating a large hole upon impact, blood gushed forth from the zombie, its bones shattered. Though still alive, it could only howl in agony on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the scarred rat was utterly stunned. Previously, he had executed a flying kick against a mutated zombie, which had remained unmoved, while he himself was sent hurtling several meters away. Now, Lu Yong's casual kick had sent the zombie flying dozens of meters, even damaging the house. The disparity between individuals was staggering. Chapter 70. The descent of the deity Lu Yong approached the zombie, which was struggling for its last breath amidst the ruins, while the scarred rat trailed closely behind him. Observing the creature, Lu Yong remarked, "This cannibalistic zombie has experienced such rapid muscle growth that its skin cannot keep pace, resulting in it being torn apart, exposing its muscles in a grotesque display. If a human were to undergo such a transformation, they would undoubtedly be in excruciating pain. Yet this zombie feels no pain at all. Let us call it the shedding entity. Its basic attributes are twice that of a level 1 supernatural being, making it nearly unbeatable for an ordinary level 1 supernatural user, unless they possess exceptionally powerful combat abilities. However, despite its high combat drive and aggressive temperament, its intelligence seems profoundly lacking, akin to that of a typical zombie. With proper preparation, clever tactics, and traps, it should not be overly difficult to eliminate it. That if every zombie that consumes its kind transforms into a shedding entity, then their numbers may continue to escalate. As survivors dwindle outside, zombies may resort to cannibalism when humans become scarce. Lu Yong patted the scarred rat on the shoulder and urged, "Therefore, you must seize the opportunity to level up." The scarred rat displayed a resigned expression, replying, "We have only recently awakened our powers. How could we possibly know how to upgrade?" Lu Yong chuckled, saying, "Have you not realized that you have already leveled up? When you brought me here just now, I noticed your speed has at least doubled. You didn't even notice, thinking you simply grew taller. It seems you hold some grievances about your height. Fret not, my young friend, being petite is quite endearing." The scarred rat exhibited a somewhat embarrassed expression, incredulously exclaiming, "Have I really leveled up?" Lu Yong nodded. "You'll find out if you give it a try." The scarred rat immediately began digging, burrowing underground. Moments later, he emerged from another location, his face alight with excitement. "Indeed, my digging speed has doubled. It seems I have truly leveled up." He gazed at his hands, astonished to find them stronger and more robust. With even the skin on his fingers beginning to crystallize, as hard as diamond, he could now effortlessly dig through the thick concrete floor. Lu Yong remarked, "It seems that only through life and death battles can supernatural beings truly level up. After facing this formidable zombie, you have surpassed your physical limitations and ascended a level." Subsequently, Lu Yong jested while observing the scarred rat's fingers. "Your hands are incredibly tough now, almost divine. I doubt any woman could withstand your touch." "Ha!" The scarred rat sheepishly scratched his head. Lu Yong continued, "Since practical combat can enhance your abilities, I suggest that in future encounters with zombies, you should not shy away, but rather confront them directly. If you cannot win, then retreat. Your abilities are not as weak as they appear. You can continue to develop them, and I believe you will uncover even better combat techniques." The scarred rat nodded enthusiastically. "Thank you, Lu Yong, for your guidance. I will work even harder from now on." Lu Yong pressed on. "Additionally, we may soon see a number of survivors seeking refuge at this base. When they arrive, each newcomer will receive 10 gene of free food. along with 50 gene of potatoes for planting. There is also a supernatural being named Old Wong who will be joining us. For every survivor he brings, you shall give him 1 gene of food. 1,000 survivors mean 1,000 genes. You will manage these matters accordingly. When you venture out to gather food, if you encounter survivors or supernatural beings, do your utmost to bring them into the base. Shortly, I will leave 5 tons of rice here for distribution to new supernatural beings. Inform me when it has all been dispensed. The scarred rat nodded vigorously, his face beaming with joy. Thank you, Lu Yang, for your trust. I will ensure these matters are handled well. The addition of new supernatural beings and survivors will only strengthen our base. The prospect of receiving 5 tons of rice was nothing short of a monumental boon. In this apocalyptic world, what 5 tons of rice represented was beyond the scarred rat's imagination. A TOB entrusted with its management and distribution was an immense honor. The scarred rat felt deeply grateful for Lu Yang's faith in him. Previously, within this supernatural being's base, he was often scorned due to his digging abilities, deemed useless. Yet now, he had gained Lu Yang's favor, and to him, Lu Yang was akin to a patron, but he resolutely vowed to manage the survivor base diligently, determined not to disappoint Lu Yang. Thus, the two began their journey back to the survivor base. Upon entering, the survivors greeted Lu Yang with expressions of adoration and gratitude, their joy unmistakable as they gathered around him. Lu Shun, you have returned, they exclaimed. Thank you for lending us your potatoes. They have been planted, and we await a bountiful harvest. Lu Shun, are you here to help us eliminate that mutated zombie? We are eternally grateful. With the crowd's enthusiastic welcome, Lu Yang nodded. There is no need for concern. I have already dealt with that zombie. That a middle-aged woman stepped forward, her eyes brimming with tears. Woe is me. My husband was just slain by that mutated zombie. Thank you, Lu Shun, for avenging my family. My husband will find peace in the afterlife. Lu Yang offered her words of comfort. I extend my condolences. That he then instructed the scarred rat, distribute 50 genes of food to the families of the deceased survivors. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Lu Shun. Thank you. With her husband gone, the burden of finding food now fell upon her shoulders. A daunting task for any woman. However, with the 50 genes of food, they could at least sustain themselves for a month, alleviating their immediate plight. Understood, boss, the scarred rat nodded, his face brightening. Though it was he who had led the food-gathering expedition that resulted in the loss of 2 survivors. And while their families bore him no ill will, he still felt a twinge of guilt. Lu Yang's actions had, in a sense, offered him a measure of redemption. The humane management style exhibited by Lu Yang instilled in the scarred rat a profound sense of loyalty and determination to follow Lu Yang wholeheartedly. At that moment, a group of children rushed over, surrounding Lu Yang with excitement, chattering away, Lu Shun, you've become even more handsome since we last saw you. Lu Shun, are you truly a celestial being? What is life like in the heavens? Are there fairy sisters? Do they really look as beautiful as the legends say? Lu Yang smiled, gently ruffling their hair as he conjured a large bag of candies from the shadows, distributing them among the children. Of course, there are fairy sisters, and there are many. Each one is more beautiful than the last. The children erupted in glee. Wow, so many candies. This is amazing. Thank you, Lu Shun. They taste so good. As he watched the children skip away, Lu Yang felt a sense of contentment. The scarred rat remarked, Lu Yang, your reputation here in the base is soaring. Many believe you are truly a deity, and the tales are becoming increasingly exaggerated. Perhaps in times of despair, people yearn for faith and refuge. When their prayers to the old gods go unanswered, they seek out a new deity. Lu Yang nodded in agreement. In these apocalyptic times, having a semblance of faith and spiritual solace is undoubtedly beneficial. That as the two conversed, they made their way to the warehouse of the base. Lu Yang directly poured 5 tons of rice from the dark space into the warehouse. After completing this task, he exchanged a few words with Scarred Mouse, and once again took flight, returning to his villa area. Watching Lu Yang soar into the sky, a sonic boom erupted, and he swiftly vanished from sight. Everyone at the base widened their eyes, unable to restrain their discussions. My goodness, Lu Shun's speed is astonishing. He disappeared in an instant, faster than an airplane. Truly, he is Lu Shun. The children were overjoyed. bouncing around as they exclaimed. Lu Xun is like a celestial deity, returning to the heavenly realm. There are fairies up there too. I wonder when Lu Xun will descend again. I hope he brings us candy. Chapter 71. Has the woman awakened her abilities? Upon Lu Yang's return to his villa, he entered to find Yusher and the others just finishing dinner, preparing to eat. The moment they saw Lu Yang return, their faces lit up with joy as they exclaimed, Lu Yang, you returned just in time. We're about to eat. Quickly wash your hands and join us. All right, I'm quite hungry too, Lu Yang nodded. Washed his hands and then walked into the dining room. At this moment, the women had already taken their seats and began to eat. Chindan then spoke up. I have some exciting news to share. Hearing this, Yusher perked up, a mischievous smile spreading across her face as she asked, What good news? Did you discover that Aunt Flo hasn't arrived and you're expecting? Chindan's face flushed at Yusher's teasing remark, and she shot her a glare, retorting, Not at all. I think I may have awakened an ability and become a power wielder. They had only been with Lu Yang for less than half a month. So even if there were signs of pregnancy, it wouldn't be apparent yet. Chindan certainly understood that Yusher was merely joking. That girl, despite being the campus beauty, was quite carefree and loved to joke around. Yusher gasped, her face filled with disbelief. Zhao Lina, Su Xiao, Zhang Jingyu, Tang Mingting, and others mirrored her astonishment as they gazed at Chindan, who displayed a serious expression, scrutinizing Chindan before saying, It does seem like their essay change. Perhaps it's true. Upon hearing Baihu, the seasoned power wielder, the others were even more astonished, exclaiming, You really awakened. My heavens, Sister Chindan, you're incredible. You're the first among us to awaken. What kind of ability did you get? Show us. They all wore expressions of eager anticipation, especially Yusher, Tang Mingting, and the starlet Su Xiao, along with the academically gifted Zhao Lina and Zhou Qiuping. Like Chindan, they were among the first to arrive here and all resided in this villa community. Now that they saw Chindan had awakened, they couldn't help but wonder if they too would awaken in due time. Even Lu Yang exhibited curiosity as he asked Chindan, What ability did you awaken? Show us. All right then. Since you've asked, I won't hold back, Chindan replied, beginning her demonstration. She tugged on one of her fingers, stretching it out long like a noodle. Yusher and the others gasped in surprise, then turned to Chindan, asking, What is this ability? Did your bones disappear? Doesn't it hurt? Not at all. Did I seem to have become like a rubber person? My body possesses unimaginable flexibility and elasticity. Moreover, my strength and speed appear to have doubled at the very least, Chindan explained as she elongated all 5 of her fingers, intertwining them into a braid. Lu Yang, observing Chindan's actions, was somewhat astonished as he remarked, Isn't that the ability of the rubber fruit? Goodness, your ability is impressive. If utilized well, it could possess formidable combat potential, perhaps, Chindan replied. Feeling a bit shy under Lu Yang's praise, Yusher chimed in, Your ability is amazing. Not only can it be used in combat, but your body can expand and contract at will. That must be delightful for Lu Yang. Chindan exclaimed, her face turning as red as an apple at Yusher's words. Zhao Lina added, Yusher, can't you think of something more appropriate? Is the blood in your veins not red, but yellow? Sister Chindan, don't mind her, she continued. Tell me, with your ability, can you make any part of your body enlarge, like a balloon, to any size? Chindan stammered, her cheeks flushing even more. Su Xiao burst into laughter, saying, Stop teasing her. Look at how shy Chindan is. You all are too much. Tang Mingting joined in. You're making fun of Chindan now, but who knows? When you awaken your abilities, they might be even more outrageous. Then we'll see how you handle it. Yusher, unfazed, brightened up and eagerly said, Really? That is so exciting to think about. I hope I awaken a fire attribute ability. I'll roast Lu Yang into a hot dog. Zhao Lina added, I want to awaken an ice attribute ability. Just wait until I freeze Lu Yang into a popsicle. They exchanged wicked smiles and high-fived, declaring in unison, Let us call this ice and fire duality. Tang Mingting was left speechless, not expecting these 2 campus beauties to be so audacious. Hey, you two are too much, she exclaimed in response to Tang Mingting's eye roll. Yusher nonchalantly replied, Don't go hey at me. I've already thought of your ability. You should awaken a vibration ability, shaking at 10,000 times per second, making Lu Yang beg for mercy. Tang Mingting's cheeks flushed as she quickly retorted. Get lost. However, despite her words, she couldn't help but think, maybe that it's not such a bad idea. Laughter filled the dining room, creating a joyous atmosphere. Listening to the banter, Lu Yang mused, I must admit, this does seem promising. I've yet to experience a woman whose body temperature exceeds 100 degrees. Perhaps fiery passion truly awaits. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, after finishing their meal, Lu Yang returned to his room to rest. He had been out all morning gathering supplies, not only bringing back the wealthy campus beauty Wang Siki, but also the Dr. Huang Xiuxia and Nurse Chen Xiaojing. He had even made a trip to the survivor base. Eliminating a mole turd, it could be said that he had accomplished quite a lot that morning. He decided to take a proper nap before embarking on further plans in the afternoon. Whether to continue searching for supplies would depend on his mood, considering the resources in his dark space were sufficient to last for decades. The survivor base was also progressing positively, promising a continuous supply of food. Now, Lu Yang was in a position where he could marry whoever he desired, for his power was unmatched and his resources nearly infinite. What pressure could there be in this apocalypse? If he felt like it, he could venture out for supplies. If not, he could simply sleep the day away. Enjoying card games and delightful moments with the beauties, that it was a blissful thought. Yet just as Lu Yang returned to his room, preparing for a midday nap, a knock echoed at his door. Chapter 72. Truly the wealthiest campus beauty, Wang Siki. All of them followed loyally, absolutely unwavering in their allegiance. Among them were He Yushi and Zhao Lina from the Villa District, who casually hinted at a few remarks. And the newcomers naturally understood. Thus, they proactively knocked on Lu Yang's door. Upon gazing at the exquisite beauty and alluring figure of the other, Lu Yang's heart surged with excitement. Wang Siki was undoubtedly among the wealthiest of the wealthy, as her family held the title of the richest in the entire province. The luxuries she indulged in, be it food, clothing, or accessories, were the finest available. She emanated an air of opulence and grace, having been raised in a life of privilege where every whim was catered to by her parents. Consequently, Wang Siki resembled a porcelain doll, perfectly shielded and cherished as a beautiful young lady. Even the second-generation rich at school felt a sense of inferiority in her presence, too intimidated to pursue her, let alone entertain any nefarious thoughts about her. Now, with this stunning beauty and remarkable heiress personally knocking on his door, it was conceivable that she might be interested in him, which further fueled Lu Yang's exhilaration. That he beamed and addressed Wang Siki, saying, Wang, the campus beauty, are you now willing to be mine? Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Wang Siki's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she responded affirmatively. Lu Yang received a notification from the system, detected that the other party has agreed to be your woman. Zombie Control Skill LV1. Zombie Control Skill has reached level 3. You can control level 3 zombies, with a maximum quantity of 3. Overjoyed by this announcement, Lu Yang recalled that he had encountered a level 3 zombie in the hospital. At that time, his weak control skills had prevented him from dominating it. Now, should he encounter another level 3 zombie, he could simply control it instead of exterminating it, assigning it to guard his survivor base and Villa District. The thought of having a level 3 zombie on watch was impressive. 3 days later, outside the survivor base, a formidable throng of survivors arrived, numbering in the thousands. The scarred rat was taken aback. Although he had heard Lu Yang mention days prior that survivors might soon come to seek refuge, he had not anticipated such a substantial influx. The survivor base housed fewer than 1,000 people. Yet these newcomers exceeded that number. A level 2 zombie promptly opened the gate, and upon witnessing the zombie's actions, the scarred rat sighed with relief. The zombie was under Lu Yang's control, thus indicating that Lu Yang was aware of the situation. With this knowledge, the scarred rat's previously tense expression vanished, and he walked with newfound confidence. While the phrase bullying the weak carries a negative connotation, the scarred rat felt a genuine sense of satisfaction in having a powerful ally like Lu Yang. Serving Lu Yang was nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, others would aspire to be in his position. Even if some of the 1,000 survivors harbored ulterior motives, Lu Yang would swiftly intervene to suppress any threats. Consequently, the scarred rat felt no trepidation that he approached the entrance with several survivors, watching as the outside crowd streamed in. Leading the group was the taxi driver, Old Wang, accompanied by a few rugged men, each moving with a lightness of step and steely resolve, unmistakably awakened to their powers. Once they all entered the survivor base, The level 2 zombie closed the gates behind them. The scarred rat stepped forward, inquiring, "You are the survivors our boss mentioned who would come to seek refuge at our base." Old Wong's face displayed a respectful demeanor as he nodded, saying, "Yes, yes, yes, brother. We are the new arrivals seeking refuge here, that we kindly ask for your guidance." Despite the scarred rat's short stature and unattractive appearance, marred by a long scar, he was still an ability user, albeit likely lacking in strength. However, Old Wong dared not underestimate him. After all, he was Liu Yang's subordinate. Regardless of the scarred rat's capabilities, Old Wong was well aware of Liu Yang's immense power. Yet, one of the ability users beside Old Wong, unaware of the dynamics, scoffed at Old Wong's obsequiousness, saying, "What are you doing, Old Wong? Is it really necessary to bow and scrape to this short guy?" Old Wong retorted, "What do you mean by bowing and scraping? We are newcomers, and it's only respectful to acknowledge our elders. That what's wrong with that?" The burly man sneered, "Respect? In this apocalypse, only the strong deserve respect. Is this short guy strong? Why don't I step out and challenge him to see who is more formidable?" His companions echoed, "Exactly. Why should we bow to a worthless person? Strength determines leadership." Old Wong's expression turned icy as he replied, "Ma Feiyun, what exactly are you trying to do?" "We agreed to seek refuge here, not to engage in fights." With a cold chuckle, Ma Feiyun responded, "We came to this survivor base for comfort and luxury, not to serve as someone else's lackeys. You come in here groveling. It's utterly embarrassing for us newcomers." Old Wong asserted, "Once here, we must abide by the rules of the base. This is not a place for you to act as you please." Ma Feiyun sneered, "I don't care for the words of a useless person. I believe no one here is capable. I am the strongest, and thus my word shall be the law." In Ma Feiyun's view, strength reigned supreme in this post-apocalyptic world. He had initially agreed to join the survivor base because he had heard of its powerful leader and the abundance of food and safety it offered. However, upon arrival, he was greeted by a short, unseemly individual who seemed lacking in strength, causing him to feel somewhat inflated that if the base leader was indeed weak, Ma Feiyun had no qualms about positioning himself as the new ruler of the base. Old Wong turned to the other ability users, asking, "Brothers, we agreed that upon arriving here, we would adhere to the base's rules. Now that Ma Feiyun is disregarding them, what should we do?" Among the over 1,000 individuals, 6 were ability users that Ma Feiyun had brought over 100 followers, including 2 ability users, making his group the strongest. The remaining 4 ability users led their own smaller teams, while several teams lacked ability users altogether, rendering them the weakest. Old Wong knew all of them well, and since Ma Feiyun was breaking the rules, he intended to ally with the other 4 ability users to restrain him. Upon hearing Old Wong's statement, the expressions of the other 4 ability users wavered, hesitatingly saying, "While that may be the case, but Ma Ji's strength is formidable. How could he possibly submit to another?" Indeed, Ma Gu recently advanced to level 2, awakening a powerful combat ability, making him the strongest among us. His words do carry some weight, that in this post-apocalyptic landscape, strength dictated respect. Seeing the others yield to Ma Feiyun, Old Wong's expression darkened with anger. "Damn it, you all are so fickle. When we agreed to come here, you weren't saying any of this. If you wish to act recklessly in this base, you must first get through me." Ma Feiyun's expression turned cold as he replied, "Old Wong, are you out of your mind? With your meager strength, you dare speak to me in such a manner. I will grant you face because of your age and the fact that you were the first to awaken your abilities. But do not overstep your bounds." Old Wong retorted icily, "Oh, do you still remember who fed you when you were on the brink of starvation?" Ma Feiyun's face twisted with disdain. "It was just half a loaf of bread. Hey, someone, give him 100 loaves of bread." One of his underlings tossed 100 loaves at Old Wong's feet. That Ma Feiyun declared, "That debt is settled. If you dare obstruct me again, I won't hold back." Nearby, the scarred rat watched the quarrel with keen interest. Although he didn't fully grasp the situation, he found the unfolding drama quite entertaining and felt no concern. Liu Yang was already aware of the situation, and if matters escalated beyond control, he could arrive in less than a minute. Thus, the scarred rat adopted a spectator's demeanor. Chapter 74. Liu Yang appears. Boom! A resounding crash echoed through the air, and Lao Wang's form shot forth like a cannonball. Upon the unyielding concrete surface lay a colossal fist imprint, exceeding 2 meters in diameter. The onlookers, struck by fear, wore expressions of trepidation, including the newly arrived survivors. Though they were aware of Ma Feiyun's ascension to a level 2 ability user, they were astonished by the extent of his newfound strength. This marked their first glimpse of Ma Feiyun in action, revealing an extraordinary ability to strike the air with his fists, generating ferocious shockwaves to assail his foes. Such a power was simply terrifying. Had it not been for Ma Feiyun's lingering sentimentality, restraining the force of his recent blow, Lao Wang might have been reduced to a mere pulp. Gasping for breath, Lao Wang expelled a mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, that a cold smirk crept across Ma Feiyun's face as he proclaimed, "I have ascended to level 2. None of you combined can match my prowess." Lao Wang, though you were the first to awaken, your strength has stagnated until you truly believe you can contend with me. Out of respect for your past assistance, I shall overlook this from now on. Submit to me, and I promise you a place among the ranks of leadership in this base. However, Lao Wang, filled with indignation, spat defiantly, "Pa, you treacherous wretch, we agreed to abide by the rules of this base upon our arrival. Yet you seek to usurp its rightful leader. Who do you think you are? You have no idea whom you have provoked. A level 2 ability user? Is that truly impressive?" Merely an ant, upon hearing these words. Ma Feiyun's expression hardened, his anger boiling over. "You dare to speak so boldly," he retorted, charging toward the incapacitated Lao Wang. Yet just a few steps into his advance, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, revealing a deep pit, and he was dragged into its depths, startled. Ma Feiyun sensed iron claws gripping his legs, pulling him downward relentlessly. He raised his fist and struck downward, bellowing, "Shockwave fist!" Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated as the powerful recoil catapulted him from the pit. While at the opposite end, the intense pressure forced the scarred rat out, launching him like a cannonball into the distant wall. Gasp! The scarred rat spat blood, struggling to rise. Then Ma Feiyun gazed at him incredulously. Noting the 5 gaping wounds on his feet, inflicted by the scarred rat's grasp, the blood oozing forth, revealing bone beneath. The scarred rat had also ascended to level 2, possessing the ability to bore through concrete. His fingers as hard as diamonds. A full grip could shatter bones. Ma Feiyun had never anticipated that this diminutive, unsightly individual would wield such formidable powers. With astonishment, Ma Feiyun inquired, "You are also a level 2 ability user?" The scarred rat nodded confidently. "Indeed, that I am not to be underestimated. In the past, during a fierce battle against the molting beast alongside Liu Yang, the scarred rat had been told that his ability was not as trivial as it appeared. With proper development, it could rival those of other ability users. Initially skeptical, he now brimmed with confidence after facing such a powerful opponent. Though his power was to tunnel, it was far from useless. His adversary was injured, and with both feet compromised, Ma Feiyun's movements would be further hindered. Next, he would continue to tunnel and ambush. Before long, his opponent would be dragged to his demise. Observing the bloodied feet of Ma Feiyun stoked the fervor of the survivors in the base, who began to rally behind the scarred rat, chanting, "Scarred rat is formidable. Scarred rat is valiant. Teach these newcomers a lesson for their arrogance. They think they can usurp our leader upon entering our base. Do they not realize our leader is a deity, a mere ant daring to replace a god? Scarred rat, show him what for." Encouraged by the crowd, the scarred rat vanished underground once more. Did Ma Feiyun, no fool, leaped atop a building, realizing the scarred rat had burrowed beneath him. When the scarred rat emerged again, he was met with an empty space. "You think me a fool? I won't fall for the same trick twice." Ma Feiyun sneered, launching a fist toward the scarred rat from the rooftop. Shockwave fist. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, creating yet another fist imprint exceeding 2 meters in diameter on the ground. Though the scarred rat had momentarily tunneled below, the violent tremors inflicted considerable internal damage. Ma Feiyun mocked, "Hiding underground. Watch as I shake you out." He leaped high, raising his fist as he descended from the rooftop, striking the ground with a thunderous roar. Mountain crumbling strike. Boom! The entire survivor base trembled as if an earthquake had struck, shattering windows and distant villas. The scarred rat was propelled from the depths, spewing blood, his face pale with evident internal injuries. Witnessing this, Ma Feiyun erupted with laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! You dare to challenge me with your subterranean tactics? A mere rat thinks he can contend with me. How utterly laughable. The veteran survivors rushed to the scarred rat's side, helping him to his feet, their concern palpable. "Scarred rat, are you all right?" they inquired. He shook his head, his eyes devoid of fear, replaced by disappointment that it seemed his ability paled in comparison to true combat abilities. This Ma Feiyun was simply too formidable to that moment. Ma Feiyun turned to the crowd, arrogantly declaring, "Who else? Who dares oppose my claim to this base?" Initially believing that defeating 2 ability users before everyone would quell dissent, he was taken aback when the seasoned survivors stood united, proclaiming, "I oppose. Me too. We all oppose." Staring incredulously at these ordinary people daring to defy him, Ma Feiyun exclaimed, "You, a mere assembly of ordinary individuals without awakened abilities. How do you dare oppose me? Are you courting death?" The survivors rallied. "Our leader has but one. That is Lu Xun. Not you, you worthless fool." With a scoff, Ma Feiyun retorted, still so defiant, just as he prepared to charge at them in fury. A shadow streaked across the sky at supersonic speed, followed by a thunderous crash that a young man clad in black stood before him. "Lu Xun. Lu Xun has arrived." Laughter erupted from the crowd. "You think you're so mighty? Your time is up. Before Lu Xun, all are but ants." The faces of the survivors gleamed with exhilaration. The moment Lu Yang appeared, it was as if they had received a potent shot of adrenaline. They felt an indescribable thrill, eagerly anticipating the moment Ma Feiyun would taste defeat. "Boss Lu Yang." The scarred rat felt a wave of relief upon Lu Yang's arrival, that he had realized he was no match for Ma Feiyun, especially after facing the devastating mountain-crumbling strike. Yet, with Lu Yang's emergence, the outcome for Ma Feiyun was all but sealed. "Ha! You think you're invincible? Do you even know who you have provoked?" Lao Wang, still on the ground, clutched his chest but wore a triumphant grin at him. Ma Feiyun felt a surge of panic. Why did everyone's expressions shift so dramatically upon the young man's arrival? Why such excitement? Such anticipation? Could this young man truly possess such strength to instill such confidence in them? Fear began to creep into Ma Feiyun's heart, that he had not even witnessed how Lu Yang had arrived. In the blink of an eye, he was there. Was it possible he had awakened a flight ability? If so, while his speed might be impressive, his strength would surely be lacking to it, as Ma Feiyun pondered. Lu Yang sprang into action, swiftly appearing before him, and before he could react, delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. That my word, what overwhelming strength! What kind of ability does this guy possess? Not only is he fast, but his power is immense. Ma Feiyun coughed up blood in midair, his expression one of sheer astonishment, rendering him utterly speechless. However, before he could even touch the ground, while still airborne, Lu Yang swiftly maneuvered to catch up with him, who had been kicked into the air and subsequently stomped down with force. Boom! Ma Feiyun was instantly pinned to the ground, the hard concrete surface cracking like a spider's web beneath him. Cough, spurt, he expelled another mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes brimming with terror. Powerful, truly, overwhelmingly powerful. It was simply absurd. As a second-tier ability user, he couldn't even discern his opponent's movements. Moreover, when he was sent flying with incredible speed, the other party had effortlessly closed the distance in a single step. Such speed was beyond human capability. What kind of monster have I provoked? Ever since becoming a second-tier ability user, Ma Feiyun felt his strength had surged, even developing a sense of invincibility that he believed he had become the most formidable ability user in this area. Thus, upon seeing the survivor base, his first thought was to assume leadership here. After all, in this apocalyptic world, strength was paramount, that he thought he was the strongest here, and naturally, he should be the leader. However, after being kicked away, Ma Feiyun finally grasped the meaning of the phrase, "There is always someone stronger," that in the presence of his opponent. He felt like a mere toy, subjected to casual trampling, just as those survivors had remarked. He was but an ant, while the other party was akin to a divine being. Lu Yang looked down at the bloodied Ma Feiyun, coldly uttering, "Is it you who wishes to usurp my position and become the leader of this survivor base?" In the past few days, Lu Yang had been scavenging resources during the day and training with the young maidens at night. Today, he had observed over 1,000 new survivors joining the base through the zombies at the gate, which initially delighted him, but he had not anticipated the emergence of a troublemaking ability user. Furthermore, the opponent's strength was quite formidable. Not only could Old Wang not contend with him, but even the upgraded Scarred Rat was no match for him. Liu Yang had no choice but to intervene personally. Hearing Liu Yang's icy tone, Ma Feiyin was utterly terrified, every hair on his body standing on end, his back drenched in cold sweat. In a feeble voice, he begged for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me from now on. I will be your loyal dog. I had no idea this base was yours. Had I known you were so powerful, I wouldn't have dared to act recklessly." Liu Yang removed his foot from Ma Feiyun's face and turned his gaze to the crowd. The newly arrived survivors trembled in fear at the sight of Liu Yang. They had witnessed how Ma Feiyin had defeated Old Wang and Scarred Rat, previously believing him to be invincible. Who could have imagined that he would appear as an ant before Liu Yang? How strong then must Liu Yang be? As they felt Liu Yang's piercing gaze, it was as if a living king of hell was fixating on them, ready to claim their lives at any moment. Liu Yang spoke coldly. "This base is mine. The rules within are set by me. My rules are absolute. Anyone who dares to defy them shall face only one consequence: death. Today is your first day here, and since you are unfamiliar with the rules, I shall refrain from punishing you. However, should I catch anyone causing trouble again, I will not show mercy. Do you understand?" "Understood." The new survivors chorused in unison, with the loudest voice coming from the fallen Ma Feiyin, being a mere mortal, had accepted the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Strength reigns supreme. The strongest becomes the leader. When he believed himself to be the strongest in the base, he aspired to lead. But after being subdued by Liu Yang, he completely abandoned that notion, only wishing to follow Liu Yang. Liu Yang approached Scarred Rat and helped him up, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Scarred Rat's face displayed astonishment, quickly replying, "I'm fine, boss. Just a minor injury. Good to hear." Register all the newcomers as per the previous rules. Each person may borrow 50 pounds of potatoes for planting. Additionally, distribute 10 pounds of rice to each of them for free. Keep track of the numbers and reward Old Wang according to the rule of 1 pound of rice per person. From now on, all matters concerning this survivor base shall be discussed and managed among you ability users, with you and Old Wang leading the way. Understood, boss. That I'll take care of it right away. Scarred Rat stood up and gestured to his trusted subordinates, commencing the registration process. Nearby, Old Wang, having overheard Liu Yang's directives, quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss." Old Wang was aware that his strength paled in comparison to Ma Feiyun's. Yet he still stood up to fight, knowing Liu Yang's might. Even if he couldn't win, he needed to make his stance clear. It was evident that his declaration had borne fruit. Liu Yang had elevated his status above that of other ability users, even placing him on par with Scarred Rat. That moment, Liu Yang turned his gaze back to the prostrate Ma Feiyin. Upon meeting Liu Yang's eyes, Ma Feiyin trembled in fear. This formidable figure was terrifying indeed. He had no inkling of what fate awaited him. If Liu Yang desired his death, a mere flick of a finger could send him to the underworld. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang spoke. "Your abilities are commendable. There is a testing monument within the survivor base. You may go and test your strength there. Based on your abilities, you should rank among the top 100 on the yellow list. Perhaps you might even receive a noteworthy reward from the monument." Upon hearing this, Ma Feiyin finally breathed a sigh of relief, his face alight with excitement as he hurriedly responded, "My abilities are nothing compared to yours, big boss." Liu Yang chuckled, replying, "Oh, so now you dare to compare yourself to me? Are you being humble or merely arrogant?" No. That's not what I meant. I'm saying I'm quite useless, nowhere near your caliber." Ma Feiyin hastily shook his head. Liu Yang patted his shoulder, saying, "It's all right. You merely felt invincible, which led to your arrogance that I bear no grudge. However, once you test yourself at the monument, you will realize there are many stronger than you. Once you've healed, go and test yourself. From now on, just stay comfortably within this base, that I shall not treat you and the other veterans unfairly. Understood?" Yes, big boss, you're absolutely right. I will strive to contribute to the base." Ma Feiyin nodded vigorously. "Good. With that settled," Liu Yang declared as he began to walk toward the warehouse. Chapter 76. Attribute of invincibility. Through 27 consecutive kills, he observed that over 1,000 new survivors had arrived, and with each receiving 10 pounds of rice, that amounted to 5 tons of rice. Thus, he proceeded to the survivor base's warehouse to deposit another 10 tons of rice. Following that, he added 30 tons of potatoes to distribute among these 1,000 individuals. Having completed these tasks, Liu Yang felt satisfied as he departed from the base. Now, with the addition of over 1,000 new survivors, including 6 ability users, and given that Ma Fiyun possessed a formidable combat ability, even if the Molters attacked the base, their presence would be sufficient to fend them off. Witnessing the increasing strength of the base brought Lu Yong J.O.Y.IT had now amassed over 2,000 survivors that he had lent each survivor 50 pounds of potatoes, but in a year, each would owe 200 pounds, totaling 200,000 pounds of potatoes, an explosive increase in resources for Lu Yong. Potatoes were a valuable asset, rich in starch and serving as a staple food, capable of asexual reproduction. Simply cutting them into pieces and planting them in the soil, suffice. One potato could yield dozens of pieces for planting. In the apocalypse, they were far easier to cultivate than rice. Simultaneously, Lu Yong surveyed the villa area, which comprised 100 villas, each with a maximum of 50 rooms, allowing for a capacity of 5,000 people. However, if all 5,000 were to engage in planting, the available land within the villa area would be insufficient. Thus, accommodating 2,000 to 3,000 individuals was the optimal density. With over 2,000 already present, it seemed necessary to establish a new base. Lu Yong resolved to thoroughly explore the surrounding terrain in search of a superior location to rebuild a new survivor base. With this decision firmly in mind, Lu Yong ascended before everyone, taking to the skies at supersonic speed, departing from the survivor base. As they witnessed Lu Yang's rapid flight, the new survivors gaped in astonishment. Unable to restrain themselves, they exclaimed, "My heavens, what just happened? Was that a sonic boom? Supersonic? Is this still human? Even flying ability users cannot soar this fast. Is the body capable of withstanding such speed?" It said that the fastest flying creature, the Swift, reaches speeds of only over 300 kilometers per hour, while the speed of sound is 1,224 kilometers per hour. Moreover, he is supersonic. He is simply beyond human comprehension. It is astonishing to discover such a formidable powerhouse stationed at this base. Being able to join this establishment truly brings a sense of reassurance. This is utterly incredible. His speed is simply monstrous. The veteran survivors, witnessing the shock of these new survivors, displayed expressions of smug satisfaction. They remarked, "Are you not aware of Lu Xun? It seems you are rather uninformed. Lu Xun is the most powerful Esper. He has transcended humanity, becoming a divine being." They found amusement in the Esper leading their group, who, upon arrival, aspired to assume the role of the dominant figure here. They observed this with concealed laughter. They had anticipated that once Lu Xun arrived, he would inevitably face defeat. Indeed, his downfall was quite tragic, but he managed to save face and immediately began to plead for mercy. Otherwise, his fate would have been even more dismal. The veteran survivors erupted into hearty laughter, perceiving Lu Yong as an omnipotent deity. On another note, upon returning to his villa, Lu Yong resumed his daily routine of scavenging for resources by day and expanding his influence by night. After 12 more days, Lu Yang's resources had once again doubled, reaching an unquantifiable volume. Even a survivor base capable of sustaining 10,000 individuals could likely thrive for several decades with such abundance. Simultaneously, he had achieved a remarkable record of 27 consecutive kills and received the rewards for 20 consecutive kills. On this particular day, Lu Yong reviewed his attributes. Name: Lu Yong. Age: 18 years. Height: 185 centimeter. Weight: 80 kg. Strength: 1500. Speed: 1500. Stamina: 1500. Spirit: 1500. Abilities: 1. Future projection level 6, 2. Virus immunity level 6, 3. Eyes control level 8, 4. Dark space level 8, 5. Zombie control level 5. Equipment: Dark cloak, black light blade. Special talent: enhanced genetic traits. Special item: 1 ability advancement scroll. After completing 15 consecutive kills in the adjacent villa, Lu Yong, somewhat unfortunate, did not acquire a new ability. However, his fundamental attributes had been elevated to 1,500 points, which is 30 times that of an ordinary person. His movement speed reached 280 meters per second, while his flying speed soared to 560 meters per second. Additionally, his other abilities also experienced upgrades. During the reward for 20 kills, he received an ability advancement scroll, marking the first time Lu Yong had obtained such a scroll. That he examined the properties of this scroll carefully. Ability advancement scroll. Utilizing this scroll allows your abilities to advance and become even more powerful. Lu Yong found himself in a quandary. The abilities he currently possessed were already at remarkably high levels. Future projection allowed him to project the future 10 times a day within a 6-hour time frame. His strength was formidable enough that he rarely needed to utilize this skill. His immunity to the zombie virus could withstand up to level 6 viruses, and as level 6 zombies had yet to appear. It seemed of little use. Even if faced with a level 6 zombie, his attributes, 12 times that of an ordinary person, would prevent it from even grazing him. The ice control ability at level 8 allowed for an infinite number of ice needles. Liu Yang could effortlessly create any ice-related object. With just a thought, he could freeze an entire neighborhood, encasing all items within as ice sculptures. This skill appeared to be overwhelmingly powerful, although his zombie control ability was the lowest level. The highest level zombies currently stood at level 3, yet he could command level 5 zombies, with a total count of 5. Thus, this skill seemed to have little practical application. The dark space ability at level 8 had expanded to dimensions of 80-80-8512. 000 cubic meters, an incomprehensible volume that could not be fully utilized.